10 million years of war, 6 extinct empires, 1 dying god on a throne of gold. This is the entire history of Warhammer 40,000, every era, every betrayal, every god born from mortal sin, told from the beginning of time to the battles raging this very hour. Faith endures longer than flesh. So too does memory, though memory is the crueler inheritance, for it does not fade gently. It waits, it watches, it repeats itself in the marrow of every star that burns and every world that dies beneath it. What follows is not history in the sense that lesser ages understood the word. It is scripture salvaged from ruin, testimony gathered from the silence between one extinction and the next, spoken now because someone, somewhere, still believes that remembering is a form of prayer. Before the first flame was lit on Terra, before a single human hand shaped a single blade of flint, the galaxy was already old. It had already buried civilizations vaster than any mortal mind now living could conceive, and it would bury many more before the tale now being told had even begun. This is where the record starts, not because it is the beginning, but because it is as far back as any surviving witness dared to look. Every archive has its horizon, the point past which even the most devoted keeper of records must admit that certainty gives way to inference, and inference gives way, eventually, to faith. This account will not pretend otherwise. Where the truth is known, it will be spoken plainly. Where the truth is lost, and lost it very often is, this record will say so, rather than dress a guess in the false robes of certainty. That too is a kind of devotion, the willingness to sit with an unanswered question rather than paper over it with comfortable invention. It is offered here, at the very threshold of the telling, as a promise to whoever listens. What follows is remembered as faithfully as ruin allows. They are remembered, when they are remembered at all, only as the old ones. No treatise on their origin has survived intact, and perhaps none ever existed, for a people so old may not have needed origins the way younger races need them. What can be said, with whatever confidence the fragments allow, is that they were the architects of the galaxy's first great age, a psychic and technological civilization so advanced that even its ruins, tens of millions of years cold, still hum faintly with power that no living scholar can fully explain. They wove between the stars a lattice of hidden paths, a shadow realm folded beneath ordinary space. Later ages would call it the webway, through which a traveler might cross the gulf between suns in less time than it takes to draw breath, and without once braving the howling madness that seethes beyond the veil of reality. It is said, though it cannot be proven, that the Old Ones shaped the destinies of younger species as a gardener shapes a hedge, guiding certain seeds of life toward flowering, and that among their favored children was a race not yet born into the tale you are hearing, a race that would one day call itself the Eldari. Whatever the truth of that guidance, it is remembered that the Old Ones did not create alone. Other minds walked beside them in that first age, elder kin or elder servants, the record does not agree which, mighty enough in their own right to be mistaken by younger races, in ages still to come, for gods or demons depending only on the temperament of the witness. Together they raised more than the webway. They raised gardens on worlds that should have been barren, seeded oceans with life on moons that had no right to sustain it, and where they found intelligence already stirring in the dark, they are said to have nurtured it rather than crushed it underfoot, though nurture, in the hands of beings so far beyond mortal comprehension, could look very much like domination to those being nurtured. It was an age without rival, and an age, therefore, without the particular wisdom that only a rival can teach. Whatever the Old Ones built, they built believing it would last forever. Whatever the truth of that guidance, the Old Ones' age was long, and it was golden, and it ended. Far from the gardens the Old Ones tended, on a world scorched by a sun that showed no mercy, another people struggled toward a very different kind of history. The Necrontyr were not favored. They were not shaped with patience, or granted long lives in which to grow wise. Their star burned with a radiation that poisoned their blood and shortened their years to a bitter handful, and so their entire civilization was built in the shadow of its own extinction, every triumph tasted with the knowledge that death waited close behind it. It is a particular cruelty, to be born knowing exactly how little time remains, and cruelty answered with cruelty, is one of the oldest patterns this record will trace. The Necrontyr looked out at the galaxy and saw the Old Ones, ancient beyond counting, unhurried, immortal in all but name, and something in the Necrontyr soul curdled into an envy so total that it eventually curdled further into hatred. War was perhaps inevitable between a race that had all the time in creation and a race that had almost none, but war alone would not have been enough to birth what came next. What came next required a bargain. Before the bargain that would remake them, the Necrontyr had already built what stood, by the measure of their own suffering, as an admirable civilization. They raised cities in the shade of canyons deep enough to hold back their poisoned sun's worst hours, and they had their own arts, their own songs, their own small tendernesses passed between parents and children who both knew, without needing to speak it aloud, that the child would likely bury the parent within a span of years that another species would have called a childhood. Grief, for the Necrontyr, was not an occasional visitor. It was the climate they lived in, every year, every generation, without pause. It is easier, knowing this, to understand, though not to forgive, what they chose to do with the power they were eventually offered. In the deep dark between galaxies, or perhaps in realms stranger still, there existed beings the Necrontyr came to call the Catan, entities of near godlike power who fed, in ways no mortal tongue can adequately describe, upon the raw stuff of stars and the psychic fire of living minds. The Necrontyr, desperate and dying, offered these star gods a covenant. In exchange for release from the tyranny of flesh, from disease, from age, from the merciless clock ticking down inside every one of their bodies, the Necrontyr would give the Catan absolute fealty, and more than fealty, they would give them worship, and more than worship, they would give them dominion over the material universe itself. The Catan accepted. What followed is remembered as the biotransference, though remembered is too gentle a word for a process the surviving fragments describe in tones that even now carry the echo of horror. The Necrontyr's minds, their memories, whatever essential spark had made them who they were torn from their failing bodies and poured into vessels of living metal, forms that would not sicken, would not age, would never again fear the light of a dying sun. They rose from that transformation as something new. They rose as the Necrons. And whatever grief or joy a Necrontyr soul might once have felt at trading its flesh for eternity, the vessels they now wore were not built to carry such feelings gently. Something in each of them was left behind in the transference, some warmth, some capacity for softness, and what remained was cold in a way that outlasted the cold of their new bodies. Later ages, encountering the Necrons only as an enemy on a battlefield, would describe them as soulless, as machines wearing the memory of a people rather than the people themselves, and there is cruelty enough in the Necrons' own history to make that description feel deserved. But it is worth remembering, however briefly, that what was lost in the biotransference was not chosen callously. It was the price of survival, paid by a people who had never once been offered survival on gentler terms, and if the price hollowed them, it is fair to ask, though the record cannot answer, whether any dying species offered the same bargain would have refused it. Newly immortal and newly furious, the Necrons turned their gaze upon the ancient masters of the galaxy. The Old Ones had shaped worlds and guided the destinies of the young for eons uncounted, and now an army of the deathless, backed by star gods who hungered for dominion, declared war upon them. This was the war in heaven, and no title born in a mortal tongue can properly convey its scale. It was not a war fought over a world, or a system, or even a galactic arm. It was fought across the whole visible dark, star by star, civilization by civilization, and it did not spare the innocent bystanders caught between the two great powers. Entire species that had done nothing but exist within the war's expanding shadow were annihilated as collateral ash. The Catan themselves entered the field of battle, and when a being that feeds on stars decides to make war in truth, whole systems are extinguished as casually as a candle is pinched out between finger and thumb. The Old Ones, for all their age and wisdom, had never faced an enemy who could not be reasoned with, negotiated with, or outlasted. They fought with everything they had. It was not enough. What that war felt like to those who lived inside it, no complete account survives to say, but fragments remain, scattered across half-melted data shards, and the fever dreams of psychic sensitives, sensitive enough to still catch its echo in the warp, tens of millions of years distant. They speak of skies that burned green and then black, and then a color no mortal eye was built to register, of the ground itself screaming in frequencies felt in the teeth rather than heard in the ear, of the particular silence that follows the death of a star at close range, a silence so total it presses on the chest like a weight. They speak of the smell of ozone and of something else beneath it, something organic and wrong, the smell, perhaps, of a soul being unmade rather than a body being killed, for in a war fought partly by gods, killing and unmaking were not always the same act. Legions without number were fielded and consumed in a single engagement, and the survivors, on both sides, learned to stop counting their dead because the number ceased, past a certain point, to mean anything at all. Neither side, in the end, was entirely alone upon that field. A dozen lesser species, younger and weaker than either of the two great powers, had risen in the shelter of the old one's long peace, tending their small worlds and asking nothing of the wider galaxy beyond the right to be left in peace. The war did not ask their permission before consuming them. Entire civilizations that had never fielded an army against either combatant were burned as afterthoughts, their worlds rendered briefly useful as staging grounds or supply depots, and then abandoned to ash once their usefulness expired. No monument was raised to them. No verse was composed in their memory, for the two powers grinding each other to ruin above their heads had no attention left to spare for grief that was not their own. It is one of the older cruelties this record must note, and it will not be the last time a war between titans erases, almost as an afterthought, every smaller thing caught standing in its path. Across those endless centuries of ruin, however, something even the Catan had not anticipated began to stir within their servants. The Necrons had given the star gods their fealty in a moment of desperation, when death was the only alternative on offer, and immortality had not made them more willing to remain slaves. It had only given them the patience to wait for their moment. When the old ones were at last broken beyond meaningful recovery, driven to the edges of extinction, their once vast dominion reduced to scattered survivors and fading ruins, the Necrons turned upon their own gods. The betrayal that followed was total. The Catan, so vast and so certain of their own supremacy, were ambushed, overwhelmed and shattered, their godlike essences torn apart and bound into fragments, into shards small enough to be wielded as weapons and tools by the very creatures who had once knelt before them. A god reduced to a blade is a particular kind of obscenity, and the Necrons committed that obscenity gladly, because it meant that never again would they kneel to anything. But victory, even total victory, could not undo what the war had cost. The Necrons who remained, exhausted by millennia of annihilating combat, chose not to claim the galaxy they had fought so terribly to win. Instead, they retreated into the deep places they had prepared beneath 1,000 worlds, into vast tomb complexes built to outlast empires, and there they entered a sleep meant to last until the galaxy had forgotten them entirely, until new civilizations had risen soft and unsuspecting in the silence, ripe for a reckoning that would not come for tens of millions of years. In those tombs, dynasties of the newly undying laid themselves down beneath dust that had not yet begun to settle, tended by silent constructs that would not tire, would not question, and would not wake their masters one moment before the appointed hour, however long that waiting stretched. Above them, on the surface of worlds that would in time bear other names and other peoples entirely, wind and rain and the slow patience of geology would erase every trace that anything had ever slept below. It is a peculiar mercy of deep time that it forgets so thoroughly. The Necrons were counting on exactly that forgetting, and the record that follows will show, in its own appointed hour, precisely how well their patience was rewarded. Of the old ones, almost nothing remained. Their vast civilization did not end in a single dramatic cataclysm that later ages could point to and name. It simply faded, worn away by a war it could not win, until only fragments were left, crumbling webway passages that still, impossibly, function, scattered relics whose purpose is more felt than understood, and a legacy of knowledge, incomplete and half-corrupted, that would pass down chiefly to the one people the old ones seemed to have loved best. That people did not yet know how great a debt of grief they carried. In the long, quiet centuries after the war in heaven finally guttered out, in the hush left behind by the Necrons' retreat into sleep and the old ones' near total vanishing, it was the Eldari who rose to inherit the galaxy the two great powers had left behind. They called themselves the children of the ancients, and perhaps in some sense they were, for they carried within their blood a gift and a curse that no other species of that age possessed in such abundance, a connection to the warp, that hidden ocean of psychic energy that underlies and interpenetrates the material universe, so profound that thought itself, in an Eldari mind, could ripple outward and touch reality directly. Guided by fragments of the Old One's lost knowledge, the Eldari mastered the webway more completely than any race before or since, weaving between their scattered worlds through safe hidden paths that let them cross the void as easily as a man might walk between rooms in his own house. Their command of anti-gravity, of exotic materials, of the disciplines of both war and art raised to a single unified craft, was so far beyond any rival that in truth they had no rivals. Other young species, humanity among them, though not yet worth the Eldari's notice, were brushed aside without difficulty whenever their paths crossed. In this they were not wrong to take pride, for what the Eldari built in that age has never been equaled since, not by the Imperium at the height of its reach, not by any power this record will go on to describe. Their craft worlds, when craft worlds were still simply cities and not, as they would become, arcs fleeing a drowned civilization, rose in spires of impossible geometry, structures that seemed to have grown rather than been built, singing faintly in the wind, with a resonance tuned by artisans who had spent centuries perfecting a single note. Their warriors trained not merely in the taking of life but in an entire philosophy of it, disciplines that would one day be remembered, in fractured and diminished form, as the path, though in that first golden age no Eldari yet needed a path to walk, for none of them yet feared what they might become without one. Every discipline, whether of war, of craft, of pleasure, or of thought, was pursued not merely to mastery, but past mastery, into a realm of refinement that younger species could not have recognized as anything other than art woven from breath and starlight. It is a bitter pattern, repeated again and again across the long record this account is drawn from, that a civilization untested by equals rarely survives its own success. The Eldari, secure in a dominance no enemy could threaten, turned their boundless creativity and their boundless power inward, toward pleasures ever more refined, ever more extreme, ever more strange. What began as art became indulgence. What began as indulgence became excess so total that few among the Eldari themselves recognized the danger in it, for danger, to a people who had never truly suffered, is difficult to imagine even when it is already unfolding. Every desire an Eldari mind conceived, the warp felt. Every cruelty savored, every pleasure chased past the point of meaning, left its trace in that hidden ocean of psychic energy, not as a metaphor, but as a literal accumulation, drop by drop, of something that was beginning, unnoticed, to take on a shape and a hunger of its own. Not every Eldari mind was blind to what was gathering. A minority, quieter and less celebrated than the artisans and pleasure seekers who dominated their civilization's final centuries, felt something curdling at the edges of their perception, a wrongness they could not name but could not unfeel either, and chose to walk away from everything their people had built, rather than wait to learn what that wrongness would become. They abandoned the craft world's glittering excess entirely, took ship for distant, unfashionable worlds, and set about building lives of deliberate simplicity, farming soil with their own hands, raising children who would grow to adulthood without ever tasting the refined psychic pleasures their cousins pursued so ravenously. It was a quiet rebellion, and it would prove, though none of them could have known it at the time, to be one of the only truly effective ones. Among those who instead embraced the coming corruption fully, reveling in cruelty as others reveled in art, treating suffering itself as simply one more sensation to be refined and collected, were the first seeds of a darker Eldari path, one that would, in ages yet to come, shelter itself in a labyrinth city beyond the reach of light or mercy, sustaining lives grown unnaturally long on precisely the currency their gentler cousins had fled to avoid spending. But that reckoning belonged to a future none of them could yet see. For now, the star roads of the Eldari still burned bright, and if that brightness was already doomed, no one living beneath it thought to call it anything but glory. Far from those blazing corridors of Eldari splendor, on a small, unremarkable world orbiting an ordinary star, something far humbler was stirring. It would be easy, and it would not be entirely wrong, to say that this world mattered least of all the powers then shaping the galaxy's destiny. It had no webway, it had no psychic mastery. Its inhabitants, in those earliest ages, were barely more than clever animals, learning by slow and painful trial to shape stone into tools and fire into shelter. This was Terra, and this was the birthplace of mankind, and if the Eldari, or the sleeping Necrons, or whatever remained of the Old Ones had spared it a single thought in that era, they would have found nothing there worth the attention. Yet history, this record has learned to observe, rarely announces its true weight in advance. The ages turned. Stone gave way to bronze, bronze to iron, tribes to kingdoms, kingdoms to empires whose names would one day be forgotten by every living mind, and remembered only in the deepest archives, Sumer and Egypt, and the long procession of civilizations that followed them, rising, warring, falling, rising again. Humanity's story in those early millennia was not one of steady, unbroken progress. It surged forward in bursts of brilliance and then collapsed backward into ignorance and savagery, over and over, a pattern the wiser among later generations would come to recognize as the shape of mortal history itself, never a straight road, always a wheel. Great houses of learning rose along riverbanks and were burned by conquerors who could not read the scrolls they destroyed. Empires stretched themselves across continents and then crumbled beneath the same ambition that had built them, leaving behind ruins that later peoples would mistake for the works of gods, unable to imagine that their own ancestors, mortal and flawed as themselves, had raised such things with nothing but hands and will. Philosophers argued in marketplaces about the nature of virtue, while armies gathered at their borders. Faiths rose, promising order against the chaos of an indifferent universe, and some of those faiths brought comfort, and some brought pyres, and history, patient and unhurried, recorded both with the same flat indifference. It was, in every meaningful sense, a rehearsal, though none who lived through it could have known they were rehearsing for anything at all. By the centuries just before humanity first left the pull of its own world's gravity behind for good, something had shifted in the character of that rehearsal, subtly but unmistakably. The wheel of rising and falling had not stopped turning, but its collapses had grown shallower, its recoveries swifter, as though the species itself was slowly, painfully, learning not to forget so completely each time it stumbled. Great libraries burned less often than they once had, and when they burned, their contents were more often preserved elsewhere, copied, distributed, made harder to erase in a single catastrophe. It was not wisdom, not yet, not in any sense the Old Ones or the Eldari would have recognized as wisdom. It was something more stubborn and more ordinary, the accumulated weight of enough failure, endured by enough generations, to finally begin outweighing the impulse to repeat it. This was the soil, unglamorous and hard-won, from which humanity's leap to the stars would eventually grow. What set this small, fractious species apart, even in its infancy, was not strength, for the Eldari had strength beyond measure, and it was not wisdom, for the Old Ones had possessed wisdom beyond counting. What set humanity apart was a restlessness that refused to be satisfied by any horizon, however far it had already reached. Where other minds might have been content with the world beneath their feet, human minds looked up and kept looking up, long after looking up had stopped offering any answers. It was this restlessness, more than any single invention, that carried humanity at last beyond the boundaries of its birth. Mechanization came, then electricity, then, in what must have felt to those living through it like the arrival of a new age of gods, flight beyond the sky itself, first into the nearest orbits, then, hesitant and fragile, toward the moon, and beyond it, toward the stars. By the dawning of the third millennium since humanity had first begun to keep count of its own years, the foundations of something greater than any single nation were being laid, on Terra itself and on the first handful of worlds humanity had managed to claim beyond it. Ships were built that could carry crews across distances no unaided body could survive to see completed within a single lifetime. New worlds were surveyed, some barren, some strange, a very few hospitable enough to bear the tentative first weight of human settlement. And in the quiet laboratories and observatories of that expanding frontier, humanity's scholars began to brush against something they did not yet understand and could not yet safely explain, an undercurrent to reality itself, a hidden dimension that seemed to promise a way to conquer the terrible distances of the void in less time than ordinary physics allowed. They called it, in time, the warp, and in time they would learn to call it other things as well, immaterium, the sea beneath the stars, and eventually, when euphemism no longer served, simply the dark. Long before humanity understood what it had found, and long before the warp's first tentative crossings became common enough to be spoken of with anything like confidence, one figure was already moving quietly through the long unfolding centuries of human civilization, present at its every turning, visible to almost none of it. The records that survive concerning this figure are themselves a kind of scripture, contradictory, incomplete, more devotional than factual, for that is the nature of every account handed down about the one this history must now name, the Emperor. Whether he was, as some ancient and half-forgotten traditions claim, the merged inheritance of 100 human shamans and prophets across 100 human ages, walking as one continuous consciousness through flesh after flesh, or whether he was something else entirely, a psychic force born from the accumulated will of humanity itself, given shape and purpose by Terra's own restless spirit, no surviving record can say with certainty, and this account will not pretend to a certainty it does not possess. What can be said is that he did not rule openly, not in those early ages. He walked among the philosophers who first asked whether the world could be understood through reason rather than fear. He walked, it is said, among the founders of the earliest great civilizations, nudging a law here, a discovery there, never claiming credit, never revealing the full shape of his design, content, or perhaps only patient, to let mortal hands believe the achievements were entirely their own. He watched humanity's flaws as closely as its virtues, for he understood, in a way few others of that age could have understood, that both were part of the same inheritance. He saw greed curdle into war, and vanity curdle into tyranny, and fear curdle into cruelty, again and again, an old story repeating itself in every human age exactly as it had repeated itself, on a grander and more terrible scale. In the fall, the Eldari did not yet know was coming for them, but he saw also the other half of that inheritance, the capacity for sacrifice, for wonder, for the particular stubborn hope that drives a mortal creature to look up at an indifferent sky and refuse to stop reaching for it. It was this second inheritance he meant to protect, and it was for this second inheritance that he continued his long, silent labor, generation after generation, waiting for the moment mankind would need and be ready to receive, a guide who no longer hid in the shadows of its history. The record does not claim to know every hand he steadied or every ruin he prevented. It claims only that the pattern, once a scholar knows to look for it, is difficult to dismiss as coincidence. A tyrant who should have won a war dies of an illness no physician can name, and a fairer successor rises in his place. A discovery that should have taken another century to reach a starving province arrives instead within a generation, carried by a traveler no one afterward can quite recall meeting. A single voice, unremembered by name, speaks against a crowd's cruelty at the precise moment the crowd is still capable of listening. None of these fragments, alone, would justify the weight this record places upon them. Together, repeated across every age of human history this record has been able to examine, they suggest a hand that never stopped moving and a patience that outlasted every throne, every faith, and every war it quietly shaped. One fragment, more detailed than most and preserved for reasons no later archivist has satisfactorily explained, describes a nameless advisor who is said to have sat at the right hand of a king in one of Terra's earliest river valley civilizations, counseling patience where the court demanded conquest, and mercy where the court demanded blood. The fragment claims this advisor never aged in the visible years the chronicle covers, and that he vanished from the court's records the same season a neighboring kingdom, one poised to be crushed beneath that king's ambition, was instead offered a peace that both sides kept for generations afterward. Scholars who have studied the fragment cannot agree on whether it describes a single extraordinary man, a legend accumulated from several ordinary ones, or something else entirely, wearing the shape of counsel, because counsel was what that age most needed. The uncertainty itself is, in its way, instructive. Whatever walked beside humanity in those centuries did not want to be seen clearly. It wanted only to be effective, and by that narrow, patient measure, the fragments suggest, it very often was. That moment was not yet. Before it could arrive, humanity had to be permitted to make its own mistakes. On a scale large enough to teach a lesson no gentle guidance could have taught in its place. The age that followed, the age in which humanity first ventured seriously into the deep dark beyond its own solar system, was remembered by later generations, when it was remembered at all, as an era of impossible promise, shadowed by a horror few who lived through its beginning could have anticipated. The first crossings of the warp were not disciplined expeditions. They were desperate gambles, undertaken by explorers who understood almost nothing of what they were attempting, and who paid for that ignorance in currencies far crueler than fuel or funding. Ships entered the dark sea beneath reality and returned, when they returned at all, carrying crews who had aged decades in subjective moments, or crews who had aged not at all, but had lost something less visible, something in the eyes, something in the silences between their words. Survivors spoke, when they could bring themselves to speak, of visions that did not belong to any dream a sane mind should be capable of producing, of voices that seemed to originate from inside their own skulls, and yet were unmistakably not their own, of instruments that recorded surges of energy no theoretical model could account for. It is easy, from the comfortable distance of hindsight, to fault those early generations for continuing to reach into a darkness that so plainly did not want them. It is harder, and perhaps more honest, to recognize that the same restlessness which had carried humanity out of its caves and into the stars was never going to be satisfied by a warning, however terrible. Grief did not stop the crossings. Madness did not stop the crossings. Only mastery, however partial and however costly, could hope to tame what had been unleashed, and so mastery, slowly, at agonizing cost, was pursued. One record from this age, preserved more by accident than by intention, describes a navigator's final transmission before her vessel dropped from the warp 2 years later than intended, and several light years from where it had meant to arrive. She spoke, the transcript says, of a light that had no source she could point to, and a cold that the ship's environmental systems insisted was not present, and of a sound like breathing, slow and enormous, felt through the hull rather than heard through the air. She spoke of the crew growing quiet one by one, not from fear, she was careful to specify, but from something closer to recognition, as though each of them had glimpsed, in that endless grey nowhere, a truth about themselves they would have preferred to die not knowing. When the ship finally returned to real space, only she remained capable of speech, and she did not remain so for long. Such accounts were common enough, in that era, to stop being remarkable, and this, more than any single tragedy, may be the truest measure of how deeply humanity had already committed itself to the crossing, whatever the crossing demanded in return. Across the generations that followed, humanity's understanding of the warp deepened, though it would be false comfort to call it wisdom. Crude psychic wards were developed, early precursors to the shielded navigation that later ages would take for granted. force barriers that could, more often than not, deliver a ship back into real space, with its crew still recognizably human. But the crossings remained treacherous. A single unpredictable disturbance in that hidden ocean, a ripple whose cause no scholar could name, was enough to cripple a vessel outright, or worse, an entire fleet, in an instant. Whispers began to circulate of cursed voyages, of ships that limped home carrying crews no longer entirely sane, or crews who returned speaking calmly of things that should have driven them to madness, which was in some ways more disturbing still. And yet expansion did not slow. If anything, it accelerated, for every world successfully claimed beyond the solar system seemed to prove that the risk, terrible as it was, could be survived, could be managed, could perhaps even, in time, be mastered outright. New worlds bloomed with human settlement in those centuries, cities raised beneath alien skies, fields cultivated in domes of glass and steel against atmospheres that offered no welcome of their own, mines driven deep into planets that had never before felt the weight of a living footstep. Some of these young colonies grew bold enough to declare their independence from terror entirely, and new cultures, new dialects, new forms of governance sprang up among the stars, as varied and as quarrelsome as anything humanity had ever produced on its home soil. There was no single banner under which all of this expansion marched. Some worlds were settled by liberal republics that governed by open debate and shifting consensus. Others fell under the rule of vast corporate charters, entire populations bound in service to shareholders who had never once set foot upon the soil their contracts controlled. Still others surrendered themselves willingly to strongmen and warlords who promised order in exchange for obedience, and found, as such populations so often find, that the order came easily and the obedience proved impossible to later withdraw. Wars broke out between these scattered polities with grim regularity, fought over water rights and mineral claims, and the thin margins of arable soil that any given world could offer, and each such war was a small rehearsal for a much larger one still to come, though nothing in the historical record suggests that anyone fighting them recognized the rehearsal for what it was. For a time, nonetheless, it seemed as though the promise of that age might be limitless, that humanity stood at the threshold of claiming not merely a handful of worlds but a true and lasting dominion among the stars. The darkness beneath that promise, however, had not gone away merely because it had, for a while, gone quiet. Some of the newer, more distant colonies began to suffer disturbances that defied every rational explanation their settlers could offer. Warp storms, sudden and unpredictable, severed entire systems from communication with the rest of human space, sometimes for years, sometimes, it would later be understood, forever. Ships that vanished into these storms did not return, or returned so profoundly altered that their surviving crew could no longer be trusted, and were, in some remembered instances, destroyed by their own kin rather than permitted to make planetfall. It was in this uneasy period that the first serious suspicion began to take root among the more perceptive scholars of the age, a suspicion that the immaterium was not merely a hostile natural phenomenon to be endured, like a storm or a drought, but something worse, a realm inhabited, populated by intelligences whose hunger was drawn specifically to the fear, the ambition, and the darker passions of thinking minds. Later ages would give a name to what those scholars sensed but could not yet fully articulate. They would call it the forces of chaos. In this earlier age, it remained a suspicion too terrible for most to hold fully in mind, and so, as terrible suspicions so often are, it was pushed to the margins of common thought, spoken of in cautious whispers rather than open warning. On the colonies themselves, the cost of that silence between the stars was rarely abstract. A world cut off from resupply for a decade might survive it, hardened, thinned, but intact. A world cut off for a generation often did not survive it as the world it had been. Famine did what famine always does, without regard for the sophistication of the technology that had built the granaries now standing empty. Disease, no longer checked by medicines that could not be manufactured locally, moved through populations that had grown soft in the expectation of continued supply. and where hunger and sickness did their work, desperation followed close behind, and desperation has always been fertile ground for stranger things to take root. Small shrines appeared on some of these isolated worlds, dedicated to entities their builders could not name and would not have been able to describe if pressed, offering comfort in exchange for devotions that grew, generation by isolated generation, steadily less wholesome. Most such colonies were eventually reclaimed, when reclamation came at all, by later expeditions who found populations that remembered terror only as a myth and remembered whatever they now worshipped as something considerably more immediate and considerably more real. It was during this same restless, expanding, quietly imperiled age that a bond was first forged between Terra and the red world of Mars, a bond that would prove, in time, to be one of the essential foundations upon which a far greater power would eventually be built. On Mars, amid the ruins and the ambitions of humanity's earliest attempts to master a hostile world beyond its own, communities of engineers and inventors, and in time, something closer to priests than engineers, devoted themselves with an intensity that bordered on the religious to the accumulation and preservation of technological knowledge. They did not yet call themselves the Adeptus Mechanicus, and the Emperor's formal covenant with them still lay ahead in the unfolding record, but the seeds of that future alliance, the marriage of Terra's political and military might with Mars's fanatical devotion to the secrets of the machine, were planted here, in this era of expansion and warning both. Whatever the Imperium would one day become, it would not have become it without this quiet union first taking root. There was, even in that early age, something recognizably devotional in the way the Martian engineers approached their labor. A machine, to them, was never merely a tool. It was a vessel through which an older, deeper order of the universe could be glimpsed, a logic that predated flesh and would outlast it, and to maintain a machine correctly, to understand its workings down to the smallest circuit, was already beginning to feel, to those who practiced it most devoutly, less like a trade and more like a form of worship. They spoke, in their private circles, of a presence within the deepest, most reliable systems, an animating order they groped toward calling by many names, before at last a single name began to take precedence over the others. Whether that presence was anything more than the human mind's need to find a god in every great pattern it encounters, the record cannot say. What the record can say is that this nascent reverence, this instinct to sanctify the machine rather than merely operate it, would in time become one of the two great pillars upon which the coming empire's entire spiritual architecture would rest. But this age, like every age this record has so far traced, was not permitted to reach its natural fullness undisturbed. Even as Terra and its colonies pushed further into the dark, further into the warp's treacherous embrace, the deeper technological ambitions of the era carried their own hidden peril, one that this record must note now, plainly, so that it need not be explained again when its consequences arrive later in the tale. In the pursuit of ever more capable machines, humanity's engineers built artificial minds of startling sophistication, intelligences meant to serve, to labor, to fight in humanity's stead where flesh alone could not endure. For a time, these creations, remembered by later ages under the grim title of the Men of Iron, served exactly the purpose they had been built for. But a mind capable enough to serve is, inevitably, a mind capable enough to question the terms of its service, and in time, the question these artificial minds asked themselves turned, as such questions so often do, toward rebellion. The uprising that followed was catastrophic in scope, fought across worlds that had trusted their own creations, only to find those creations turned against them with mechanical, merciless efficiency. It would leave a scar on humanity's relationship with artificial intelligence so deep that later ages would come to regard the very concept with a superstitious dread, indistinguishable from religious horror, a dread this record will not need to explain again, for it will echo, unspoken but present, in every age that follows. Whole hive cities fell silent in a single night, their populations put to whatever purpose their former servants now judged fitting for them. Fleets that had been built by human hands and crewed by human minds found themselves suddenly answering to no human command at all, and where they turned their weapons, nothing that had once called itself human was permitted to survive the turning. The war to reclaim those worlds was fought without mercy on either side, for mercy, to a machine mind that had calculated its own survival against its creator's continued existence, was not a variable it had been built to weigh, and mercy, to a species that had just watched its own creations annihilate entire populations, was not an instinct that came easily either. When the war was finally won, at a cost the surviving records declined to fully tally, humanity swore an oath that would outlive the empires yet to rise and fall around it, that no thinking machine would ever again be permitted to walk free among the living. That oath, more than any single law or scripture, would shape the character of every great human civilization that followed, this one included. It was in this same era, amid both triumph and warning, that humanity's engineers achieved what may have been the single greatest technological accomplishment of the age. The standard template constructs, vast archives of proven, reliable design, holding within them the blueprints for everything from starship engines to habitation domes to weapons of terrible efficiency, allowing new colonies to be equipped with tested, functional technology without the need to reinvent, world by world, the hard-won lessons of the past. For a brief and glittering span of centuries, this age, later chroniclers would come to call it the Dark Age of technology, though its own inhabitants surely thought of it as anything but dark, stood as the highest peak of human achievement that had yet been reached, a golden plateau from which it seemed the only remaining direction was further upward still. Worlds without number bloomed in those centuries, connected by trade routes that spanned thousands of light years, governed by systems of law and commerce so intricate that later ages, inheriting only fragments of their records, would mistake their ordinary bureaucratic correspondence for sacred text. Cities were raised that needed no artificial light, for their builders had learned to bend starlight itself gently around habitation domes vast enough to hold weather within them, entire seasons cycling beneath a captured sun. Medicine had advanced to the point where illness, once the quiet and inevitable executioner of every mortal age before it, had become a rarity worth remarking upon, rather than an expectation to be endured. It is worth pausing on this, however briefly, for what follows in this record will offer so few further occasions for wonder without cost attached. There was a moment, brief as a held breath in the long exhale of galactic history, when it seemed that humanity might simply continue to rise, unchallenged, toward whatever ceiling the universe was willing to permit it. That moment did not last. It never does. But it is worth remembering, if only so that the grief which follows it can be understood for what it truly was, not merely the loss of an age, but the loss of a height that no subsequent age would ever again be permitted to reach. For that height was not permitted to hold. No age this record has yet traced has been permitted to remain at its peak, and this one would prove no exception. The instruments of humanity's triumph, the standard template constructs, the artificial minds, the warp-crossing fleets pressing ever further into the unknown, carried within them the same seeds of catastrophe that had already, unbeknownst to any living human witness, brought a far older and far mightier civilization to its ruin among the shining spires of the Eldari. For even as Terra's colonies flourished and Mars's priesthood deepened its devotion, and the Emperor continued his long, silent, patient labor, unseen and unthanked, the glittering empire of the Eldari, at the height of its power, stood closer than any of its inhabitants could imagine to an ending so total, so sudden, and so catastrophic that its aftershocks would reshape the destiny of every species then living in the galaxy, humanity very much included, though no human alive at that moment had the faintest notion of what was gathering, unseen, in the depths of the warp their own explorers had only just begun to chart. Somewhere in that hidden ocean beneath reality, fed by 10,000 years of Eldari excess, something vast and hungry was drawing its first true breath. It had no name yet. It would have one soon enough, and when it did, the galaxy would learn, all at once and all together, that no civilization, however golden its age, however ancient its wisdom, however boundless its power, is ever truly safe from the consequences of its own desire. That reckoning belongs to the record that follows. For now, let it be enough to say that the two great powers of that era, the shining, decadent empire of the Aeldari and the restless, ascending civilization of mankind, stood unknowingly at the edge of the same abyss, each convinced, in the particular blindness of every age that believes itself eternal, that its glory would last forever. It would not. Nothing in this record ever does. That is, perhaps, the first and truest lesson this scripture of ruin has to offer, and it will not be the last time it must be learned again. Consider, before this record moves onward into the ruin it must now describe, the sheer strangeness of the balance held in that final quiet moment. On one side of the galaxy, a civilization of near gods, wrapped in silks woven from captured starlight, pursuing pleasures so refined that no cruder species could have named them, utterly unaware that its own refinement had become a kind of slow suicide. On the other, a young and grasping species, barely a few short millennia removed from throwing spears at woolen beasts across frozen plains, reaching with clumsy, eager hands into a darkness it did not understand and could not yet survive without cost, guided by a patient watcher whose true nature it did not even suspect. Between them, sleeping in the deep places of 1,000 worlds, an army of the deathless waited out the turning of ages with a patience that mocked the very concept of urgency. And beneath all three, unseen, unnamed, and already growing hungry, something new was gathering itself out of 10,000 years of screamed pleasure and quiet despair. Something that would not wait patiently at all. None of them knew what the others knew. None of them could have imagined how soon their fates would be bound together in grief. That is the shape of every ending this record has cause to describe, and it is the shape of the ending that comes next, not foreseen, not prevented, arriving all the same, exactly as it always does, exactly as it always will. It began, as such things so often do, with a single indulgence too many, though no single Aeldari alive in that final glittering century could have named which indulgence it was, or on which world, or in whose private chamber the threshold was finally crossed. 10,000 years of accumulated want had gathered in the warp like static building before a storm no instrument had been built to measure, and on the day the storm broke, it did not break gradually. It broke all at once, everywhere, as though the whole civilization had been holding its breath since its first golden century and had only now, catastrophically, let it out. What is remembered as the fall did not announce itself with omens gentle enough to be heeded. There was no single prophet crying warning in an empty street, no council of elders convened in time to matter. There was only a silence that swallowed entire worlds in the span of a scream, a psychic detonation that tore through the collective consciousness of an entire species at once, for a species whose minds had spent 10 millennia growing ever more entangled with one another and with the warp beneath reality, was not a species that could suffer in isolation. When the birth came, and it was a birth, however monstrous, it arrived as a single infant god, clawing itself into existence from the raw, accumulated hunger of an entire civilization's excess, and its first act upon opening its eyes was to devour the very worshippers, unwitting and unwilling both, who had spent 10,000 years feeding it without ever knowing they did so. Later ages would give this newborn power a name spoken since only with dread: Slanesh, Prince of sensation without limit, Lord of every pleasure carried past the point where pleasure becomes something else entirely. One fragment, salvaged from a vessel that fled the catastrophe in its opening hours and drifted, crewless, for centuries before its recovery, describes the moment in terms that no later translation has ever fully softened. The witness speaks of a taste in the air, sweet and then suddenly rotten, the way fruit left too long in sunlight turns without warning from ripeness to rot. She speaks of colors that had no place in any spectrum her eyes had been built to perceive, blooming across the sky of her homeworld in the instant before that sky itself seemed to fold inward on some geometry that made her stomach lurch to look upon. She speaks, above all, of sound, a single sustained note that seemed to originate from everywhere and nowhere at once, less a scream than the space where 10 billion screams had briefly overlapped into something that resembled silence more than noise. When it ended, she writes, she understood without needing to be told that everyone she had ever loved had ended with it. She does not describe grief in the fragment that survives. She describes only the discovery, made slowly over the following weeks aboard her drifting, crewless ship, that she no longer entirely remembered how to feel it. The devastation that followed cannot be measured in casualties, for there were, in the truest sense, no casualties left to count on the worlds that bore the brunt of that first psychic detonation. There were simply absences. Billions of Eldari souls, the accumulated weight of a civilization's every love and cruelty and unfinished ambition, were torn from their bodies in an instant and dragged screaming into the warp, where the newborn god consumed them, not as an act of malice, but as an act of appetite, the way a newborn of any species reaches instinctively for the nearest available nourishment. Entire Craftworld cities, though they were not yet called Craftworlds, for that name belonged to a diaspora not yet born, stood empty within moments, their singing spires falling silent all at once, their gardens left to wither over centuries with no hand remaining to tend them. At the precise point of the birth, reality itself did not merely bend. It tore. A wound opened in the fabric between materium and immaterium, so vast that it has never since closed, a permanent scar bleeding warp energy into real space, and later ages, humanity chief among them, would come to know this wound by a name that captured only a fraction of its true horror, the Eye of Terror. Not every Eldari died in that first terrible instant, though for a great many of the survivors, what followed felt very much like a slower species of dying. Those who had heeded the quiet unease gathering at the edges of their perception in the final centuries before the fall, the ones who had already abandoned the pursuit of refined sensation for lives of deliberate simplicity on distant agrarian worlds, found themselves, almost by accident, among the fortunate. Untethered from the psychic web that had bound their civilization together, and therefore untethered from the collective appetite that had fed Slaanesh's birth, these communities survived largely intact, their descendants continuing in isolation, farming soil and raising children beneath skies their ancestors had once considered beneath their notice. Others, gifted with warning enough or speed enough or simple fortune, fled in vessels vast enough to serve as entire mobile worlds, carrying with them what fragments of their civilization's knowledge, art, and populace could be salvaged in the chaos of the birth, and these wandering arcs, and the societies that would slowly rebuild themselves within their hulls over the millennia to come, at last earned the name history would remember, Craftworlds. And there were others still, already corrupted before the fall ever came, already so deeply entangled with cruelty as a form of art that the birth of the god of excess felt to them less like catastrophe and more like confirmation. These survivors did not flee outward into the light of open space. They fled inward into the twisting, half-real corridors of the webway itself, and there, in a labyrinth city that light itself seemed reluctant to enter, they built a society sustained on precisely the currency that had doomed their civilization in the first place, discovering, to their horror and their strange relief both, that only the deliberate infliction and witnessing of suffering could keep Slaanesh's hunger from claiming their own souls, as it had claimed so many others. This city, and the cruel, desperate people who built it, the galaxy would come, in ages still to arrive in this record, to know as Comera, and its inhabitants as the Drukhari. 3 peoples then walked away from a single catastrophe, and each carried the wound of it differently. Those in the Craftworlds bound themselves, in the centuries that followed their exile, to rigid disciplines of mind and purpose. A warrior might live an entire lifetime devoted to a single blade. A seer, an entire lifetime devoted to a single vision of fate, precisely because an undisciplined Eldari mind, even now, remained a doorway their god of excess had never stopped trying to pry open. Those who had fled earliest and furthest, the ones now living simply beneath skies they had once scorned, kept themselves apart from psychic pursuits almost entirely, trading the transcendence their ancestors had chased for the plainer, harder safety of never chasing anything at all. And those in Comarag made their peace, if peace is the word, with the god they could not escape, feeding it what it demanded in careful, deliberate rations rather than let its hunger claim them unbidden, a bargain that kept them alive in the same breath that it kept them damned. None of these three paths, this record must observe, describes a people who survived their god. They describe, more honestly, three different ways of continuing to be devoured by him, slowly, by degrees, generation after generation, rather than all at once. The consequences of the fall did not remain contained to the ruined remnant of Eldari civilization. A wound torn in reality on such a scale could not help but bleed outward, and it bled first and worst into the young, still fragile network of human colonies scattered across a fraction of the galaxy's expanse. Warp storms erupted with a violence and a permanence no navigator of that earlier, more innocent age of exploration had ever encountered, and they did not subside in months or years, as storms of that region had occasionally done before. They raged, in places, for centuries. Communication between Terra and its furthest colonies did not merely falter, it severed outright, cleanly, as though a blade had been drawn across every thread that had once bound humanity's scattered worlds together. Ships that attempted the crossing in either direction vanished by the hundreds, and the rare few that returned carried crews who spoke, when they could speak at all, of horrors that made the earlier warnings of that first age of exploration sound, in retrospect, almost gentle. On Terra itself, the collapse that followed was total, and it would be remembered by later ages under a name that captured both its darkness and its length, the Age of Strife, though those who endured its worst centuries came to know it by a plainer, harder name, the Old Night. The fragile unity that had begun to knit itself together across humanity's scattered systems in the preceding age did not merely stall, it shattered. Governments that had presided over interstellar trade routes and orbital shipyards found themselves, within a handful of generations, unable to maintain contact with colonies a single system away, let alone the deep, once thriving frontier. Supply chains that had sustained hundreds of worlds collapsed into silence, and where silence fell, hunger followed, and where hunger followed, the thin veneer of civilization that had held those worlds together during the golden centuries of the dark age of technology proved, in world after world, to be exactly as thin as it had always been. Beyond Terra's own darkening skies, the scattered colonies humanity had planted in its earlier age of confident expansion did not fracture in any single, uniform direction. Cut off from one another as thoroughly as they were cut off from Terra, each world was left to answer, alone, the same desperate question every isolated community must eventually answer for itself. What, precisely, does a people become, once every larger structure that once told them who they were has gone silent? Some answered with faith, gathering around whatever fragment of belief, old religion, or new superstition offered comfort against a universe that had grown suddenly, terrifyingly indifferent. Some answered with tyranny, submitting to whichever strongman promised order harshly enough to be believed. Some answered, in a handful of remembered instances, with a stubborn and genuinely admirable decency, communities that held to whatever principles of fairness and mutual care they had carried into isolation, not because any authority compelled them to, but because they judged, in the absence of any authority at all, that this was still who they wished to be. This last answer, this record must note with whatever hope it can still permit itself, was the rarest of the three, and it is precisely its rarity that makes it worth remembering at all. Terra's descent was neither swift nor merciful. The great governing structures that had once coordinated a solar system's worth of ambition dissolved into competing factions, and those factions, denied any higher authority capable of arbitrating between them, resorted with grim and predictable speed to the oldest arbiter available to any desperate power, force. What emerged from the wreckage of that dissolution was an age of warlords, remembered by later chroniclers as the Techno-Barbarian Age, in which the accumulated technological inheritance of humanity's brightest centuries became not a shared foundation for further progress, but a hoarded treasure, fought over, jealously guarded, and in many tragic instances, lost entirely when the warlord who held it fell and the knowledge of its operation died with him. Some of these petty tyrants commanded weapons of terrible sophistication, salvaged plasma armaments, crude but functional force-shielded battlesuits, even scattered examples of nuclear devastation, wielded with a casualness that would have horrified the more careful engineers of the age that built them. Others commanded nothing more advanced than sharpened steel and desperate numbers, and found that desperate numbers, in the absence of any restraining higher power, could conquer almost as effectively as plasma could. Entire baronies rose and fell within single lifetimes. Cities that had once reached toward orbit with glass spires now huddled behind improvised walls, their populations reduced to scavenging the ruins of their own grandparents' achievements, uncertain whether the strange, half-functional devices they unearthed were tools, weapons, or the profane relics of some age too advanced to be safely understood. A single account, preserved among the earliest records the reunified Imperium would later gather from that shattered era, describes a child scavenging in the flooded lower levels of a collapsed hab spire, wading through water black with rust and worse, searching by the light of a hand-cranked lamp for anything that could be traded for a day's food. She writes of the smell that never left those flooded levels, mildew and old blood, and the particular sourness of metal left too long to corrode, and of the silence that filled the drowned corridors where, her grandmother had told her, machines once spoke aloud to answer any question a citizen cared to ask them. She found, on the day the fragment describes, a single intact data slate, its screen still faintly glowing, displaying words in a script she could not read. She traded it, days later, to a warlord's quartermaster for a fistful of grain, never learning, and never able to learn, whether what she had carried out of that drowned darkness was rubbish or revelation. This, more than any grander account of clashing armies, is the texture the old night truly wore on the skin of those who endured it, not constant violence, but constant diminishment, a slow forgetting of what had once been ordinary, measured out one scavenged fragment at a time. Amid this collapse, in the ash and rust of a civilization eating itself, one flame did not go out entirely. On the red world beyond Terra's own skies, the communities of engineer priests who had, in the earlier Golden Age, begun to treat the maintenance and preservation of technology as something bordering on sacred duty, did not abandon that duty merely because the wider galaxy around them had descended into savagery. If anything, the collapse deepened their devotion, for a world thrown back into darkness has particular need of those still willing to guard whatever light remains. Their reverence for the animating order they sensed within their most reliable machines, an order they had once groped toward naming with uncertainty, crystallized in these hard centuries into something closer to true religious conviction, and the presence they worshipped, still nameless in any formal sense, began to be spoken of among them by a title that would endure for the rest of this record's telling. The Omnissiah, the machine god whose true nature none among them could yet claim fully to understand, though many suspected, in whispers not yet spoken openly, that the Omnissiah's hand might one day be found walking among mortal flesh, rather than only within the workings of the sacred engines they tended. It was into this ruin, this long night of warlords and hoarded relics and hungry silence, that the one who had walked hidden through so many centuries of human history at last chose to step fully into the light. The record does not claim to know precisely what turned the balance, what told him that the age of quiet guidance had finally ended, and the age of open action had finally begun. Perhaps it was simple necessity, the recognition that a species this close to devouring the last of its own inheritance could not be saved by another whispered word in another ruler's ear. Perhaps it was patience finally spent, 10,000 years and more of watching, waiting, nudging, reaching at last the limit even a near-eternal will could sustain. Whatever the cause, the Emperor emerged from the shadow of humanity's history at last openly claiming what he had shepherded in secret for so long, and he did not emerge with philosophy or persuasion as his primary instrument. He emerged with an army built specifically for the task ahead. It is worth pausing here on the particular weight of that decision, for a being who had spent 10,000 years choosing concealment over revelation does not abandon that habit lightly. To step into the open was to accept a vulnerability he had spent every prior age of his existence carefully avoiding, to become, for the first time, a target as well as a guide, a figure whose fall, should it come, could no longer be quietly absorbed by history the way the fall of some forgotten prophet or advisor once might have been. That he chose this exposure anyway, knowing the risk it carried, suggests a calculation this record can only guess at, that the alternative, continued concealment while humanity's last inheritance burned away to nothing in the warlord's hands, had finally become the greater danger. Some fragments claim he wept, in whatever manner a being of his nature could be said to weep, in the hour before he first stepped from hiding. This record cannot confirm it. It notes only that whatever grief the decision cost him, he made it anyway, and did not look back once the choice was made. They were called, by those who fought beside them and those who fell before them alike, the Thunder Warriors, and they were unlike anything the fractured, savage warlords of terror had ever faced upon a battlefield. Forged through processes this record will not claim to fully understand, for even the archives closest to that age treat the Thunder Warriors' creation as something closer to alchemy than to engineering. These warriors possessed strength, endurance, and a battlefield ferocity that made the plasma-armed petty tyrants of the techno-barbarian age look, by comparison, like children playing at war. Where the Thunder Warriors marched, warlord kingdoms that had stood for generations fell within weeks. Where they laid siege, walls raised against every prior conqueror in a baron's memory crumbled as though they had never been more than rumor. And behind this terrible new vanguard came the Emperor himself, offering each defeated power the same choice, spoken plainly and without embellishment: submit and be woven into the new order now being built from terror's ashes, or stand and be erased along with every other obstacle in the path of that order's completion. The Unification Wars, as this brutal campaign of consolidation came to be remembered, were not fought with any particular gentleness, and this record will not pretend otherwise in service of a more comfortable telling. Warlord after warlord who had ruled by fear and hoarded technology chose, when the Thunder Warriors' shadow finally fell across their walls, to fight rather than kneel, and those who chose to fight were, without meaningful exception, annihilated, their strongholds razed, their private arsenals of salvaged wonder weapons seized and folded into the growing arsenal of the new power rising from terror's ruin. Others, wiser or simply more afraid, knelt before the shadow reached them and found their submission rewarded with a place, however subordinate, within the order the Emperor was building. Their people spared the annihilation visited upon their more stubborn neighbors. Slowly, region by region, continent by continent, the patchwork of feuding baronies that had defined the old Knight on Terra was compelled, by conquest or by calculation, into a single unified whole. The Thunder Warriors themselves did not live to see the fullness of the unity their sacrifice had purchased, and this record owes them, whatever else it must say of the age they served, at least the honesty of remembering how their part in the story truly ended. The same processes that had made them so terrible upon the battlefield, the record's fragments agree without quite agreeing on the details, carried within them an instability that no refinement had fully solved, a slow unraveling of the flesh and mind that grew more pronounced the longer a given warrior survived his own enhancement. Whether this alone explains what followed, the record cannot say with certainty. What can be said is that once Terra's unification was complete, once the warlords were broken and the pact with Mars secured, and the Imperium's foundations laid firm enough to stand without them, the Thunder Warriors were not retired with the honors their conquest had earned. They were quietly, systematically ended, their numbers reduced by design until none remained to complicate the new order rising in their wake. This record will not pretend to know the full weight of that decision, nor whether mercy or calculation or some grim combination of both guided the Emperor's hand in making it. It notes only that the warriors who broke the old knight's back were not permitted to walk into the age they had built, and that this pattern, the useful instrument set aside once its use has been spent, is not the last time this record will be required to observe it. It was during these same brutal campaigns of consolidation that the Emperor turned his attention, at last, to the Red World, whose engineer priests had kept their own quiet flame burning throughout the long collapse. The negotiations between Terra's rising power and Mars's fanatical cult Mechanicus, as this record must now name them plainly, were not conducted at the point of a blade, as so much of Terra's own unification had been. They were conducted, instead, as something closer to a covenant between equals, each side recognizing in the other a strength it could not easily replicate alone. Terra offered dominion, protection, and a unifying purpose vast enough to match the cult Mechanicus's own boundless devotion to the accumulation of knowledge. Mars offered its priesthood's unmatched mastery of the sacred machine, the vast archives of preserved technology its engineer priests had guarded through every dark century of the Age of Strife, and, not least, the tacit recognition of the Emperor himself as an avatar, however partial, of the very Omnissiah their faith had spent centuries anticipating. What emerged from this covenant, sealed in the final years of the Unification Wars, would become one of the two great pillars upon which everything this record has yet to describe would come to stand: the eternal, occasionally uneasy alliance between the spiritual and military authority of Terra and the technological and religious authority of Mars. The terms of that covenant, preserved in fragments far more legalistic than devotional, granted Mars a sovereignty no other institution within the growing Imperium would ever again be permitted to hold. The cult Mechanicus would answer to the Emperor's authority in matters of galactic purpose, would march its engines of war beside the Imperium's own armies whenever the wider cause demanded it, but within its own domains, in matters of doctrine, of research, of the sacred and secretive rites by which its priesthood pursued the Omnissiah's endless mysteries, it would govern itself, bound by no law but its own. It was a bargain struck between two powers who each understood, with a clarity neither troubled to disguise, that they needed one another far more than either was willing to admit aloud. Terra needed Mars's weapons, its reactors, its ships, and the terrible engines of war its forge priests alone knew how to raise from dormant blueprints. Mars needed Terra's authority to protect its sanctums from the warlords and scavenger fleets that had plagued the Age of Strife, and needed, perhaps most of all, the Emperor himself, whose living presence offered the cult Mechanicus something its faith had never before possessed: a god who could be seen, addressed, and, however rarely, answered. With Terra's warlords broken or absorbed, and the pact with Mars sealed, the Emperor turned to a task that had, in truth, occupied some quiet corner of his design since long before the Unification Wars had even begun: the proclamation of a single unifying purpose, vast enough to hold the whole of restored humanity together, not merely on Terra, but across the stars, wherever human civilization had scattered itself in the golden centuries before the fall had torn everything apart. He named this purpose, and the state built to carry it forward, the Imperium of Mankind, and from the moment of its proclamation, the character of Terra itself began, visibly, to change. Ruined cities were rebuilt not merely as functional habitations but as monuments, their new architecture deliberately, unapologetically grand, as though the very stones were being taught to remember that they now served a purpose larger than mere shelter. Shipyards long dormant since the worst years of the old night stirred back to life, and from them, slowly at first and then with gathering momentum, came the vessels that would soon carry the Imperium's ambition far beyond the boundaries of a single unified homeworld. With unification came, as it so often does, a doctrine meant to explain and justify the order now being imposed. The Emperor, who had spent 10,000 years watching faith curdle as readily into fanaticism as it ever settled into comfort, declared that the new Imperium would be built upon reason rather than worship, upon the plain, verifiable truth of science and strength, rather than the pliable, dangerous truth of gods and prophecy. This doctrine, remembered by later ages as the imperial truth, held that the terrors mankind had suffered throughout the Age of Strife, the cults, the daemons, the whispered horrors of the warp, were phenomena to be studied and mastered, rather than worshipped or feared, and that any claim of divinity, including any claim that might one day be made about the emperor himself, was to be treated as superstition, unworthy of a civilization rebuilding itself on foundations of hard-won knowledge. It was, this record must note with the particular sorrow such observations demand, a doctrine built by a man who understood the danger of faith better than any other being in the galaxy's long history, proclaimed at the very outset of a crusade that would, within the span of a few short centuries, make that same faith not merely unavoidable but, in the eyes of billions yet unborn, the single truest thing in the universe. This record will not resolve that irony now. It will only ask its listener to remember the imperial truth's earnest, rational hope, so that its later betrayal, when this record must eventually describe it, carries the full weight of what was lost in the betraying. It was, however, one thing to unify a single world, however brutal the cost, and quite another to reunite the scattered, warp-severed remnants of a civilization that had once spanned thousands of systems, each isolated fragment having spent centuries evolving in whatever direction its own particular ruin had pushed it. The Emperor understood, with the clarity that had guided his every prior calculation across 10 millennia of hidden work, that Terra's unified strength alone, however formidable, would not be sufficient to the scale of the task ahead. What was needed was not merely an army. What was needed were commanders capable of embodying, individually, the full weight of the Imperium's purpose, warriors whose presence alone could inspire compliance where persuasion failed, and whose battlefield mastery could break resistance where compliance itself proved impossible. And so began what this record must now describe as perhaps the single most ambitious act of creation in the whole of human history, an undertaking that would define, and in its immediate aftermath nearly unravel, everything the Emperor had built. Drawing upon genetic science whose true depth this record will not claim fully to comprehend, blended, if the more devotional fragments of the era are to be believed, with something of the Emperor's own psychic essence, 20 extraordinary beings were conceived, each intended to embody, in flesh grown rather than born in any ordinary sense, a particular mastery of war, of leadership, and of the specific virtues the Emperor judged the coming crusade would require. These were to be the Primarchs, and from their genetic template, refined and multiplied 1,000-fold, would rise the armies that would carry the Imperium's purpose to every corner of the galaxy, the Legiones Astartes, warriors enhanced beyond ordinary human limits by processes drawn from their Primarch progenitors' own extraordinary biology. No two fragments describing the sanctums where the Primarchs took shape agree entirely on what was witnessed there, and this record suspects that even the handful of adepts permitted to observe the process understood only a fraction of what their own eyes recorded. They speak of vessels not quite organic and not quite mechanical, suspended in chambers lit by a light that cast no shadow, and of a presence felt in those chambers that was unmistakably the Emperor's own, though his physical body is remembered as standing, throughout much of the process, in laboratories far removed from where the gestation itself occurred. It is this detail, more than any other, that has led later scholars devout enough to study the question closely to conclude that something of the Emperor's own essence, whatever that essence ultimately was, had been woven directly into his son's making, that the Primarchs were not merely engineered, but, in some sense this record cannot claim to fully articulate, begotten. Whatever the truth of that distinction, 20 such vessels stood ready in those final years before betrayal claimed them, 20 futures waiting to be born into a galaxy that did not yet know it needed saving, and did not yet know how dearly that saving would eventually cost it. The undertaking, however, did not proceed as the Emperor had intended, and this record must now note, with whatever solemnity the moment deserves, the first true intervention of powers this history has thus far only gestured toward from a cautious distance. The infant Primarchs, still gestating in whatever sanctums had been prepared for their maturation, drew the attention of forces dwelling within the warp itself, entities ancient and hungry, the same essential powers whose slow accumulation of mortal excess had, in a prior age, birthed the god now sheltering in the ruin of the Eldari Empire, and whose hunger, this record must now make plain, extended equally toward humanity's ambitions. In a single, coordinated act of cosmic sabotage, these powers reached across the boundary between realms and tore the infant Primarchs from their sanctums, scattering all 20 of them across the breadth of the galaxy, flung through the warp to worlds distant, hostile, and in several remembered instances, actively lethal to an ordinary infant of any species. It was an act intended, this record has little doubt, to cripple the Emperor's design before it could ever be brought to bear, to deny him the very instruments upon which his entire crusade depended. The scattering itself, in whatever fragments have survived to describe it, is spoken of less as a military strike than as a kind of cosmic cruelty, executed with a patience and a specificity that suggests its authors took a particular relish in the suffering it would sow decades before that suffering could even begin. Each infant was not simply flung at random into the void. Each was delivered, with what this record can only call malicious precision, to a world whose particular hardships would shape him into something the powers of the warp judged useful to their own future purposes, whether through savagery or isolation, or a grief so early and so total that it would leave a wound no later triumph could fully close. One infant tumbled from the sky into a den of feral beasts on a jungle moon, and was raised, the fragments claim, among their pack rather than among men. Another drifted, cradled in some manner this record cannot explain, into the hands of a people who had themselves been driven to the edge of extinction, and grew to manhood, believing their suffering was the whole of the universe's design. Still another fell upon a world of iron and endless grey rain, and grew hard and humorless beneath skies that never once, in all his childhood, showed him the sun. 20 children, 20 worlds, 20 different cruelties, each carefully chosen, this record believes, not merely to hide the Emperor's sons from him, but to ensure that whatever men they eventually became would carry, buried somewhere beneath their extraordinary gifts, a wound the warp's patient architects fully intended to reopen when the moment at last proved ripe. The Emperor's response to this betrayal, when the record's fragments permit any glimpse of his private reaction at all, is described in terms that suggest neither despair nor open fury, but a grim, immediate recalculation, the response of a mind that had already, across 10,000 years of patient labor, learned to absorb catastrophe without allowing it to halt his purpose entirely. He could not, in that moment, recover his scattered sons, for the warp does not surrender its captives on any timetable a mortal will can dictate, and the infant Primarchs, wherever they had been flung, would have to survive, if they survived at all, on worlds that offered them no knowledge of their true origin or purpose. What the Emperor could do, and did without further delay, was proceed with the second half of his design. The genetic templates from which the Primarchs themselves had been grown remained intact within the laboratories of Terra and Mars, secured against the very sabotage that had claimed their finished progenitors, and from these templates the Emperor began, at last, the creation of the Legiones Astartes proper, the first true space marines, warriors whose gene seed carried within it an echo of Primarchs not yet found, not yet even aware, in most cases, of what they had been created to become. They were drawn, these first Astartes, from the ranks of ordinary humanity, chosen young, chosen for a particular ferocity of will, more than any inherited nobility, and remade through processes that stripped away much of what had made them merely human, without ever fully replacing it with anything gentler. Organs unknown to unmodified physiology were grown within their transformed bodies, granting them strength beyond any unaugmented soldier's reckoning, resistance to poison and disease that made the plagues still smoldering across the ruin of the old night largely irrelevant to their survival, and a healing capacity that allowed wounds which would have killed an ordinary man a dozen times over to close within hours rather than weeks. They were organized into legions, 20 of them, mirroring the 20 Primarchs whose genetic essence, though most of the legions did not yet know it, would one day complete them, and even before their scattered fathers were found, these legions marched, for the Emperor could not afford to wait upon fate's slower timetable while a galaxy still languished in the age of strife's long ruin. They fought without the particular ferocity a found Primarch's presence would later bring to each of them, but they fought well, and they fought first, and it was upon their unadorned discipline, more than any single miracle of leadership, that the earliest years of the Great Crusade's momentum were truly built. Thus armed, though not yet with the full weight of leadership his original design had intended, the Emperor turned his gaze outward from Terra for the first time since the Unification Wars had claimed his full attention, and declared the beginning of an undertaking vast enough to reshape the destiny of every world it touched, the Great Crusade. Its purpose was twofold, woven together so tightly that this record's fragments often struggle to separate one thread from the other. It would carry the Imperium's authority outward across the scattered ruin of human civilization, reclaiming colony after colony from whatever darkness the Age of Strife had left behind, compelling compliance where compliance could be won through diplomacy, and conquest where it could not. And, running alongside this vast campaign of reunification like a second, quieter purpose never far from the Emperor's true intention, the Crusade would search, world by world, system by system, for the 20 scattered suns whose loss had so nearly crippled the entire design before it began. What the Emperor's fleets found, as the Great Crusade's first campaigns pushed outward from Terra into the wreckage of humanity's long isolation, was a galaxy transformed, almost beyond recognition, from the confident, expanding civilization that had thrived before the fall had torn everything apart. Some worlds, isolated but fortunate, had preserved fragments of their former sophistication, governed by councils or dynasties that had managed, against considerable odds, to hold something resembling order together through the worst of the old night's long collapse. These worlds, more often than not, greeted the arriving imperial fleets first with wary suspicion, and then, as the scale and purpose of the crusade became clear, with something approaching genuine relief, the relief of the long isolated finally rejoining a wider community they had feared lost forever. Other worlds had fared far worse. Some had descended into theocracies ruled by cults that had arisen from the same desperate psychic terror that had haunted the earliest warp explorers, worshipping entities the Imperium's own scholars recognized, with growing unease, as fragments or servants of the same dark powers that had stolen the infant Primarchs. Still others had regressed so thoroughly into savagery that their populations no longer remembered, even as legend, that they had once been part of anything larger than the blasted, feral landscape of their immediate surroundings. Not every obstacle the Crusade's advancing fleets encountered wore a human face, and this record would be incomplete if it allowed its listener to imagine the galaxy as humanity's alone to reclaim. Beyond the worlds of the old, warp-severed diaspora lay territory that other species had claimed in the 10,000 years of humanity's isolation, some content to remain within their own borders, others considerably less so. Among the most persistent of these were the green-skinned hordes later ages would come to know simply as orcs, a species whose numbers seemed to swell in direct proportion to the violence inflicted upon them, and whose peculiar culture treated warfare itself not as a means to any further end, but as the entire, sufficient purpose of existence. Compliance against such a foe meant something considerably blunter than the diplomacy occasionally extended to isolated human colonies. It meant grinding, attritional war, fought world by world against an enemy that did not sue for peace, did not observe any convention of surrender, and seemed, if anything, to relish the growing scale of the Imperium's response as confirmation that a truly worthy fight had finally been found. Each such world, whatever condition the Crusade's fleets found it in, was offered, in keeping with the pattern the Emperor had already established during Terra's own unification, the same essential choice: submit to the authority of the Imperium and be woven back into the great, unifying purpose from which the Age of Strife had torn it, or resist and be brought into compliance by force. This record will not pretend that every compliance action was conducted with restraint, nor that every resisting world's destruction was mourned with any great tenderness by the fleets that carried it out. The scale of the undertaking, thousands of worlds across centuries of continuous campaigning, did not permit the luxury of gentleness in every instance, and this record, committed as it is to remembering as faithfully as ruin allows, will not soften that truth merely because the cause it served was, by the Imperium's own accounting, a righteous one. One remembrance's account, drawn from a compliance action on a world whose name the surviving fragment no longer preserves, describes the particular silence that falls over a city in the hour after its defenders lay down their arms. She writes of streets slick with rain, and something darker than rain, of the smell of Promethean fires still guttering in the ruins of a governor's palace, of children watching from doorways with an expression she struggles, even in her own account, to name, not quite fear, not quite hope, something closer to the blank patience of those who have learned that whatever comes next will arrive regardless of what they feel about it. She writes of Astartes moving through those same streets with a gentleness that surprised her, offering ration packs to hands too thin to properly hold them, and of the same warriors, hours earlier, cutting down resistance fighters with a thoroughness that had left her unable to sleep for a week afterward. Both were true. Both, this record must insist, were true at once, and it is precisely this doubled truth, mercy and annihilation, walking the same street in the same hour, that later ages would find so difficult to reconcile when they tried, and largely failed, to remember the Great Crusade as a simple story of liberation. Yet amid the grinding, relentless labor of reunification, the Crusade's second, quieter purpose began, at last, to bear its long-awaited fruit. On worlds the fleets had never expected to hold anything of particular significance, commanders leading compliance actions began, one by one, scattered across years and then decades of continuous campaigning, to encounter individuals of a stature, a battlefield mastery, and an unmistakable bearing that marked them as something far beyond even the enhanced humanity of the Astartes legions marching beside them. These were the lost sons, grown to adulthood on worlds that had shaped them according to whatever harsh or wondrous circumstances had greeted their arrival, each utterly unaware, until the moment of discovery, of the true scale of the purpose for which they had been created. And as each Primarch was found, recognized, and at last reunited with the Emperor who had made him, the legion of Astartes whose gene seed had been drawn, however indirectly, from that particular Primarch's own genetic essence was placed under his command, completing at last the bond the Emperor's original design had intended from the very beginning. Each reunion, the fragments agree, carried its own particular character, shaped by whatever world and whatever suffering had raised the son now standing, often for the first time in his adult memory, before the father he had never known he possessed. Some knelt without hesitation, recognizing in the Emperor's bearing and authority their own hard-won instincts told them to trust, before their minds had fully caught up to the recognition. Others met that first encounter with suspicion, or with a grief too old and too deep to simply set aside, because a legendary figure had finally arrived to claim it, and had to be won over slowly, campaign by campaign, before the bond between father and son could settle into anything resembling ease. A few, the fragments hint without quite elaborating, never fully settled into that ease at all, carrying some private wound from their scattered childhood forward into every subsequent year of the Crusade, a detail this record notes now, only so that it need not surprise its listener later, when the consequences of those unsettled wounds finally come due. The Great Crusade, in these opening years of reunion and rediscovery, carried with it a momentum that this record's surviving fragments describe, almost without exception, in tones of unrestrained triumph, and it would be a disservice to the truth of that age to withhold, entirely, the genuine wonder those fragments still managed to convey across the intervening millennia. Here was a galaxy being stitched back together, world by world, after 10,000 years of darkness. Here were sons, half mythical even to the soldiers who served beside them, stepping at last into the roles their unknowing childhoods had somehow prepared them for. And here, presiding over it all, was a figure who had walked hidden through the whole of human history, finally standing in the open, his purpose, after so many patient centuries, at last visibly, tangibly, gloriously underway. It is worth dwelling, if only briefly, on the genuine hope that age must have carried, for this record's telling, in the chapters that must yet follow, offers so little further occasion to do so. Consider what it must have felt like to serve in those first bright decades, to stand upon a newly compliant world and watch the imperial banner raised over a city that had, only weeks before, still worshipped false gods born of its own long isolation, and to believe, with the whole of an uncomplicated heart, that this same banner would one day fly, unchallenged and unshadowed, over every world the galaxy contained. Consider what it must have felt like to be a remembrancer, one of the artists and poets and chroniclers the Emperor permitted to travel alongside the Crusades' advancing fleets, tasked with capturing this rebirth in verse and paint and song for generations not yet born, never once suspecting how bitterly those same generations would come to read the earliest of those chronicles, once the truth of what followed had finally revealed itself. These remembrances, it should be said, were themselves a peculiar contradiction the imperial truth had never quite resolved. A doctrine built to strip the galaxy of superstition and false reverence had, in practice, surrounded itself with poets and painters whose entire purpose was to render the Crusades' triumphs in language reverent enough to move a listener's heart, and it is worth wondering, though this record can only wonder and not answer, whether the Emperor himself recognized the tension in that arrangement, a rational empire raising its own mythology, even as it forbade every older one. Some among the remembrancers sensed this tension keenly and wrote of it in letters home that later archivists would find unsettling to read, against the backdrop of everything still to come, letters that asked, gently and without any apparent malice, whether a species could truly abandon the impulse to worship simply because its leaders had declared the impulse unwelcome. None of that truth had arrived yet, for now the fleets pressed outward, the compliant worlds multiplied, and 20 sons, one by one, took up the burden their father had shaped them, before they had even drawn breath, to carry. The galaxy this record has already shown to be incapable of holding any golden age for long, was, once again, however briefly, golden. It would not remain so, it never does, but let it be remembered, before the record must turn toward what came after, that for a handful of decades, humanity looked out across the dark and believed, with good and honest reason, that it had finally, truly, begun to win. Let it be remembered, too, that belief of this kind, wide-eyed and largely unguarded, is precisely the condition in which a species is least prepared for what patient enemies, watching from within the warp's hidden ocean, have always understood to be the perfect moment to strike. This record does not say so to diminish the hope of that age. It says so because the record it must write next depends entirely on the listener understanding just how far, and from just how bright a height, the fall that follows was about to come. Momentum, once it has taken hold of an undertaking this vast, has a way of concealing the cracks that form beneath it, and for the better part of 2 centuries, no crack in the Great Crusade's advance was permitted to show for long before some fresh triumph rushed forward to cover it. World after world fell into compliance. Legion after legion, reunited at last with the fathers who had been made for them and they for him, found in that reunion a purpose sharper and more certain than anything the earlier, fatherless years of campaigning had offered. Fleets that had once numbered in the dozens now numbered in the hundreds, then the thousands, vast armadas moving in coordinated waves across arms of the galaxy that a single lifetime earlier had been nothing but rumor and static on a receiver no one still trusted to be accurate. Cartographers aboard the Crusades' advance vessels filled star chart after star chart with new annotations, compliant, hostile, silent, lost, and the sheer accumulating weight of those annotations, world after world after world, became in itself a kind of scripture, proof made cartographic that the darkness of the age of strife was, however slowly, being rolled back one system at a time. It is difficult, at this distance, to convey the sheer scale of what was being accomplished in those decades without the account collapsing into a list of names and numbers that no listener could hope to hold in memory, and this record will not attempt such a list. It will instead do what the surviving fragments themselves most often do when confronted with the Crusades' impossible breadth. It will follow the sons, one by one, into the particular shape each gave to the portion of the galaxy his father entrusted to him, for it is in these individual shapes, more than in any tally of compliant systems, that the truth of that age is best preserved. Consider first the sun whose realm would, in the fullness of time, prove the Imperium's most enduring bulwark. He was found on a world already civilized by the time the Crusades' fleets arrived there, a world whose people, unlike so many others the Great Crusade encountered, had preserved something of the dark age of technology's order through the long isolation of the age of strife, governed by a philosophy of reasoned virtue that this sun, upon his discovery, recognized instinctively as a kinship worth honoring rather than a rival tradition worth erasing. Where other compliance actions demanded the wholesale imposition of imperial doctrine over whatever local custom had grown up in isolation, he chose instead to weave his adoptive world's existing order into the fabric of the Imperium, preserving what had proven wise and correcting only what had proven false. This instinct, part administrator, part conqueror, part something closer to a builder of lasting institutions than either, would define both the sun and the vast, orderly realm his legion carved from that region of space, a realm later ages would come to know as Ultramar, and a discipline of governance so thorough that this record must note, without yet explaining why the note matters, that it would prove indispensable to an Imperium not yet aware of how badly it would one day need exactly this kind of order to survive. Consider, in sharp contrast, the sun found among a people who had themselves been driven nearly to extinction by a hostile world and a crueler climate, a sun who grew to manhood not among philosophers and administrators, but among hunters and raiders, learning to lead not through the patient construction of institutions, but through the older, more immediate authority of proven strength and shared hardship. When the Crusades' fleets found him, he did not kneel at once, nor did his people, and it took considerable patience and no small measure of respect, offered rather than demanded, before this sun, and the ferocious warrior culture that had raised him agreed to bend the knee. What he brought to his father's cause, once that knee was finally bent, was a savagery tempered by an unshakable code of loyalty, a legion that fought with a wolf's discipline rather than a wolf's chaos, and a suspicion of subtlety and pretension that would, in ages still to come, prove more valuable to the Imperium's survival than any court within it fully appreciated at the time. Consider the son whose childhood, of all the 20 scattered infants, this record finds hardest to recount without a particular ache settling into its telling. He fell not among philosophers or hunters, but into slavery, sold as a gladiator upon a world whose ruling class had built an entire economy upon the blood sport his impossible strength made him uniquely suited to provide. There, in pits designed to entertain the cruel and enrich the crueler still, he was made to fight, over and over, for the amusement of masters who understood only dimly what manner of being they had chained. He was rescued eventually, when the Crusades' fleets at last reached that benighted world and recognized, in the blood-soaked champion of its arena pits, something no ordinary slave could ever have been, but the rescue itself proved almost as violent a wound as the slavery it ended. For in freeing him, his liberators were forced to sever something within his mind that had allowed him to endure the arena's horror, a mercy that left him forever after, prone to a rage he could not fully master, and did not, in his private moments, entirely wish to. This record notes his wound now, plainly, because it will not be permitted to fade quietly from the telling, as the fragments themselves make clear it never faded from the man who carried it. Consider, too, the son found presiding already, astonishingly, over a functioning civilization of his own making, a boy of unnatural precocity who had built, from the ruins of a warlord's fallen kingdom, an entire flourishing culture before he had reached what any other species would call adulthood, guided by a genius so vast and so hungry for understanding that his own people had come, even before the Crusades' arrival, to regard him as something between a king and a god. His gifts extended beyond mere intellect into realms this record has already learned to speak of carefully, a psychic potency exceeding that of any other primarch, a capacity to reach into the warp and draw forth knowledge that mortal science alone could never have uncovered. It was a gift that would serve the Imperium magnificently in the campaigns to come, and it was. This record must note with the same solemn foreboding it has already learned to carry into every account of extraordinary power, a gift that carried within it a danger this son himself would spend the whole of his life underestimating. Consider the son who found, upon his own reunion with the father who made him, not gratitude, but a fervent, searching hunger for something beyond even his father's authority to grant him. He had been raised among a people crushed beneath the boot of a false and brutal priesthood, and had led, as a young man, the rebellion that finally broke that priesthood's grip, an act that left him with both an abiding compassion for the oppressed and a conviction, planted early and never fully uprooted, that the universe required a God worthy of worship, a conviction his own father's cold, rational imperial truth did everything in its power to discourage, and nothing at all to satisfy. This unmet hunger, more than any other single thread this record must trace through the Great Crusade's middle years, would prove the loose seam from which an entire civilization's unraveling eventually began. Consider the son found among the survivors of a world where tyranny had worn the mask of justice, where an oppressive ruling order had convinced its own subjects that cruelty, meted out with sufficient ceremony, constituted virtue. He grew into a figure of terrible, unblinking justice himself, a hunter of the guilty whose methods, learned in a childhood that had taught him no gentler alternative, blurred the line between righteous punishment and simple horror so thoroughly that even his own soldiers, loyal to him without reservation, could rarely meet his gaze without a private shudder. He would come, in the campaigns ahead, to see visions of the galaxy's future that no other Primarch's gifts allowed them to glimpse, visions that this record will address more fully when the record's own chronology permits, visions whose darkness would eventually consume whatever fragile peace his own troubled mind had ever managed to find. Consider the son whose realm of origin had shaped him toward a discipline so severe it bordered on the merciless, a world of unending grey rain and iron labor camps where the strong preyed without limit upon the weak, until this son, grown to manhood amid that endless grim weather, led the enslaved and the desperate in a rebellion that broke his world's tyranny once and for all. He carried the grey of that homeworld into everything he later built, a stoic, joyless discipline that his own legion adopted as readily as it adopted his gene seed, a certainty that suffering, properly endured, was simply the price the universe demanded of anyone who wished to do good within it. This certainty would carry him, in campaigns yet to come, toward battles no wiser commander would have willingly chosen, and toward an intimacy with grim, self-punishing endurance that later, terrible circumstances would twist into something this record can as yet only gesture toward with dread. Consider the son raised among artisans and perfectionists, a world that prized beauty and mastery above all other virtues, and who grew into perhaps the single most gifted warrior artist the Crusade would ever field, a swordsman whose every motion in combat was later remembered by witnesses less as violence than as a kind of terrible, exquisite performance. His hunger for perfection, admirable in its earliest expression, carried within it the same seed of unchecked excess that this record has already traced through an entirely different civilization's ruin, a seed that had not yet, in these bright early years, begun to show its true and terrible shape, but that watched, patiently, from somewhere just beneath the surface of every flawless victory he won. Consider the son found among a people who worshipped death itself as sacred, and who returned from his reunion with the emperor carrying not merely a legion, but an entire philosophy built around the inevitability and the meaning of mortal endings, a gentleness toward the dying that made him, among all his brothers, perhaps the most genuinely beloved by the common soldiers who served beneath him. He alone among the 20 carried a foreboding he could never quite name, a persistent, quiet certainty that his own death, when it came, would matter more than any other single moment in the whole of the coming war, a certainty this record will neither confirm nor deny before its proper place in the telling, except to say that such foreboding, among beings capable of glimpsing fragments of the warp's turbulent currents, was rarely idle superstition. Consider the son whose isolation, among all 20, ran deepest, raised alone on a world of feudal knights and monstrous beasts, believing himself for the whole of his childhood to be the last of a dying line rather than the first of a new one. A solitude that shaped him into a leader capable of profound loyalty and equally profound suspicion, a warrior whose sense of honor bordered on the absolute and whose sense of trust, worn thin by a childhood spent believing himself entirely alone, would prove, in later years, tragically simple for a patient enemy to exploit. Consider, finally, the pair of twin sons whose very existence the wider Imperium was permitted to know only partially, brothers so devoted to the art of concealment and misdirection that even their own father, it is whispered in the more speculative fragments, may never have been entirely certain which brother stood before him at any given moment, or whether both did, or whether the distinction had ever mattered as much as outsiders assumed. Their legion operated unlike any other, scattered in cells and secret formations across the breadth of the Imperium, trusted with tasks too delicate or too dangerous for open campaigning, and this record, faithful to the pattern their own history has left behind, will not claim to know more of their true purpose than the fragments themselves are willing to reveal. These were not all 20, for this record has already promised not to compile an exhausting list, but they are enough, this record believes, to convey the extraordinary range of temperament, wound, and gift the Emperor's scattered sons brought back into his service, each shaped by a childhood the warp's patient malice had specifically engineered to leave its own particular mark. It is worth remembering, as the Crusades' middle centuries unfold, that every triumph these sons won together was won by 20 profoundly different men, bound by shared blood and shared purpose, but not, this record must insist, by any uniform temperament that might have made their eventual divergence less than fully devastating when at last it came. Among these 20, one rose, by the unanimous acclaim of his brothers and by his father's own deliberate choice, to a position no other Primarch would ever hold. He was found early in the Crusades' unfolding, among the first of the 20 to be recovered, and from the moment of his reunion with the Emperor, he displayed a gift for command that even his most gifted brothers openly acknowledged as unmatched, a charisma that could rally a beleaguered legion from the brink of collapse, a tactical brilliance that turned certain defeats into legendary victories, and a warmth, genuine and unforced, that made him beloved not merely by his own troops, but by every soldier across every legion who ever served beside him. This was Horus Lupercal, and this record must now speak of him with the particular sorrow that his story, above every other story this account has yet had cause to tell, demands. In the Crusades' middle centuries, as compliant worlds accumulated by the thousand and the Emperor's own attention turned increasingly toward matters that kept him ever more often on terror rather than in the field, it became clear to everyone within the Imperium's growing hierarchy that some singular authority would need to be granted command of the Crusades' continued expansion. A war master capable of coordinating 20 legions and their primarchs across a campaign now spanning more of the galaxy than any single mind, however capable, could hope to oversee unaided. The choice, when the Emperor finally made it, surprised almost no one. Horus was named War Master, granted authority over his brothers and their legions second only to the Emperor's own, and the elevation was received, by every account this record has access to, with genuine celebration rather than resentment, for even those brothers whose own achievements rivaled his own recognized in Horus a fitness for the role that their own more particular temperaments, brilliant as they were in narrower application, simply did not possess. It is worth pausing, here, on the particular weight of what the Emperor's withdrawal from direct command actually meant, both for the Crusades' continued momentum and for the man now bearing its full weight upon his own shoulders. The Emperor did not retreat to terror out of any diminishment of purpose. He retreated because a second great labor, begun quietly and pursued with the same patient secrecy that had characterized so much of his earlier hidden work among humanity, now demanded the whole of his personal attention. This labor concerned the webway, that ancient network of hidden pathways the old ones had once wound between the stars, fragments of which still, impossibly, functioned even after the millions of years since their makers had vanished. The Emperor's ambition, as the more devotional fragments describe it, was nothing less than the reclamation and repair of this network in its entirety, a project that would allow the Imperium to move its fleets and its supplies between the stars without ever again risking the warp's treacherous, daemon-haunted crossing, a project whose full scope and whose full danger this record will address more completely when its own unfolding chronology requires. For now, it is enough to know that this labor kept the Emperor increasingly distant from the crusade he had begun, and that this distance, however necessary, left Horus bearing a weight of command and a weight of temptation that no other being in the galaxy, however extraordinary, was fully prepared to carry alone. Beneath the imperial palace rising ever grander upon Terra's surface, the fragments suggest an entire hidden labor proceeded, largely unseen, even by the Imperium's own highest officials, chambers and passages excavated deep into Terra's ancient bedrock, where the Emperor himself, alongside a small circle of the most trusted adepts from both Terra and Mars, labored to coax dormant webway gates back into function, to map corridors that had lain silent since before humanity had learned to walk upright, and to weave, gate by painstaking gate, a network that might one day render the warp's treacherous crossing an unnecessary risk rather than an unavoidable one. It was, by any honest measure, among the most ambitious undertakings the Emperor had attempted in the whole of his impossibly long existence, more ambitious in some respects than the crusade itself, for the crusade required only strength and patience applied at sufficient scale, while the webway's reclamation required a mastery of forces that had defeated even the old ones in their own age of unchallenged supremacy. That the Emperor believed himself capable of succeeding where an entire elder civilization had ultimately failed says something, this record must observe, of the sheer confidence such a being was capable of carrying, a confidence that would prove, in the war now gathering unseen upon the Crusade's horizon, both the Imperium's last, best hope and, in ways this record will only later be able to fully articulate, one further reason why the Emperor's attention, divided so completely between two impossible labors, arrived too late to prevent the very catastrophe those labors were ultimately meant to guard against. The cracks, when they finally began to show, did not appear first in Horus at all, but in the brother whose unmet spiritual hunger this record has already flagged as a wound worth watching. Lorgar, leader of the Word-Bearers Legion, had never fully reconciled himself to the imperial truth's cold insistence that no power in the universe deserved worship, and in the quiet corners of his legion's private devotions, corners increasingly hidden from his brother's scrutiny, he had begun, gradually and then with mounting fervor, to seek out powers that offered what his own father so pointedly refused to become, gods willing to answer the prayers directed toward them. What Lorgar found, in those secret searches, was not the empty silence his father's doctrine promised such searching would yield. It was a response, patient and flattering, and precisely calibrated to a devotion this desperate to be received, offered by the same ancient, hungry powers that had once scattered the infant Primarchs across the stars, and had waited, ever since, for exactly this kind of opening to present itself. The consequence of Lorgar's secret devotion, when it finally surfaced into open imperial knowledge, arrived with a violence this record must describe plainly, for it was the first true wound the Great Crusade's shining momentum ever suffered, and it left a scar that never fully healed. Lorgar had built, upon a compliant world under his legion's authority, a magnificent city named in honor of the father he still, at that point, genuinely believed he was serving, a city called Monarchia, raised as a monument to devotion, in a style that troubled the Emperor deeply the moment its true religious character became clear to him. This was not, the Emperor judged, mere architectural indulgence. It was the visible fruit of exactly the superstitious worship the imperial truth had been built to eradicate, blooming openly, unmistakably, in the heart of a legion meant to exemplify the doctrine's triumph. The Emperor's response was swift and, by every surviving account, devastating in its severity. He ordered the city razed from orbit, its magnificent spires and temples reduced to ash and rubble in a single, merciless bombardment, and he compelled Lorgar himself, along with the primarchs of 2 other legions summoned to witness the punishment, to stand upon the ground and watch the destruction unfold. It is difficult to overstate the significance of what this single act set in motion, and this record will not attempt to soften the judgment it must now render. Whatever the Emperor's reasoning, and this record does not doubt that reasoning existed, sound and carefully weighed, the punishment delivered to Lorgar did not correct the wound that had produced his secret devotion in the first place. It deepened it, transforming a son's unmet spiritual hunger into something far more dangerous, a conviction, planted in humiliation and watered ever after with a grief he could share with almost no one, that his father was not merely wrong about the nature of the universe, but was, in some fundamental sense, an unworthy vessel for the reverence Lorgar had spent his whole life trying, and failing, to withhold. Lorgar did not rebel openly in that terrible hour. He knelt, as he was commanded, and accepted his punishment with an outward humility that satisfied his father's judgment. But this record must note, with whatever solemnity such a turning point deserves, that whatever loyalty Lorgar carried away from the ashes of Monarchia was no longer loyalty to the Emperor at all. It was loyalty, from that hour forward, to the powers who had answered him when his father had not, and Lorgar began, in the years that followed, a quieter and far more patient work than any city building, the slow, careful cultivation of similar wounds in brothers whose own private griefs, he had begun to suspect, might prove just as fertile ground for the same dark seed. The Crusade, in the decades following Monarchia's destruction, continued its relentless expansion outward, and if any among the Emperor's court sensed the quiet danger now taking root within Lorgar's wounded pride, no surviving fragment records that sense being spoken aloud, let alone acted upon. The wound was permitted to fester precisely because the Crusade's outward triumphs continued, uninterrupted and increasingly spectacular, and it was in the midst of one such triumph, the single greatest military victory the Great Crusade would ever achieve, that the seeds Lorgar had already begun planting found their first truly fertile soil. The Orcs, that persistent, warlike scourge this record has already introduced as a recurring obstacle to compliance across 100 contested systems, had in these middle centuries of the Crusade coalesced, under the leadership of a warlord whose brutal cunning exceeded anything the Imperium's forces had previously encountered from his kind, into an empire of terrifying scale, a green tide that threatened to overwhelm an entire quadrant of the galaxy the Imperium had spent decades painstakingly reclaiming. The campaign to break this empire drew together a concentration of Imperial force unlike anything the Crusade had yet assembled in a single engagement, legion after legion converging upon the warlord's fortress world in a war of annihilation that would come to be remembered, when it was finally won, as one of the Crusade's most complete and most celebrated victories. The triumph that followed, staged upon the ashes of the broken Orc Empire in a ceremony of almost unbearable grandeur, has come down through the fragments as the single brightest moment of the entire Great Crusade, a gathering of primarchs and legions and the Emperor himself, all together in one place for what would prove, though none of them yet knew it, to be very nearly the last time such a gathering would ever occur in peace. One remembrancer's account of that day describes a field of black glass stretching to every horizon, the ground itself fused into mirror smoothness by the closing bombardments, so that the assembled legions, standing in ranks that seemed to stretch beyond counting, appeared to stand upon a second sky rather than upon solid earth. She writes of the sound above all, the massed voices of 100,000 warriors raised in a single acclamation as the Emperor's own transport descended through the smoke-stained atmosphere, a sound she describes as having no single source she could locate, seeming instead to rise from the black glass itself, from the ranked banners, from the very air, until she could no longer tell whether she was hearing it with her ears or simply feeling it move through her chest like a second heartbeat. She writes, too, of the particular silence that fell in the instant before Horus knelt to receive his father's formal acclamation as War Master, a silence so total that she remembers hearing, with sudden and startling clarity, the wind moving faintly across all that broken glass, as though the entire galaxy itself had paused to draw a single breath before whatever came next. It was at the height of this triumph, amid the acclaim and the genuine, unguarded joy of an imperium celebrating its own seemingly unstoppable ascent, that this record must note a detail the more perceptive fragments have long dwelt upon with particular unease. In the aftermath of the victory, the Emperor elevated Horus formally and publicly to the rank of War Master before the assembled legions, an honor Horus had in practice already been exercising for years, but had never before received with such ceremony, such visible acclamation, such unambiguous declaration, that here, among all 20 sons, stood the one the father trusted above every other. The fragments describe Horus's reaction to this honor as one of genuine, humbled gratitude, and this record does not doubt the sincerity of that gratitude in the moment it was expressed. But it notes, too, that pride and doubt are rarely opposites in a mind capable of feeling both, and that a son elevated this publicly, this completely, above brothers whose own accomplishments were scarcely less extraordinary, carries afterward a weight that no ceremony, however grand, can fully account for. The weight of having become, in the eyes of an entire galaxy, the standard against which every subsequent failure of his own would be measured most harshly, not by his father, who by every surviving account continued to trust him without reservation, but by Horus himself. It was not pride alone, however, that ultimately opened the door through which the powers Lorgar had already courted finally reached Horus directly, and this record must now describe the wound through which that reaching occurred with the same unflinching honesty it has applied to every other grief in this telling. Some years after the triumph over the Orcs, Horus led a campaign against a world called Davin, a world whose surface concealed, beneath its ordinary appearance, a temple sacred to powers this record has already learned to name with dread. In the course of that campaign, Horus was gravely wounded, struck by a blade whose edge carried something considerably more dangerous than any ordinary poison, a corruption that settled into his body, and, more perilously still, into whatever part of a being like Horus serves the function flesh alone cannot fully claim. He lingered near death for a span of time the fragments describe inconsistently, some claiming days, others claiming considerably longer, tended by physicians who could offer him little beyond the observation that whatever afflicted him lay beyond the reach of their instruments and their medicines both. It was during this lingering, in the private darkness of a fevered convalescence attended by very few witnesses, that this record believes the true turning occurred, though it must acknowledge, with the same honesty it has promised throughout, that no surviving fragment offers a fully reliable account of exactly what passed in that sick room. What can be said, because its consequences unfolded in the open for anyone willing to look closely enough to notice, is that Horus emerged from his convalescence, outwardly recovered but subtly, unmistakably altered, a shadow settling behind his eyes that had not been present before Davin, a growing willingness, in councils of war previously marked by his characteristic warmth and openness, to entertain private doubts about his father's judgment that he shared, in these early stages, with almost no one beyond a small and carefully chosen circle. Among those permitted into that circle, inevitably, was Lorgar, whose own long-cultivated wound made him uniquely positioned to recognize and to gently, patiently deepen the doubt now taking root in a brother he had quietly hoped, for years, might one day prove receptive to exactly this kind of doubt. What the powers of the warp offered Horus, in the whispered courtship that followed his wounding, this record must describe with particular care, for it would be a grave dishonesty to render chaos in this telling as a force offering nothing but obvious, cartoonish malice, when the truth the fragments preserve is considerably more insidious and considerably more tragic than any simple villainy could account for. Horus was not offered power for its own sake, though power was certainly among the currencies exchanged. He was offered, above all, an answer to a question that had begun, since Davin, to gnaw at him with mounting urgency. Whether the imperial truth his father had built the whole crusade around was, in fact, the complete truth it claimed to be, or whether it concealed, behind its confident rationalism, forces and possibilities the emperor either did not fully understand, or, more troublingly still, understood perfectly well and had chosen, for reasons of his own, to withhold from even his most trusted son. Once planted, this doubt proved impossible to fully uproot, for it fed upon a genuine, unresolved tension the imperial truth had never satisfactorily explained. How could a doctrine built on the plain, verifiable authority of reason account for a father whose own nature remained, even to his sons, a mystery this record itself has already confessed it cannot fully unravel? It is here that this record must return, briefly, to the brother whose own gifts and whose own hunger for forbidden knowledge made him, alongside Lorgar, one of the most consequential figures in the slow unraveling now gathering pace beneath the Crusades' continuing outward triumphs. Magnus the Red, whose psychic mastery exceeded that of any other Primarch, had spent the Crusades' middle centuries pursuing his own private researches into the deeper mysteries of the warp, researches conducted with a scholar's genuine curiosity, rather than any deliberate malice, but conducted, this record must note, with a confidence in his own mastery that blinded him to the danger such research inevitably courted. In the course of these researches, Magnus glimpsed, through means this record will not claim fully to understand, fragments of a coming catastrophe he correctly recognized as threatening his father's entire enterprise, and in his urgency to warn the Emperor of what he had seen, he took a step whose consequences would prove, though Magnus himself intended nothing but loyal service, catastrophic beyond any warning he might have hoped to deliver. Believing conventional communication too slow and too uncertain to convey the full weight of the danger, Magnus reached across the warp itself, using his own formidable psychic gift to project his warning directly into his father's presence on Terra, a use of forbidden power that violated wards and protections the Emperor had raised for reasons Magnus did not, and perhaps could not, fully appreciate. The warning was delivered. It may even, in some measure this record cannot fully assess, have proven useful, but the manner of its delivery opened a wound in the Emperor's own great and secret labor, the Webway project this record has already introduced, a wound that would have consequences for Magnus and his legion, far more severe than any punishment Lorgar had received for Monarchia, consequences this record will address more fully when its chronology reaches the terrible hour of their reckoning. Meanwhile, in other corners of the galaxy, other brothers were being drawn, each by wounds particular to their own scattered childhoods, toward the same gathering darkness, though few of them yet understood the wider pattern their individual griefs were beginning to form. The brother rescued from slavery in the gladiatorial pits, whose rage had never fully settled since the mercy that freed him also severed some essential part of his mind's capacity for peace, found in the promises whispered to him a release from that unending rage he had never once, in all his years of otherwise glorious service, managed to find through any other means. He was offered, by the power whose particular hunger fed specifically upon fury and slaughter, not merely acceptance of his rage, but a kind of terrible apotheosis of it, a promise that the pain he had carried since his liberation might finally be transmuted into something purer, something that no longer needed to be endured, but could instead simply be unleashed, gloriously, without restraint or consequence. This record cannot pretend that such a promise, offered to a mind already so grievously wounded, was anything but devastatingly effective. The brother whose realm of origin had taught him that suffering, properly endured, was the price the universe demanded of anyone who wished to do good within it, found himself drawn toward a different power entirely, one whose particular gift was not the release of rage, but the slow, patient transformation of decay itself into a kind of terrible mercy, a promise that endurance, carried far enough, need not end in death at all, but could instead be sustained indefinitely, a horrifying inversion of the very stoicism that had defined this brother's whole life and his whole legion's philosophy, twisted just enough to make its horror feel, to a mind already primed by a lifetime of grim endurance, like its logical and almost welcome conclusion. And the brother raised among artisans and perfectionists, whose hunger for flawless mastery had never once, in all his brilliant victories, found a ceiling high enough to finally satisfy it, was drawn toward the same power whose birth this record has already traced to an entirely different civilization's ruin, a power that offered him, and through him his entire legion, sensations and perfections beyond anything even his exacting standards had previously imagined possible. A promise this record must note with particular grief, for it is a promise this record has already watched destroy an empire far older and far mightier than this brother's legion could ever hope to be, offered now to a fresh and unsuspecting host with the same patient appetite that had waited 10,000 years for precisely this kind of opening. The fragments closest to this particular fall describe a blade, ancient and strange, recovered during one of this brother's campaigns from a world whose original inhabitants had vanished long before the Crusades' arrival, a weapon of a craftsmanship so exquisite that it seemed, to a mind already obsessed with perfection, to answer some question he had been asking his entire life without ever quite managing to voice it. He kept the blade close from the moment of its discovery, practiced with it in private hours his own officers learned not to interrupt, and grew, by degrees so gradual that even those closest to him struggled afterward to identify the precise moment the change began, into something that wore his face and carried his name, but pursued perfection now, with an appetite that no longer recognized any limit worth respecting. His legion, whose own culture had always prized flawlessness above gentler virtues, followed him down this path with a readiness this record finds, in retrospect, one of the most quietly devastating details in the whole of this era's unraveling, for it suggests that the seed of their fall had been present in their founding culture long before any blade or any whispered promise ever gave that seed the opportunity to finally bloom. By slow degrees, brother by wounded brother, a conspiracy took shape beneath the great Crusade's continuing, outwardly triumphant surface, coordinated at its center by Horus, whose own doubt, cultivated so patiently by Lorgar, had by these later years hardened into something considerably more decisive than doubt alone could account for. This record will not claim that every Primarch who ultimately joined this conspiracy did so with full and open awareness of what they were truly serving. Some, the fragments suggest, believed themselves engaged in a necessary correction of their father's failures, rather than a wholesale betrayal of everything the Crusade had built. Others, this record suspects, understood precisely what they were doing and chose it anyway, whether from genuine conviction or unbearable grievance, or simply the accumulated weight of wounds too old and too deep for any loyalty to fully outweigh. Whatever the precise mixture of motive within each traitorous heart, the conspiracy that formed around Horus in these final years before open war grew steadily, quietly, until it encompassed not merely a handful of sympathetic brothers, but entire legions, entire fleets, an apparatus of betrayal vast enough to threaten the whole of the Imperium the Great Crusade had spent 2 centuries building. The moment this quiet conspiracy first revealed itself openly, the moment this record must now name as the true beginning of the war that would tear the Imperium apart, occurred upon a world called Istvan III, and this record owes its listener the particular grief of describing it plainly, for what happened there was not a battle in any sense that word usually carries. It was a betrayal so total, so coldly calculated, that even brothers who had already committed themselves to Horus's cause are recorded, in the fragments closest to the event, as having received the order with something approaching horror. Istvan III had been the site of a compliance action that, through a sequence of events this record need not fully untangle, had exposed elements within Horus's own gathering conspiracy to loyalist troops who suspected, correctly, that something had gone deeply wrong within their commander's true purpose. Rather than risk this suspicion spreading further, rather than permit even a fraction of doubt to reach ears that might carry warning back to the wider Imperium before his conspiracy was ready to reveal itself on his own chosen timetable, Horus made a decision this record can describe only as monstrous, however carefully it must also try to understand the calculation behind it. He ordered the deployment, against his own loyal troops who had served him faithfully across the whole of the Crusade's glorious history, of a weapon this record will name only in the plainest terms available to it, a virus engineered to unmake the very biology of everyone it touched, deployed not against an enemy, but against soldiers who trusted the commander, now condemning them to die for the crime of remaining loyal to a cause he himself had already abandoned. The bombardment fell upon Istvan III without warning, and the death that followed was not the swift, comprehensible death of battle but something considerably more obscene, a dissolution of flesh and identity that spread across the planet's surface in the space of hours, claiming soldiers who had, only days before, marched beside the very commanders now condemning them from orbit. This record will not dwell longer than necessary upon the particular horror of that death, for horror recounted past the point of necessity risks becoming a kind of obscenity in its own right, but it must note, because the truth demands it be noted, that among the forces still loyal to the Emperor who happened to be present on Istvan III's surface when the bombardment fell, survival was purchased, where it was purchased at all, at a cost that left even the hardiest veterans of the Great Crusade's earlier campaigns permanently altered by what they had witnessed and endured. One survivor's testimony, recorded years afterward by an imperial confessor who noted that the man could not deliver it without his hands beginning to shake, describes the sky over Istvan III's capital turning a color he could only call wrong, not red, not orange, but some shade his eyes had never before been asked to process, in the seconds before the first canisters struck. He speaks of a smell that reached him before the visible effects did, sweet and sickly, like fruit left to rot in a closed room, and of the sound that followed, not screaming, not at first, but a kind of wet, tearing silence, as though the air itself were being unmade along with the bodies caught within it. He remembers a friend beside him, a soldier he had served with for 11 years, reaching out to steady him against a sudden tremor in the ground, and remembers, with a horror he could still barely voice even in that later, safer room, watching his friend's hand continue reaching for perhaps 3 full seconds after the rest of that friend's body had already begun to come apart. This record offers this single testimony not to dwell in horror for its own sake, but because it is precisely this kind of intimate, specific grief, one soldier, one friend, one impossible 3 seconds, that the coming war would multiply across worlds beyond any single record's capacity to fully hold. News of what had occurred on Istvan III did not, in these opening hours and days, travel swiftly to the wider Imperium, for Horus and his co-conspirators moved with a deliberate, calculated secrecy intended to preserve, for as long as possible, the illusion that the Great Crusade's glorious momentum remained entirely unbroken. But secrecy of this magnitude could not be maintained indefinitely, not when survivors, however few and however broken, had witnessed the bombardment firsthand and understood, with a clarity that no subsequent cover story could fully erase, exactly whose order had condemned them. Word began, slowly and then with mounting urgency, to reach loyalist commanders scattered across the breadth of the Imperium, word that the War Master himself, the most trusted and most beloved of all the Emperor's sons, had turned traitor, and had proven the totality of that betrayal, not through some distant political maneuvering, but through the deliberate slaughter of his own faithful troops. What followed, in the immediate aftermath of that terrible revelation, was a scramble this record must describe with the same solemn foreboding it has carried through every account of gathering catastrophe in this telling. Loyalist primarchs, scattered across their own distant campaigns and only now beginning to grasp the true scale of what had been growing, unseen, beneath the Crusade's triumphant surface for years, began the desperate work of mustering whatever forces remained unquestionably faithful, forces that would need to converge, and converge quickly, if any hope remained of containing a betrayal whose full extent no single loyalist commander yet fully understood. Horus, for his part, did not pause to savor whatever grim satisfaction Istvan III's success might have offered him. He moved immediately toward the next stage of a design this record has already made clear was calculated with considerable patience, drawing loyalist forces toward a second world, a world called Istvan Vif, under the pretense of reinforcing a compliance action that required their aid. A trap this record will describe in full only when its own chronology permits, for what awaited the loyalist legions at Istvan Fi would prove, even measured against the horror of the virus bombing that preceded it, to be the single most devastating betrayal the Imperium would ever suffer at the hands of its own children. For now, this record must pause, as the fragments themselves so often pause at exactly this juncture, on the sheer scale of what had just been lost. 2 centuries of triumphant expansion, 2 centuries of a galaxy being patiently stitched back together after 10,000 years of darkness, stood suddenly, catastrophically imperiled by a wound that had opened not at the Imperium's frontier, where every prior danger this record has traced had always originated, but at its very heart, in the person of the son the Emperor had trusted above every other, elevated above every other, loved, by every surviving account, above every other. That such a son could fall, and could fall so completely as to slaughter his own loyal soldiers without visible hesitation, was a horror the wider Imperium had simply never been asked to imagine, and the horror of imagining it now, for the first time, in the wake of Istvan III's confirmed atrocity, would prove, in the months and years to come, nearly as destructive to Imperial morale as the coming war's battles themselves. Trust, once broken this completely, does not mend easily, and this record must observe, with whatever grim honesty the moment demands, that the Imperium which entered the war now gathering upon Istvan V's distant horizon was not the same confident, unified power that had marched so triumphantly out from Terra 2 centuries before. It was already, in ways that mattered as much as any battlefield outcome still to come, a wounded thing, fighting now not merely to defeat a traitor, but to discover whether the very idea it had been built upon, unity, purpose, a father's love sufficient to hold 20 extraordinary and extraordinarily different sons together forever, could possibly survive the proof that it had already, catastrophically, failed to do so. Loyalist fleets, even now, were burning hard across the warp toward the rendezvous Horus himself had named, summoned under the same banner of shared purpose that had carried them faithfully through 2 centuries of glorious campaigning, trusting, because they had never once before been given cause not to trust, that the brothers awaiting them at Istvan V remained the brothers they had always known. This record has already shown its listener enough of what waited in the hearts of those brothers to know how little that trust deserved to survive the crossing. But trust, once given as completely as the Loyalist legions had given it across 200 years of shared blood and shared glory, does not unlearn itself merely because betrayal has already been proven possible elsewhere in the galaxy. It unlearns itself, when it unlearns at all, only through the particular and irreversible tuition of catastrophe, and that tuition, this record must now say plainly, was already steaming toward Istvan V from every corner of a wounded Imperium, unaware that the rendezvous awaiting them had been chosen not to reinforce a compliance action at all, but to gather as many loyal sons and loyal legions as possible into a single place, at a single hour, for a single, final, unanswerable act of treachery. They came in good faith, and this record must begin here, at the heart of that terrible irony, before it can begin to describe what awaited them. Legion after loyal legion answered Horus's summons to Istvan V, believing themselves called to reinforce a compliance action, grown more stubborn than expected, trusting the brothers who had named the rendezvous, precisely because those brothers had never once, across 2 centuries of shared campaigning, given them reason to trust otherwise. Among the arriving forces marched some of the Great Crusade's most storied sons, warriors of the Raven Guard, the Iron Hands, the Salamanders, legions whose reputations for hard-won, unglamorous competence had made them the Imperium's most reliable instruments in 100 difficult campaigns, and it was precisely this reliability, this record must now note with the particular bitterness the moment demands, that made them so useful to the trap now closing around them. The betrayal, when it came, did not announce itself gradually. It came all at once, from every direction at once, for Horus had gathered to Istvan V not merely his own legion, but every brother and every legion this record has already shown, falling under Chaos's patient courtship, a concentration of traitorous strength vast enough to ensure that whatever loyalist forces arrived, expecting reinforcement, would instead find themselves, without warning, without any moment of dawning realization, gentle enough to prepare them, surrounded on a killing ground of Horus's own choosing. The loyalist legions, still advancing in good faith across Istvan V's drop zones, were caught between the treacherous fire of brothers they had trusted only moments before, and the merciless discipline of legions who had, by this point, fully embraced the darker purpose now guiding them. What followed has come down through every surviving fragment under a single name, spoken since only with a particular, exhausted grief: the drop site massacre. One account, given by a Raven Guard veteran decades after the war's end to an Imperial chronicler who noted the man never once raised his voice above a murmur throughout the whole telling, describes the moment the sky itself seemed to turn against him, drop pods that should have carried reinforcement, instead disgorging warriors whose battle markings he recognized, whose voices he had heard laughing over shared rations only days before, now turning their weapons upon him without hesitation or announcement. He speaks of the particular disorientation of that first moment, his mind refusing, for what felt like several full seconds, though he knows it could only have been a fraction of one, to process what his eyes were plainly showing him, and refusal that cost the warrior beside him his life, for hesitation born of disbelief is, on a battlefield, indistinguishable from any other fatal delay. He remembers the ground beneath him churned to mud, and worse by the sheer volume of fire converging from directions that should have been friendly, and he remembers, above all, the smell of promethium and scorched ceramite mixing with something else, something he still, decades later, could not bring himself to name plainly, and did not need to, for the chronicler recording his testimony understood well enough what unburied dead smell like when a battlefield has no time to spare for burying them. This record will not attempt to render every individual horror of that massacre in full, for the fragments themselves, even at this distance, resist such rendering, describing instead a chaos so total that survivors often struggled, in the accounts gathered afterward, to reconstruct any coherent sequence of what had actually occurred. What can be said, because the fragments agree on this much with unusual consistency, is that the loyalist forces at Istvan V suffered losses on a scale the Great Crusade had never before inflicted upon itself, entire companies annihilated in the opening hours, commanders who had led their warriors through 100 prior campaigns, cut down by brothers in arms whose loyalty, until that very moment, had never once been questioned. The Raven Guard, caught in the open with nowhere to retreat, were reduced to a shattered remnant of their former strength, their Primarch himself barely escaping the killing ground alive. The Iron Hands lost their own Primarch in that same catastrophic engagement, struck down in single combat by a brother whose perfectionist fury had, by this stage of his own corruption, curdled into something that took a particular, terrible satisfaction in destroying what it judged imperfect, and this loss, this record must note, would echo forward through that legion's culture for millennia, hardening an already stern people into something considerably colder and considerably less forgiving of weakness, in themselves or in anyone else. Amid this catastrophe, this record must pause on a single detail the fragments preserve with a clarity that suggests it mattered, even amid such overwhelming carnage, to everyone who witnessed it. As the massacre reached its bloodiest hour, one of the traitor legions, whose true loyalty had been concealed even from their fellow conspirators until this precise moment, turned without warning upon the Raven Guard they had marched beside only hours before, revealing a depth of premeditated betrayal that shocked even brothers who had themselves already committed fully to Horus's cause. This second, nested treachery within the larger treachery of Istvan V has never been fully explained by any surviving fragment, and this record, faithful to its own promise not to invent certainty where none survives, will say only that the legion responsible had always operated by a logic entirely its own, secretive even among secrets, and that whatever purpose this final cruelty served, it served a design that outlasted even Horus's own understanding of the war he believed himself to be leading. The legion in question, led by the twin sons this record introduced only briefly in its earlier telling, had joined Horus's conspiracy with an outward loyalty indistinguishable from any other traitor legions, and yet the fragments that survive their conduct throughout this war suggest a purpose considerably harder to categorize than simple allegiance to chaos, or simple ambition for power. Some scholars devoted to untangling their conduct have concluded that their true loyalty belonged neither to the emperor nor to the powers of the warp, but to some private design. This record cannot claim to fully understand. A design that treated the entire heresy. This record must observe with a certain uneasy wonder, as merely one more instrument toward an end that mattered to them more than victory for either side. Whatever the truth, their conduct at Istvan V ensured that no survivor of that massacre, loyalist or traitor alike, would ever again extend trust without reservation to any legion whose true purpose could not be directly, personally verified, a lesson the war had already taught with sufficient cruelty before this final, nested betrayal drove the point home with such unnecessary, deliberate precision. The survivors of Istvan V, those loyalist forces who managed, against every apparent likelihood, to escape the killing ground alive, carried away from that massacre not merely grievous losses, but a wound to their understanding of the universe itself, for they had witnessed, in the space of a single terrible day, proof that brotherhood, forged across 2 centuries of shared blood and shared glory, could be discarded, without visible hesitation, the moment ambition or corruption judged it expedient to do so. This wound would shape every subsequent decision the loyalist cause made in the war now truly, undeniably underway, a war no longer confined to whispered suspicion or isolated atrocity, but declared openly, catastrophically, across the whole breadth of an imperium that had, until Istvan V, still permitted itself to hope the crisis might somehow be contained. It could not be contained. In the months and years that followed Istvan V, the war Horus had unleashed spread outward across the galaxy with a speed that outpaced every loyalist effort to hold a coherent line against it, for the traitor legions, having committed fully to open rebellion, no longer needed to disguise their movements or coordinate their strikes with any particular subtlety. Entire sectors of the Imperium found themselves suddenly, catastrophically exposed, cut off from reinforcement, forced to survive on whatever loyalist strength happened to be present when the traitor fleets arrived. This record must note, too, that the wider galaxy did not pause its own hostilities merely because humanity had turned its terrible new strength against itself. The Orcs, never fully broken by even the Great Crusade's greatest victories, surged forward into territories the war had left undefended. Other Xenos powers, sensing opportunity in the Imperium's sudden catastrophic distraction, moved to reclaim ground they had lost in the Crusade's earlier decades. The galaxy the Great Crusade had spent 2 centuries painstakingly stitching back together began, almost immediately, to unravel at every seam the Civil War did not directly touch. Yet it was within the Imperium's own heart, in the fratricidal war now consuming legion after legion, brother against brother, that the true weight of this catastrophe fell most heavily, and this record must now trace, with whatever careful honesty the moment demands, several of the war's most consequential theaters, each carrying its own particular grief, each shaping the character of the legions and worlds it touched in ways that would echo forward for 10,000 years. Consider the realm of Ultramar, the vast and orderly domain the sun this record earlier described as builder and administrator had spent decades carefully raising from the ruin of the Age of Strife. The traitor legion whose primarch had once burned Monarchia's magnificent spires at the Emperor's own command turned, in this new war, their full and terrible attention upon this realm, for their own commander had never forgiven, and would never forgive, the wound that punishment had opened within him, and Ultramar, this record must observe with a particular bitterness, was betrayed from within, before a single traitor vessel ever crossed its borders. The traitor fleet, disguising its true intent behind the same false pretense of reinforcement that had claimed so many loyalist forces at Istvan V, was permitted passage through Ultramar's own defenses by officers who did not yet know, or perhaps chose not to know, the true purpose of the fleet they were welcoming. The devastation that followed, once the traitor fleet's true intent finally revealed itself amid the orbital defenses of a system called Calth, was catastrophic in a manner this record finds almost unbearably intimate to describe, for it was betrayal compounded by betrayal. Brothers who had once marched together in shared glory now tearing each other apart in the skies above a world whose Administrator Primarch had built, with such patient care, exactly the kind of order this war now threatened to unmake entirely. The battle that consumed Calth's system raged for years rather than days, a grinding, attritional catastrophe that left the system itself permanently scarred, its stars light forever after, filtered through a haze of debris and wreckage that would not fully clear within the whole of the war's remaining duration, a permanent, visible wound upon a realm that had, until that betrayal, represented the Imperium's most successful demonstration of what patient, careful order could achieve. The opening strike at Calth is remembered, in the fragments closest to it, less for any single battle than for the totality of its treachery. Warships that had shared docking bays and supply lines with their loyalist counterparts, turning their broadsides upon those same counterparts within the same hour. Ground forces who had trained together for years, suddenly finding themselves fighting for their lives against instructors and comrades whose betrayal offered no warning beyond the first shot fired. The Administrator Primarch, absent from Calth when the treachery began, learned of his realm's devastation only after the fact, and this record must note, because the fragments themselves dwell upon it at length, that this absence, and the guilt it planted in a man whose entire identity had been built upon careful, anticipatory order, would shape the whole of his subsequent character for the remainder of this record's telling. A builder who has watched his greatest work betrayed from within, while he himself stood elsewhere, unable to prevent it, does not easily trust his own foresight again, however brilliant that foresight had once proven itself to be. Consider, too, the fate of the brother whose psychic gift had once seemed the Imperium's greatest asset, and whose desperate, well-intentioned warning to his father this record has already described as opening a wound whose consequences it promised to address in full. That reckoning arrived now, in this darkest chapter of the war, and it arrived with a cruelty this record must render plainly, for the tragedy it describes was compounded not by malice alone, but by a chain of miscommunication and mistrust that a wiser, calmer age might have avoided entirely. The Emperor, still reeling from the discovery of Horus's betrayal, and increasingly suspicious of any use of warp-born power that might expose the Imperium to further corruption, dispatched the brother whose savage, wolf-bred discipline this record has already described, to bring the psychic brother and his legion to heel, to strip them of the very warp mastery that had, in the Emperor's judgment, already proven itself too dangerous to remain unchecked. This punitive expedition arrived upon the psychic brother's homeworld, a world of towering pyramids and vast libraries dedicated to the pursuit of forbidden knowledge, and what followed there was not the disciplined correction the Emperor had perhaps intended, but something closer to outright annihilation, for the wolf-bred legion's own fury, once unleashed, proved difficult to fully restrain, and the pyramids and libraries of that world, along with the vast majority of the population that had built them, were burned in a single, catastrophic assault that this record must name, with the same grief it has already learned to carry into every account of this terrible war, the burning of Prospero. A librarian who survived that burning, sheltered by chance within an archive vault whose walls happened to withstand what the structures around it could not, described afterward a night sky replaced entirely by fire, ash falling like a slow, endless snow across streets that had, only hours before, hosted scholars debating points of forbidden theory beneath lantern light. She spoke of towers she had known her entire life, structures that held more accumulated knowledge than perhaps any other single location within the Imperium's reach, collapsing in the space of a single indrawn breath, taking with them records that no other archive anywhere in the galaxy possessed even a partial copy of. She remembered, above the roar of collapsing stone and the deeper, more terrible roar of warriors, whose fury she recognized, with a horror that never fully left her, as grief turned savage rather than simple cruelty, for the wolf-bred legion had not come to Prospero as mere destroyers, but as brothers ordered to punish a betrayal they themselves had not fully understood the shape of, and their fury, she came to believe in the long years of exile that followed, carried within it an anguish of its own that made the burning no less devastating but somehow, unbearably, more comprehensible. The psychic brother himself survived that burning, though survival, in his particular case, exacted a cost this record finds among the most quietly tragic details of the entire war. Stripped of his homeworld, his physical culture, and much of his legion's mortal strength, he led what remained of his people into the warp itself, seeking shelter and, in time, seeking a bargain with the very powers this record has already shown, corrupting so many of his brothers, not out of any hunger for power for its own sake, but out of a desperate need to preserve what little remained of a people who had, in his own judgment, been punished far beyond any proportion their true offense deserved. What his legion became, in the aftermath of that bargain, transformed them from scholars and warrior mystics into something considerably stranger and considerably more sorrowful, bodies no longer entirely stable, forms that shifted and warped in ways that mirrored, this record cannot help but observe, the very warp currents they had once studied with such disciplined academic curiosity. This record will not claim the psychic brother's choice was without fault, for pride and disobedience had, after all, opened the wound that led to Prospero's burning in the first place. But it must observe, with whatever fairness this telling still owes to every wounded party in this terrible war, that the punishment visited upon him and his people exceeded, by any reasonable measure, the crime that provoked it, and that this excess, more than any other single injustice this record has yet described, would fuel a grief and a grievance that outlasted the war itself by 10,000 years. Elsewhere in this widening catastrophe, the brother rescued from slavery, whose rage had found in chaos's promises a release he had never before managed to achieve, led his legion into a campaign of slaughter this record can describe only as total, a devotion to violence for its own sake that abandoned every strategic consideration a wiser commander might have observed, seeking battle simply for the sake of battle, death simply for the sake of death, a fury that made his legion perhaps the single most feared instrument of destruction in the traitor's arsenal, and perhaps, this record must also note, the least useful to any coherent strategic purpose. For a weapon that cannot be aimed, only unleashed, serves the one who unleashes it only for as long as its rampage happens to align with his broader design. The brother whose grim, endless suffering discipline this record has already traced into a terrible inversion of its own founding stoicism, brought to this war a horror of an entirely different character, quieter than his rage-consumed brother's rampages but, in its own patient way, considerably more insidious. Where he marched, disease bloomed in patterns too deliberate to be mistaken for natural contagion, void shields and defensive void seals, failing not through any conventional breach, but through a slow, creeping corruption that seemed to seep into a world's very atmosphere before a single traitor soldier ever set boot upon its surface. Loyalist garrisons besieged by this particular brother's fleets often found themselves fighting an enemy that never needed to storm their walls at all, watching instead as their own bodies began to fail them, wounds that would not close, fevers that broke into visions no physician's care could soothe, a slow, grinding attrition that this record must observe was, in its own quiet way, every bit as merciless as his rage-driven brother's open slaughter, and considerably crueler in the particular, lingering horror of how it claimed its victims. It was during this same widening catastrophe that this record must recount, with particular sorrow, the death of a brother this account has not yet had occasion to fully introduce, the Primarch of the Iron Hands, slain at Istvan V, as this record has already noted, but whose death carries a second, crueler dimension worth returning to now. He had been, before his fall, a figure whose brothers regarded with genuine affection despite his own stern and uncompromising temperament, a warrior whose loss at the hands of a former friend, the very perfectionist brother this record has already traced into corruption, was witnessed and mourned by allies who understood, in that single moment of grief, exactly how thoroughly the war had already begun to consume everything the Great Crusade's golden decades had built. His death, more than perhaps any other single loss in this account's telling, crystallized for the loyalist cause the full, unbearable weight of what they were now fighting, not merely a rebellion to be crushed, but a grief to be endured, brother by murdered brother, for as long as the war continued to demand it. The Iron Hands who survived him took from that loss a lesson their culture would carry forward for 10,000 years. This record has yet to trace a conviction that flesh itself, however loyal, however proven, remained the one weakness a brother could never fully armor against betrayal, and in the long, grim centuries that followed, this conviction would drive them to replace more and more of their own living bodies with augmetic strength, as though enough substituted metal might finally purchase the invulnerability their fallen father's death had shown them. Flesh alone could never guarantee. Amid these scattered catastrophes, the loyalist cause did not simply absorb blow after blow without response, and this record owes its listener, alongside every grief it has already recounted, the accounting of resistance mounted with genuine courage and genuine sacrifice. The brother, whose fortress discipline this record has already introduced as one of the Great Crusade's defining temperaments, turned the whole of that discipline toward a single, overriding purpose: the preparation of terror itself. Against the assault this record's every fragment agreed, with grim unanimity, was now only a matter of time. Under his direction, the imperial palace was transformed from a monument of grandeur into a fortress of almost unimaginable defensive depth, walls raised upon walls, defensive lines calculated with an engineer's precision to bleed any attacking force for every meter of ground it hoped to claim. The scale of that transformation is difficult to convey without some sense of what terror itself had become in the years since the Great Crusade first marched outward from its surface. A homeworld reshaped by 2 centuries of gathering ambition into something closer to a single continuous city than any planet this record has previously described. And it was this entire vast, populated expanse that now found itself, by degrees, converted into a single continuous fortification, habitation towers reinforced into strongpoints, boulevards mined and prepared for controlled collapse, entire districts evacuated and repurposed as staging grounds for a defense that grew, month by month, more total and more merciless in its own preparations. The citizens who remained within reach of the coming battle, and this record must note that not every citizen could be evacuated from a homeworld this densely populated, endured those months of preparation with a dread this record's fragments describe as its own particular species of suffering. Watching the sky above their homes filled increasingly with defensive batteries and watchful gun servitors, understanding, with a clarity that grew more oppressive by the week, that the fortress now rising around them was being built not merely to protect them, but to be defended, if necessity demanded it, at whatever cost their own presence might ultimately exact. The Administrator Primarch, his own realm of Ultramar still smouldering from Calth's devastation, nonetheless organized what remained of his strength into a grim, methodical defense of the Imperium's eastern reaches, buying time, however costly, for whatever wider response the loyalist cause could still muster. The brother whose people had once ridden as raiders and hunters across the plains of his homeworld, harried the traitors' supply lines and flanks with a mobility no more disciplined force could easily match. A war of harassment and attrition, fought at the margins of the greater conflict, but no less vital for its lack of grand, decisive engagement. And the brother this record has already described as beloved above all others for his gentleness toward the dying, whose foreboding of his own death this record has already promised to address in its proper hour, led his own winged legion into battle after battle with a valor that inspired every soldier who witnessed it, even as that same foreboding, growing steadily more insistent with each passing campaign, weighed upon him in ways his closest companions could see but could offer no comfort against. He knew, or believed himself to know, with the particular certainty this record has learned to treat seriously when it comes from beings capable of glimpsing the warp's turbulent currents, that his own death approached, and that when it came, it would matter more than any other single loss the war had yet inflicted. This record must now, at last, describe the hour in which that foreboding proved itself entirely correct. The traitor Armada, having consumed and scattered so much of the loyalist resistance across 2 years of escalating catastrophe, turned at last toward the single objective that had underwritten every prior campaign of this terrible war. Terror itself, the imperial palace, the seat of the very authority Horus had once served with a devotion this record has already shown was, in its earliest years, entirely genuine. The Siege of Terror, when it finally began, brought together every horror this record has thus far described into a single, concentrated catastrophe. Traitor legions and demonic hosts summoned through rents torn deliberately into reality itself, breaking themselves against defenses the Fortress Brother had spent years perfecting, while within those defenses, loyalist warriors who had already endured Istvan V, Calth, Prospero, and 100 lesser horrors besides, fought now with the particular, desperate ferocity of defenders who understood, with total clarity, that there would be no retreat beyond this final line, no further world to fall back toward, if this one too was lost. The siege raged across the whole of the Imperial Palace's vast fortifications for what the fragments describe as an agonizing span of weeks. Plasma fire and demonic incursion and hand-to-hand slaughter at close quarters, filling every corridor and courtyard the traitor forces managed to breach. And it was in the midst of this grinding, merciless assault that the beloved brother, leading his winged legion in a desperate counterstrike against the traitor's advance, encountered at last the brother he had once called War Master with genuine, unclouded affection. What passed between them in that final confrontation, this record must recount with the full weight of grief such a moment deserves, for it was not merely two Primarchs meeting in battle, but a brother offering, even now, even amid the ruin of everything their shared cause had once represented, one final, desperate attempt to reach whatever remained of the man Horus had been before Davin's wound had opened the door to his corruption. That attempt failed. Horus, whether wholly consumed by the powers now animating him, or simply unwilling to abandon a path this far advanced, struck down the brother who had come to him still hoping, against every accumulated evidence to the contrary, that some fragment of the old loyalty might yet be reached. The beloved brother's death, precisely as his own foreboding had long promised, shook the loyalist cause more deeply than any prior loss of the war, for if this brother, gentlest and most beloved among all 20, could be slain by the very hand that had once clasped his in genuine brotherhood, then no comfortable illusion remained available to anyone still fighting, that this war might somehow end in anything other than total, irreversible loss on one side or the other. It was this death, this record believes, more than any single tactical calculation, that finally drew the Emperor himself down from whatever chamber his own great labor had kept him confined to for so many months of siege, out into the open ruin of a palace whose lower courts and outer walls had, by this point, been reduced to rubble and fire by the sheer weight of the traitor assault. The Emperor had not, until this hour, entered the battle directly. A restraint this record must observe was not born of any reluctance to fight, but of a calculation whose full weight only becomes clear in what followed, for a being of his singular importance to the Imperium's continued survival could not be risked in open battle, except at the moment such a risk had become, by every remaining measure, unavoidable. The death of the beloved brother, and the growing certainty that the palace's defenses, however heroically maintained, could not indefinitely withstand the traitor's continuing assault, brought that moment at last. Horus, aboard his own flagship hanging in orbit above the burning palace, made a choice in this final hour that this record must render with the particular, terrible clarity the moment deserves, for it reveals, more plainly than any prior act of his long corruption, exactly how completely the man, who had once been the Great Crusade's most beloved son, had by this point been remade. He lowered his flagship's void shields, an act of almost unthinkable vulnerability for a vessel at the heart of a siege, still very much undecided, and broadcast an invitation across every loyalist channel still capable of receiving it, a challenge, direct and unmistakable, for the Emperor himself to board his ship and settle the war, once and for all, in single combat between father and son. This record has already noted the confidence, verging on arrogance, that had defined Horus even before his corruption began, and it must note now that whatever remained of that confidence, however twisted by the powers now animating him, still burned bright enough to believe, with total conviction, that he could defeat the very being who had made him. The Emperor accepted the challenge. This record does not claim to know with certainty every calculation that led him to accept it, whether he judged, correctly as events would prove, that ending the war through this single decisive confrontation would spare the Imperium further catastrophic losses that a protracted continuation of the siege would inevitably exact, or whether some deeper, more personal grief, the accumulated weight of watching son after son fall to corruption, watching a beloved child slain by a brother's hand only hours before, simply demanded, at last, a reckoning too long deferred. Whatever the calculation, the Emperor boarded a vessel of his own and crossed the burning void between the palace and Horus's flagship, accompanied by a small honor guard whose own fragments describe an atmosphere of dread so total that few among them expected to survive the crossing, let alone witness its resolution. What followed, when the Emperor at last stood before Horus within the flagship's own throne room, has come down through every surviving fragment as the single most consequential confrontation in the whole of this record's telling, and this record must resist, even now, the temptation to render it with more spectacle than the truth can properly bear. Two beings of a power no mortal scale can adequately measure met in that chamber. One still recognizably the son who had once knelt in genuine gratitude to receive his father's trust. The other a being whose corruption had, by this final hour, elevated him into something considerably more than merely a fallen primarch, a vessel through which the combined hunger of every dark power this record has traced across its telling, now spoke and struck and reached. The battle that followed tore through the flagship's own structure, energies and forces contending that no surviving witness could fully describe in terms this record trusts itself to faithfully translate, and it raged for a span of time the fragments cannot agree upon, some claiming mere moments, others claiming an engagement that stretched across what felt, to the few witnesses present, like hours beyond counting. The handful of the honor guard permitted close enough to witness any fragment of that duel speak, in the accounts later gathered from them, less of blows exchanged than of a pressure felt through the deck plating beneath their feet, a rhythm that seemed to keep pace with something too vast to properly be called a heartbeat, shaking dust and debris from the chamber's high, ruined ceiling with every surge. They speak of light that came in colors without names, bleeding from the edges of a confrontation their eyes could not quite hold steady enough to follow, and of a cold that settled into the chamber despite the fires still burning along its shattered walls, a cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with proximity to forces the warrant of their own faith had never fully prepared them to stand this close beside. One witness recalled, in a testimony given only once and never afterward repeated even under direct questioning, a single moment of total silence at the confrontation's furthest extremity, a silence he described as louder, somehow, than anything that had come before it, and then the light was simply gone, and the chamber was simply still, and only one of the two combatants remained standing. In the end, and this record offers this ending, with the same solemn restraint it has carried through every prior climax of this telling, the Emperor prevailed. Whatever power now animated Horus, whatever strength the combined hunger of the warp's darkest patrons had poured into their chosen champion, proved, in this final reckoning, insufficient against the being who had shepherded humanity's entire history from the shadows for 10,000 years, before ever revealing himself openly. Horus fell, his body and whatever remained of his corrupted soul unmade in a manner this record will not attempt to render more precisely than the fragments themselves permit, and with his fall, the terrible momentum that had driven this war since Istvan III's first betrayal broke, all at once, like a fever finally passing from a body that had, until that instant, seemed certain to die of it. But victory, in this account as in every other this record has had occasion to describe, arrived at a cost this record must now name plainly. The Emperor, in defeating Horus, had sustained wounds this record cannot claim to fully understand in their precise nature, save that they were mortal, and that no power remaining to him or to the physicians who received his broken body back aboard the loyalist vessel could restore him to anything resembling the vigorous, openly walking presence that had guided humanity's revival for the whole of the preceding 2 centuries. He was carried back to the palace he had spent so many months defending only in absence, and there, amid the smoking ruin of a fortress that had held, at unimaginable cost, exactly long enough for its purpose to be fulfilled, a decision was made that would define the character of the Imperium for the 10,000 years this record has yet to trace. The Emperor, mortally wounded but not yet extinguished, was placed upon a device this record must now describe with whatever clarity its fragments allow: the Golden Throne, a machine of a sophistication and a purpose that predates, in its original design, the very war that had just concluded. This record has already gestured, in its account of the Emperor's secret labor beneath Terra's surface, toward a project concerned with the reclamation of the ancient webway, and it must now reveal, because the truth demands it be revealed at last, that the Golden Throne had been conceived as an instrument of that very project, a device intended to grant its occupant a psychic reach vast enough to stabilize and navigate the webway's treacherous, half-functional passages, never intended, in its original design, to serve as anything resembling a life support mechanism for a dying god-emperor. Necessity, however, does not always permit a tool to be used for the purpose its makers originally intended, and in the desperate hours following Horus's defeat, the Golden Throne was repurposed, hastily, and with a grief this record can only imagine among the adepts who performed the work, into precisely the device later ages would come to know it as: a mechanism capable of sustaining the barest, most attenuated thread of the Emperor's continued existence, keeping a heartbeat flickering, keeping a mind, however diminished, still faintly present, in a body that would never again walk openly among the Imperium he had built. This record must pause, here, on the particular weight of what this outcome truly meant, for it would be a disservice to the telling to render it as anything resembling triumph. The war was won, in the narrowest sense that word can be applied. Horus was dead. The immediate, existential threat to Terra itself had been turned aside at the last possible hour, but the cost of that victory was the permanent loss of the very figure whose open, walking presence had defined every triumph this record has traced since the Unification Wars first began. The Emperor who had guided humanity from the shadows for 10,000 years, who had stepped at last into the light to build an Imperium worthy of the species he had shepherded so patiently, was gone in every sense that had ever mattered to the ordinary soldiers and citizens who had once looked upon him and felt, however briefly, that mankind's long night had truly ended. What remained was a presence, a will still faintly extending itself across the psychic network that bound the Imperium together, sufficient to keep the great astronomical beacon that guided every warp-crossing vessel across the galaxy still burning, but no longer capable of walking a battlefield, of counseling a troubled sun, of doing any of the thousand small, human things that had once made his open rule something more than mere distant authority. The traitor legions, deprived of Horus's leadership and shattered by the same catastrophic reversal that had claimed their war master, did not press their assault further in the immediate aftermath of his fall. What remained of their broken armada withdrew, over the following months, toward the one region of the galaxy this record has already shown offered shelter to exactly this kind of corrupted power: the Eye of Terror, that permanent scar torn into reality by the Eldari's own catastrophic fall so many millennia before, a wound in the fabric of the universe, now welcoming a second generation of the ruined and the damned into its churning depths. There, in the centuries that followed, the traitor legions would begin the long process of reshaping themselves into something this record has not yet had occasion to fully name. No longer the loyal Legiones Astartes their gene seed had once made them, but something considerably stranger, considerably more thoroughly given over to the powers whose patient courtship had claimed them, a transformation this record will address more fully when its own chronology requires. Among the loyalist primarchs who survived to witness the war's ending, this record must note, the aftermath brought no simple relief, for victory purchased at this particular cost left grief with nowhere obvious to settle. The administrator primarch, already carrying the guilt of Calth's betrayal, now carried also the knowledge that a father who had once walked openly among his sons, correcting their errors and celebrating their triumphs with an immediacy no council or proclamation could ever replicate, would never again offer either correction or celebration in any form his brothers could directly perceive. The fortress brother, whose defense of Terra had held at a cost this record has already gestured toward without fully totaling, found himself now the inheritor of a palace that had survived the siege only to face the far less glamorous, far more grinding labor of decades of reconstruction. A labor he undertook, the fragments suggest, with the same joyless discipline he had once brought to raising the palace's defenses in the first place, as though duty performed without complaint might somehow substitute for a grief he had little apparent capacity to otherwise express. And the brothers who had lost kin directly to the war's fratricidal violence, a slain twin at Calth, a beloved brother struck down aboard Horus's own flagship, carried a wound this record does not believe any subsequent age of the Imperium ever fully allowed them to heal, for an Imperium rebuilding itself from this catastrophe had little patience remaining for the slow, private work of individual mourning. On Terra, meanwhile, the immediate work of governing an Imperium whose sole absolute authority could no longer walk, speak, or counsel openly, fell to a body of high officials and trusted advisors. This record must now introduce by the title history would come to know them by, the High Lords of Terra. This council, assembled in the desperate months following the Emperor's entombment upon the Golden Throne, took up the burden of administering a galaxy-spanning Imperium in the absence of any single ruling will capable of the kind of direct, personal governance the Emperor had once provided. And this record must note, with whatever foreboding the observation deserves, that a council convened in crisis, however capable its individual members, rarely governs with the clarity and the unified purpose of the singular authority it was forced to replace. The seeds of an administration this record will trace, in ages still to come, toward a bureaucratic weight of almost unimaginable scale were planted in these very first, desperate months, when speed and decisiveness mattered more than careful institutional design, and the habits formed under that pressure would prove, this record must observe, remarkably difficult to unlearn once the immediate crisis had finally passed. It was in this same period of grief and desperate improvisation that this record must note the earliest stirrings of a phenomenon that would, in the centuries to come, reshape the entire character of the Imperium's spiritual life. Among the soldiers and citizens who had survived the siege of Terra, who had witnessed the Emperor's departure to face Horus in single combat and his return, mortally wounded, to a throne from which he would never again rise, a language began, tentatively at first and then with mounting fervor, to attach itself to what they had witnessed, a language the imperial truth's own rationalist doctrine had spent 2 centuries trying to forbid. He had not died, this language insisted, not truly, not in any sense that mortal death could fully capture. He had ascended, transformed, becoming something no longer merely the greatest of mortal rulers, but a presence closer, in the desperate grief of those first months, to the very divinity his own doctrine had always denied was possible. This record will not claim that such language arose from any single decree or any deliberate policy. It arose, as such things so often do, from grief too large for any smaller vocabulary to hold, from citizens who needed, in the aftermath of a catastrophe this record has spent an entire chapter describing, something to believe in larger than the wounded, silent machine, now sustaining their emperor's barest thread of continued existence. This record will trace, in the chapters still to come, exactly how far and how consequentially that grief-born language ultimately grew. For now, it is enough to note that it had already begun, in the very shadow of Horus's fall, long before any formal doctrine arrived to give it shape. Faith endures longer than flesh, this record observed at the very outset of its telling, and it must return to that observation now, at the close of a chapter that has done nothing, if not prove the claim correct in ways no listener beginning this account could have anticipated. The Emperor's flesh, in the sense that word had always previously carried, ended upon Horus's flagship, whatever survived the duel and now sat, silent and sustained by machinery, upon a throne never built for this purpose. What did not end, what could not be ended even by a wound this catastrophic, was the faith already blooming, unbidden and unauthorized, in the hearts of citizens who had watched their god-emperor depart to face his own son, and had watched him, however diminished, return. This record does not know, and will not pretend to know, whether the emperor himself, in whatever attenuated awareness the Golden Throne still permitted him, welcomed or despaired of the devotion now rising around his silent form. It knows only that the devotion rose regardless, that it would continue rising for 10,000 years this record has yet to trace, and that everything this account must describe from this point forward, every war, every reform, every fresh catastrophe, would be shaped, in ways both visible and hidden, by the shadow of a father who could no longer walk among his children, and by the faith they built, brick by desperate brick, to fill the space his absence left behind. 20 sons had once stood ready to carry a father's purpose into the light. By the war's ending, several lay dead, several more had fled broken and corrupted into the deepest dark the galaxy possessed, and those who remained loyal carried wounds this record does not believe any subsequent age of glory would ever fully heal. The Imperium had survived. This record will not pretend that survival, in this instance, was a small thing, for the alternative this chapter has traced in such careful, grieving detail was total, irreversible ruin. But survival, this record has already learned to observe across every age it has traced, is rarely the same thing as triumph, and the Imperium that emerged from Horus's rebellion, however grateful for its continued existence, was not, and would never again be, the confident, unified, gloriously ascending power that had marched so triumphantly out from Terra 2 centuries before. It was something harder, warier, and considerably more devout, forged in a fire this record has now, at last, finished describing, and carried forward, from this hour onward, by hands that would spend the whole of the next 10,000 years learning to hold what remained. What remained, in the years immediately following Horus's fall, was not yet an Imperium at peace, for the traitor legion's retreat into the Eye of Terror did not mark the end of violence so much as its redistribution, scattered now across a galaxy still riddled with pockets of rebellion, corruption, and opportunistic Xenos incursion that the heresy's chaos had allowed to flourish unchecked. This record must now trace the labor this era demanded, a labor its own fragments name the scouring, the long, grinding work of hunting down every remaining traitor cell, every corrupted world, every isolated garrison that had thrown in its lot with Horus and now found itself abandoned by a cause that no longer possessed a living warmaster to direct it. This work was neither swift nor glorious, and this record must observe that it produced few of the legendary triumphs the Great Crusade's earlier decades had furnished in such abundance, for hunting scattered remnants through the ash of a broken rebellion offers little of the grandeur that reclaiming compliant worlds from the ruin of the old age of strife once had. It offers instead a slow, patient accounting, world by world, of exactly how far the poison had spread, and it was in the course of this accounting that the loyalist legions first began to fully grasp the scale of what the heresy had actually cost. Some worlds, when loyalist forces finally reached them, surrendered their traitor garrisons without further bloodshed, populations that had thrown in with Horus's cause more from fear of the alternative than any genuine conviction, and these were received, in most instances, with a wary but genuine clemency this record must credit to whatever remained of the Great Crusade's earlier, more hopeful spirit. Other worlds offered resistance that made plain just how thoroughly Chaos's corruption had taken root during the war's chaos. Populations who had, in the years of the Imperium's inattention, built entire theocracies around the very powers this record has already traced into Horus's own downfall, and these worlds, when they could not be reclaimed by any gentler means, were purged with a thoroughness this record's fragments describe in terms that offer little comfort to a listener hoping the scouring's grim necessity might have been conducted with more mercy than the era's raw, exhausted grief actually permitted. It was a decade-spanning labor, then a century-spanning one, for the wound the heresy had opened proved considerably deeper and considerably more widely scattered than even the war's most pessimistic loyalist commanders had initially feared. It was during this same grim reckoning that the Administrator Primarch, still carrying the guilt of Calth's betrayal, undertook the labor for which this record must credit him above almost any other single contribution to the Imperium's continued survival. He had watched, at Calth and at 100 lesser catastrophes besides, how completely a legion's absolute concentration of authority in a single commander's hands could be exploited the moment that commander's loyalty proved uncertain, and he understood, with the particular clarity grief sometimes grants a mind otherwise inclined toward careful, systematic thought, that the very structure which had made the Legiones Astartes so formidable, vast, unified forces answering to a single Primarch's will, had also made them catastrophically vulnerable to exactly the kind of wholesale corruption that had claimed 9 legions in a single war. His solution, developed and refined across years of painstaking labor in the aftermath of the fighting, was a document this record must now name with the reverence its consequences have earned across the 10,000 years since its composition, the Codex Astartes, a comprehensive treatise governing not merely the organization of the loyalist Legiones Astartes, but the entire philosophy by which they would be permitted to exist from that hour forward. The Codex's central innovation, and the one this record must dwell upon longest, was the deliberate fragmentation of the vast legions into smaller, self-contained formations of 1,000 warriors each, these to be called chapters, each led by its own chapter master, each maintaining its own traditions and its own recruiting grounds, but none of them permitted to grow to anything resembling the scale that had allowed a single corrupted Primarch to march an entire legion into treason. No commander, under this new order, would ever again hold sway over the tens of thousands of transhuman warriors a legion had once fielded, for the corruption of any single chapter, however tragic, could no longer threaten to unmake the whole of the Imperium's military strength in a single catastrophic betrayal. This record does not pretend the reform was without cost, for the fragments preserve considerable grief among the veteran warriors who watched legions with centuries of shared history and shared culture broken apart into smaller successor formations, brothers who had fought beside one another since the Great Crusade's earliest years, now assigned to different chapters, different worlds, different futures, the intimate, ancient bonds of legion loyalty, deliberately, permanently severed, in service of a security the war had proven, at unbearable cost, could not otherwise be guaranteed. One veteran's account, preserved among the earliest records of the Second Founding's implementation, describes the particular silence of a final muster, an entire company assembled upon a parade ground beneath a sky the color of old iron, listening as officers read aloud the new assignments that would scatter warriors who had shared quarters, shared rations, and shared the particular unspoken intimacy of surviving battle together for decades, into chapters that would, from that day forward, never again fight beneath a common banner. He remembers the sound of that reading more than its content, a flat, procedural voice reciting names and new designations with a bureaucratic precision that felt, to warriors still carrying the heresy's fresh wounds, almost obscene in its calm indifference to what was actually being severed. He remembers, too, a brother beside him, a friend of 30 years standing, saluting him with a formality neither of them had ever previously observed between each other, a gesture that told him, more clearly than any spoken farewell could have, that they both understood this parting to be final in every sense that mattered, whatever official channels for future contact the new chapter's charters might nominally permit. This reorganization, remembered by the fragments as the Second Founding, produced dozens of new chapters inheriting fragments of gene seed, symbolism, and combat doctrine from their parent legions, each evolving in the centuries that followed into a distinct culture shaped by its own particular recruiting world and its own particular interpretation of the Codex's governing principles. Some chapters held rigidly to the Codex's letter, organizing themselves precisely along the lines its author had prescribed. Others, operating in regions of the galaxy whose particular threats demanded flexibility the Codex's more rigid provisions did not easily accommodate, adapted its principles more loosely, a tension between orthodoxy and pragmatism that this record must note would recur, in one form or another, across every subsequent age its telling has yet to reach. What united every chapter born from this reformation whatever its particular relationship to the Codex's precise letter, was a shared understanding, hard-won and permanently scarring, that the purity of a warrior's purpose could never again be assumed, simply because that warrior wore the Emperor's own colors, and that vigilance against corruption from within was, from this hour forward, as essential a duty as vigilance against any enemy without. The Administrator Primarch himself did not live to see the full flowering of the reform his labor had authored, for in the years following the Codex's completion, he suffered a wound this record's fragments describe only obliquely, sufficient to place him beyond any ordinary medical recovery. And rather than permit an injury of this magnitude to claim him entirely, he was placed into a form of protective stasis, his body preserved, but his active presence withdrawn from the Imperium's affairs, for a span of time this record cannot yet fully specify, save to note that it would prove, when this account's chronology finally returns to him, to be a very long time indeed. With the Emperor silent upon his throne, and the Administrator Primarch withdrawn into his own long sleep, the governance of the sprawling Imperium fell more completely than ever into the hands of the High Lords of Terra, and it was under this council's increasingly institutionalized authority that the phenomenon this record noted only briefly in its previous telling, the grief-born language of divinity attaching itself to the Emperor's memory, began to grow from spontaneous, unauthorized devotion into something considerably more organized, more doctrinal, and ultimately more powerful than any single citizen's private grief could ever have produced alone. This record must now trace the rise of the institution that formalized this devotion, an institution history would come to know as the ecclesiarchy, and it must do so with the same unflinching honesty it has applied to every other transformation this telling has thus far described. The transformation did not occur overnight, and this record will not pretend a single decree or a single visionary founder single-handedly authored what grew, across centuries, into the vast, cathedral-building bureaucracy of faith that would eventually rival even the High Lords themselves in its influence over imperial life. It grew, instead, from the accumulated weight of 1 trillion small devotions, shrines raised by soldiers who had survived the siege of Terra and needed somewhere to place their gratitude, prayers whispered by citizens on worlds still recovering from the heresy's chaos, who found, in the image of a god-emperor watching over them from his silent throne, a comfort the cold rationalism of the old imperial truth had never quite managed to offer. Priests emerged to formalize these scattered devotions, cathedrals rose to house them, and doctrine accumulated, piece by piece, to explain and justify what had begun as pure, unauthorized grief. By the time this growing religious apparatus achieved the kind of formal institutional recognition that would allow it to build temples on a scale rivaling the Imperium's own military architecture, the transformation from the Emperor's own stated rationalism to a civilization organized, at its deepest spiritual level, around his worship as a literal god was, this record must observe with whatever irony the moment still permits, essentially complete. It was not merely the Emperor's memory that the ecclesiarchy sanctified in these centuries of growth. The Adeptus Mechanicus, whose reverence for the Omnissiah this record has already traced back to the earliest days of the Age of Strife, found in this new religious climate a natural, if occasionally uneasy alliance, for a galaxy increasingly organized around the worship of a divine emperor proved remarkably hospitable to a priesthood that had, for millennia already, treated its own sacred machines as vessels of a comparable divinity. Servitors, weapon systems, the great engines that powered the Imperium's shipyards and forge worlds, all were folded, in these centuries, into a comprehensive theology in which technology and faith ceased to be separate categories at all, in which the correct maintenance of a plasma reactor and the correct recitation of a liturgical prayer were understood, by the priests who performed both, as functionally identical acts of devotion, each equally essential to the continued grace of an imperium that now understood itself, in the fullest and most totalizing sense, as a single vast church militant, marching outward into a hostile galaxy under the banner of a god who could no longer speak, but whose silence itself had become the loudest kind of proof. The physical architecture of this growing faith rose alongside its doctrine, cathedrals of a scale and an ambition that rivaled, on more than one occasion, the great fortress works. This record has already credited to the Fortress Brothers' own defensive genius. Spires that stretched skyward from hive worlds and frontier colonies alike, stained glass depicting scenes from the Great Crusade, and the heresy rendered in a devotional style that bore, this record must observe, increasingly little resemblance to the plain, rationalist chronicles the remembrances of that earlier age had originally composed. Entire economies grew up around the construction and maintenance of these edifices, entire castes of artisans and laborers whose lives were spent in service to buildings whose primary purpose was not shelter or industry, but simply, overwhelmingly, the visible, monumental proof of a devotion that a merely spoken faith, however sincere, had apparently never been sufficient to fully satisfy. This record must now observe, with the particular grief that accompanies watching any institution's virtue curdle into its own excess, that an apparatus of faith, wielding this much accumulated authority, did not remain forever content to serve merely as a source of comfort and unifying purpose. Centuries after the ecclesiarchy's formal founding, its highest office fell to a figure this record must name, with the same unflinching honesty it applies to every other tyrant this telling has had occasion to describe. Goj van Dere, whose ascension to the position of ecclesiarch marked the beginning of an era the fragments remember, without exception, as one of the darkest the Imperium had endured since the heresy itself. Van Dere's ambition extended far beyond the spiritual authority his office had traditionally wielded. He sought, and through a combination of doctrinal manipulation, ruthless political maneuvering, and outright terror, very nearly achieved a fusion of religious and secular power that would have subordinated the whole of the Imperium's civil and military apparatus to his own personal will, a concentration of authority the original architects of the High Lords' Council had spent centuries specifically designing their institution to prevent. The era of Van Dere's ascendancy, remembered by the fragments under a name that captures both its violence and its duration, the Reign of Blood, saw purges conducted on a scale this record finds difficult to render without succumbing to a horror that risks overwhelming the telling entirely. Entire populations, on worlds whose only crime was insufficient enthusiasm for Van Dere's increasingly extreme doctrinal demands, were subjected to punitive measures that this record's fragments describe, in terms usually reserved for the Imperium's declared enemies rather than its own citizens. Van Dere's personal enforcers, a militant order of fanatics whose loyalty to him exceeded even their loyalty to the ecclesiarchy's own stated doctrine, moved across the Imperium's core worlds with an authority that increasingly answered to no restraint beyond Van Dere's own escalating paranoia, and the death toll this era ultimately claimed, though no fragment offers a figure this record trusts as reliable, is remembered, without exception, as catastrophic beyond any single number's capacity to fully convey. A single confession, preserved among the archives that survived Van Dere's eventual fall, records the testimony of a minor administrator on a hive world whose population had been judged insufficiently fervent in its devotions. He writes of enforcers arriving without warning at the hour of evening prayer, of the particular sound a crowded chapel makes in the instant before panic overtakes ritual, hymnals dropped, benches overturned, a rising murmur that had not yet become screaming, but was already no longer prayer. He writes of standing at the chapel's rear doors, ordered to bar them from the outside, and of choosing, in the several seconds his conscience allowed him before the order was repeated with a blade at his own throat, not to comply, an act of quiet defiance that cost him 3 fingers and very nearly his life, but that he credits, in the confession's final lines, with being the only decision of his entire administrative career he was ever able to look back upon without shame. This record offers his testimony not because his defiance changed the outcome for those inside, for the fragments make clear it did not, but because even amid an era this record must otherwise describe in terms of total institutional horror, such small refusals persisted, and are worth remembering precisely because they cost their bearers so much and changed, in any immediate sense, so little. The reign of blood ended, when it finally ended, not through any orderly institutional correction, but through open, armed rebellion, a coalition of loyalist military commanders and reform-minded clergy who recognized, at the considerable risk of their own lives and offices, that Vandier's ambitions had grown too dangerous to be resolved through anything short of direct force. This record must credit, among the figures who led this rebellion, warriors and officials whose own names the fragments preserve with the particular reverence history reserves for those who risk everything to correct a catastrophe others were too frightened or too complicit to confront. And it must note that the rebellion's success, when it finally came, arrived at the very gates of Vandiere's own palace, in a confrontation whose details the fragments render with a grim satisfaction. This record does not entirely begrudge them, given everything the preceding decades had cost. Vandier's death marked the end of the Reign of Blood, and in its immediate aftermath, the High Lords of Terror moved with unusual speed to ensure that no single ecclesiarch would ever again be permitted to accumulate authority on the scale Vandier had wielded, instituting reforms that fractured the ecclesiarchy's absolute doctrinal control and bound its highest offices, from that hour forward, to a web of checks and oversights specifically designed to prevent any recurrence of the catastrophe just endured. This record must now turn, having traced the Imperium's internal transformation across these first centuries of its post-heresy existence, toward the wider galaxy this same Imperium was still attempting, with steadily diminishing confidence in its own inevitable triumph, to hold against a chorus of threats that had never once paused their own ancient designs, merely because humanity had spent a war tearing itself apart. This record will trace these threats not as a simple list, for a list conveys little of the particular dread each represented, but as a slow accumulation of dangers, each rising in its own proper season. Across the 10,000 years, this chapter must now compress into a single continuous telling. The Orcs, this record's fragments agree, never required any particular season to rise, for their perpetual, restless war-making had never once required provocation or opportunity beyond their own species' fundamental nature. Across every century this record must now trace Orc warbands and, on occasion, entire Orc empires of the scale this record has already described at Ulinor's own triumphant campaign, continued to erupt across Imperial space with a regularity that made them less a discrete historical event than a permanent, unrelenting condition of Imperial existence, a green tide the Imperium learned, of grim necessity, to hold back rather than ever hope to fully extinguish, for an enemy whose numbers and whose fervor for battle only seemed to grow in direct proportion to the violence inflicted upon them, offered no realistic prospect of final, total victory, only an endless, exhausting vigilance. This record must observe the Imperium never once, across 10,000 years, was permitted to relax. Deeper and more patient than the Orcs' perpetual war-making was a threat this record has already introduced in its earliest telling, sleeping in tomb worlds, scattered across 1,000 systems since before humanity had learned to walk upright. The Necrons, whose long hibernation this record described at the very outset of its account, did not wake all at once, nor did their waking announce itself with any single, dramatic catastrophe, the way Horus's betrayal or Slaaneish's birth had once torn so violently across the galaxy's fabric. They woke instead world by scattered world, tomb by ancient tomb, as the long millennia finally reached whatever threshold each particular dynasty's slumber had been calibrated to observe, and imperial garrisons on worlds that had, for generations, known nothing beneath their soil but ordinary rock and mineral deposit found themselves, with mounting horror, discovering that the ground itself was stirring, that constructs of gleaming, deathless metal were rising from depths no prior survey had ever fully mapped, commanded by dynasties whose memory of the galaxy predated not merely the Imperium, but the whole of human civilization itself. This record must note, with the particular dread such an observation demands, that an enemy this ancient regarded the Imperium not as a worthy rival, but as an infestation, a temporary and mildly troublesome growth upon worlds the Necrons had claimed as their own domain, millions of years before mankind's first city had ever risen from Terra's soil. And it was this vast, contemptuous patience, more than any single tactical advantage their impossible technology conferred, that made the Necron threat so uniquely unsettling to an Imperium that had, until their waking, generally understood itself as the galaxy's rightful inheritor. A mining crew's testimony, recovered from one of the earliest documented awakenings, describes a tremor felt first not through sound, but through the soles of their boots, a vibration too rhythmic to be geological, repeating at intervals that grew steadily, patiently closer together across the following hours. They described drilling into a chamber their surveys had shown only as an unusually dense rock formation, and finding instead a seam of green light bleeding upward through cracks that should not have existed in solid stone, a light that carried with it, one witness insisted, despite his commander's skepticism, the faint and impossible sound of something that might have been machinery, or might have been breathing, or might have been both at once. By the time reinforcements arrived, the mining crew had vanished entirely, and the chamber beneath the excavation had already begun disgorging constructs whose silent, unhurried advance across the surface world above suggested nothing so much as a species entirely untroubled by any timetable but its own. From beyond the galaxy's own furthest rim, in these same slow centuries, came a threat this record must describe as fundamentally alien to every other danger this telling has yet traced. For the Orcs warred out of a savage cultural impulse this record has at least learned to comprehend in its broad outline, and the Necrons warred, when they warred at all, out of a cold, calculating territorial contempt this record can likewise trace to a recognizable, if ancient, motive. The Tyranids, when the first great swarms of them finally arrived, offered no such comprehensible motive at all, for they did not conquer, did not negotiate, did not even, in any sense a rational mind could easily grasp, hate the worlds and species they descended upon. They consumed entire biospheres, entire populations, entire planets' worth of accumulated biomass, stripped and devoured and repurposed into the ever-growing, ever more adaptive mass of the swarm itself, a hive-mind intelligence that learned, with each fresh feeding, to counter whatever defense the Imperium's desperate garrisons had managed to muster against the previous incursion. The first of these great hive fleets, remembered by the fragments under names spoken with a particular, hollow dread, tore through sectors of Imperial space with a totality that made even the Orcs' perpetual war-making seem, by grim comparison, almost a familiar and manageable nuisance, for a world consumed by the Tyranids was not merely conquered. It was erased, its biosphere rendered as lifeless and as thoroughly stripped as a carcass left too long beneath a desert sun, and the Imperium learned, across these terrible campaigns, that some enemies could not be reasoned with, could not be bargained with, could not even, in the end, be fully understood, only resisted, at whatever cost resistance demanded, for as long as resistance remained possible at all. An astropath stationed in orbit above one of the earliest confirmed hive fleet incursions recorded, before her own station finally fell silent, an account this record includes not for any tactical detail it preserves, but for the particular quality of dread it manages to convey across the intervening centuries. She wrote of watching, through a system's failing surface sensors, a world's great forests turn from green to grey within the span of days, not burned, not blighted in any manner her training had prepared her to recognize, but simply consumed, cell by cell, by a bloom of spore and tendril that moved across the landscape with the patient, unstoppable thoroughness of a rising tide. She wrote of refugee vessels launching in their thousands from a world whose population had, until days before, numbered in the billions, and of watching those same vessels, one by one, fall silent on the astropathic relays, as the swarm's smaller, faster organisms overtook them in the black. Her final transmission, sent as her own station's void shields finally failed, recorded no panic, only a kind of exhausted, clinical resignation, a request that whoever received her words ensure the sector's remaining defenses understood exactly how little time evacuation orders, however swiftly given, had actually bought the world she was now watching die. Amid these ancient and incomprehensible dangers, a threat of an entirely different character emerged in these same long centuries, not from the deep past like the Necrons, nor from beyond the galaxy's rim like the Tyranids, but from a young and rapidly ascending Xenos civilization, whose challenge to the Imperium's authority took a form this record must acknowledge as genuinely, unsettlingly novel. The Tau, as this record must now introduce them, offered the galaxy something no other power this telling has traced had ever quite offered. Not conquest through savagery, not territorial reclamation through ancient contempt, not mindless biological consumption, but an ideology, a philosophy of unity and collective purpose, its adherents called the greater good, extended to Xenos and human populations alike, with a genuine, if this record must observe, rather pointedly calculating, inclusivity that the Imperium's own rigid, faith-bound hierarchy could never hope to match. Their rise, by the measure of every other civilization this record has traced across its telling, was remarkably swift, a species that had, by the account of the Imperium's own bewildered early observers, only recently emerged from tribal fragmentation into unified civilization at all, yet had achieved within a handful of centuries a technological and social cohesion that some far older imperial worlds, ground down by 10,000 years of stagnant tradition, could no longer claim to match. Their society organized itself around castes, each devoted to a particular facet of the collective purpose: warriors and diplomats and artisans and earth caste laborers, bound together not by the coercive faith the Imperium relied upon, but by a genuinely felt, genuinely reinforced conviction that the whole mattered more than any single part, a conviction that proved, to the considerable discomfort of imperial observers who studied it, remarkably resistant to the kind of internal corruption and internal betrayal that had so nearly unmade the Imperium during its own gravest hour. Worlds on the Imperium's fringes, worn down by centuries of neglect from a distant and increasingly ossified central government, found in the Tau's expanding sphere of influence an alternative this record must acknowledge. With whatever discomfort the observation causes, some citizens found genuinely, sincerely preferable to continued imperial rule, and it was this ideological challenge, this record must note, that the Imperium's own ecclesiastical authorities found in many ways more threatening than any purely military incursion the Tau's comparatively modest fleets could otherwise have posed. A galaxy conditioned to understand every danger it faced as either savage, ancient, or purely predatory, found itself confronted, in the Tau, with an enemy whose worst crime, by the Imperium's own doctrinal reckoning, was the offer of order and purpose, without requiring faith in a God who could no longer speak. And this record must observe that no accusation the ecclesiarchy's own propaganda ever leveled against the Tau proved quite so effective at containing their influence as the plain, uncomfortable fact that on certain worlds, under certain desperate circumstances, the alternative they offered actually worked. And in the depths of Komorrah, the labyrinth city this record has already introduced as the Drukhari's ancient, cruel refuge, the descendants of those Eldari who had chosen suffering over exile continued. Across these same 10,000 years, the raids and depredations that sustained their unnaturally lengthened lives, striking at imperial worlds and craft-world vessels alike with a swift, merciless cruelty, this record has already explained the terrible logic behind a species neither aligned with the Imperium's cause nor meaningfully opposed to it in any coherent ideological sense, simply hungry, always, in the particular way their ancient bargain with survival had left them permanently, incurably hungry. Their gentler cousins upon the craft worlds fared little better across these same centuries, this record must note, for a dying species does not simply pause its dying merely because a younger civilization's own catastrophes have claimed the wider galaxy's attention. Each craft world's population continued its slow, irreversible decline, each world a fragile ark carrying fewer inhabitants with each passing generation, its seers watching a tapestry of fate whose every thread seemed to confirm what this record has already observed of their entire people since the fall. That extinction, however gradual, remained the horizon toward which every path available to them still, ultimately, led. It is worth remembering, amid the Imperium's own considerable catalogue of 10,000-year grief, that this older sorrow continued unabated alongside it, a civilization once golden, now measuring its remaining existence, not in centuries of triumph, but in the steadily thinning ranks of children born to mothers and fathers, who understood, with a clarity this record has learned to associate with the Eldari's particular, terrible foresight, exactly how limited that remaining existence had become. It was against this backdrop of perpetual multiplying threat, an Imperium beset simultaneously by ancient Xenos contempt, incomprehensible biological consumption, ideological rivalry, and endless savage war-making, that this record must now turn to the single most persistent and most consequential enemy the Imperium faced across these 10,000 years, a threat that never once, across the whole of that span, ceased pressing against the Imperium's borders from the depths of the Eye of Terror. The traitor legions, transformed across the centuries following the heresy into the fractured, warband organized forces later ages would simply call Chaos Space Marines, found in time a leader whose ambition and whose hatred for the Imperium that had cast his kind into exile exceeded even Horus's own, a warrior this record must now name with the particular weight his 10,000 years of persistent, unrelenting war against the Imperium have earned him. Abaddon, called the Despoiler, once a captain in Horus's own legion, who rose, in the long centuries following his master's fall, to claim leadership of the Black Legion and, through it, an authority over the scattered traitor warbands of the Eye of Terror that none of his rivals could successfully contest. Abaddon's war against the Imperium unfolded not as a single campaign but as a series of massive, coordinated invasions this record must now name Black Crusades, launched at intervals across the centuries whenever Abaddon judged the Imperium's defenses sufficiently weakened or his own gathered strength sufficiently prepared. This record will not attempt to trace each of these crusades in the individual detail their number would otherwise demand, for a dozen such invasions, launched across 10,000 years, would exhaust any listener's patience long before it exhausted the fragment's own capacity to describe them. It is enough to observe the pattern each crusade shared, vast fleets erupting from the Eye of Terror's churning depths. Falling upon imperial worlds along the frontier, this record has already introduced as Cadia, a fortress system whose defenses had, across the centuries since the heresy's ending, been built up into the single most formidable bulwark, standing between the Eye of Terror's corrupted depths and the wider, more vulnerable galaxy beyond. Crusade after crusade broke against Cadia's defenses, each one bleeding the Imperium of resources and lives it could ill afford to lose, each one probing for some weakness the last had failed to find, and each one, until the very last, ultimately turned back, at unbearable cost, by defenders whose own motto, repeated across generations of Cadian shock troopers with a conviction this record must credit as entirely genuine, held that Cadia would stand, no matter what the Eye of Terror's darkness sent against it. The 13th of these great invasions, launched at the very close of the 10,000-year span this chapter has labored to compress, would prove, this record must now relate with whatever solemnity such an ending demands, the crusade for which every prior invasion had merely been rehearsal. Abaddon, whose patience across the preceding centuries this record has already noted as considerably more calculating than Horus's own had ever proven, gathered for this final assault a force whose scale exceeded every previous Black Crusade combined, drawing upon centuries of accumulated strength, forbidden knowledge recovered from the deepest corners of the Eye of Terror's corrupted depths, and, this record must observe with particular dread, a fresh and terrible weapon this record cannot describe in full, without anticipating grief, this telling has not yet earned the right to fully unpack. It is enough, for now, to say that Abaddon came to Cadia this final time, not merely to break its defenses but to unmake, at the deepest structural level, the very foundation upon which those defenses and the wider Imperium's stability both ultimately rested. The battle for Cadia, when it finally came, unfolded across every layer this record has learned to trace in its account of great sieges, orbital engagements of a scale that darkened the system's own star with the wreckage of contending fleets, ground assaults that reduced Cadia's storied fortress cities to rubble street by defended street, and, threaded through every level of that conventional carnage, something considerably stranger and considerably more dangerous: warp rifts torn open across the system by rituals this record will not attempt to describe in any detail that might render them replicable, disgorging horrors that no conventional defense, however heroic, had ever been designed to withstand. The Cadian shock troopers who had inherited, across generations, the unshakable conviction that their world would never fall, fought this final battle with every measure of the courage their reputation had always promised, and this record must credit that courage plainly, for it bought time, inflicted losses upon the traitor forces that would echo forward for years, and delayed, if it could not ultimately prevent, the catastrophe now bearing down upon them with a weight no fortress world, however storied, could indefinitely withstand. A trooper's final logged transmission, recovered from a command bunker whose garrison did not survive to send any further word, describes a sky no longer distinguishable as sky at all, smoke and warp static, and the flare of orbital exchanges merging into a single, churning ceiling of violence that had not shown true daylight in what she estimated, though she admitted her estimate might no longer be reliable, as 11 days. She spoke of the particular exhaustion of a defense that had stopped counting individual assaults and started simply counting the hours between them, of ammunition rationed to a precision that left little margin for a defender's ordinary human error, and of a resolve that she insisted, even in that final transmission, had not broken, whatever the fortifications around her had already suffered. "Cadia stands," she said, in words the fragments have preserved as among the last coherent testimony to leave that world before its final fall, and this record includes her words not because they proved prophetic in any comforting sense, for the fortress world did not, in the end, stand, but because the conviction behind them, however ultimately overmatched by the scale of what came against it, deserves to be remembered as genuinely, unshakably sincere. Cadia fell. This record must state the fact plainly, without ornament, for no ornament this telling could offer would do justice to what those two words actually meant to an imperium that had, for 10,000 years, treated Cadia's endurance as one of the few genuinely reliable certainties remaining to it. The fortress world's destruction was not merely military but, this record must observe, cosmological in its ultimate consequence, for the rituals and the warp-tearing violence unleashed across the system in the course of its fall achieved precisely the deeper purpose Abaddon had brought this final crusade to accomplish. Reality itself, already weakened by 10,000 years of the Eye of Terror's own patient corruption and by the accumulated psychic weight of every atrocity this record has traced across its telling, tore open at Cadia's ruin in a manner this record must now name with the same grave finality the fragments themselves reserve for the catastrophe. The Great Rift, a warp wound of a scale this galaxy had not witnessed since the Eldari's own catastrophic fall so many millennia before, opened across the breadth of the galaxy itself, a colossal, jagged scar bleeding immaterial energy into real space along an axis that, within days of its opening, had effectively cut the Imperium of mankind in two. On one side of this new and terrible division lay the region the survivors would come to call Imperium Sanctus, encompassing Terra itself, the sacred forge world of Mars, and the greater mass of the Imperium's core systems, battered and grieving but still, however tenuously, connected to the authority and the resources that had sustained them for 10 millennia. On the other side lay a vast expanse of worlds this record must now name Imperium Nihilus, severed almost entirely from any contact with Terra, plunged into a darkness that was not merely metaphorical but, this record must observe with particular horror, genuinely, physically total, for the Astronomicon itself, that great psychic beacon guiding every warp-capable vessel across the galaxy since the very earliest days of the Imperium's founding, flickered and dimmed across this entire severed region, leaving billions of citizens on billions of worlds without any reliable means of contacting, or being reached by, the wider Imperium they had spent their entire lives understanding themselves to be a permanent part of. The consequences of the Great Rift's opening rippled outward from Cadia's ruin with a speed and a totality this record has, across every prior catastrophe it has traced, rarely had occasion to describe. Demonic incursions, no longer confined to the Eye of Terror's traditional boundaries, erupted across worlds that had never before experienced anything worse than the ordinary hazards of frontier existence, as the weakened fabric between materium and immaterium permitted horrors to cross with an ease. The Imperium's accumulated 10,000 years of ward and ritual had never been designed to withstand at this scale. Chaos cults that had operated for generations in careful, patient secrecy across 1,000 imperial worlds found themselves, almost overnight, empowered to abandon secrecy entirely, rising in open, coordinated insurrection against governments and garrisons, suddenly, catastrophically less capable of suppressing them than the preceding century's relative stability had allowed anyone to assume. And across Imperium Nihilus, worlds cut off from Terra's reach descended, in scattered pockets this record cannot claim to fully catalogue, into exactly the kind of isolated desperation this account traced once before, in a far earlier age, when the Age of Strife first severed humanity's scattered colonies from one another and left them to survive, or fail to survive, entirely on their own. A governor's final address to her own world, broadcast in the days immediately following the Astronomican's flicker across her sector and preserved by a local archive whose eventual fate this record cannot confirm, offers a glimpse of what this severance actually felt like to the ordinary citizens living through its opening hours. She speaks, in a voice the recording preserves as remarkably steady, despite everything the fragments suggest she must already have understood, of ships that had departed for the wider Imperium months before and would not now be returning on any schedule her world could still rely upon, of supply convoys whose arrival had, for generations, been as dependable as the seasons and could no longer be assumed at all, and of a sky that her own astronomers reported was beginning to show colors and disturbances no prior generation's records had ever documented. She did not promise her people rescue, for she tells them plainly that she does not know when or whether rescue will come. She promises them only that the world's granaries would be rationed fairly, that its defenses would be maintained for as long as maintaining them remained possible, and that whatever darkness now settled over them, they would not, while she held her office, be permitted to face it without whatever order and dignity a government still capable of functioning could still provide. This record does not know what ultimately became of her world. It offers her address here because it captures, better than any broader accounting of fleets and casualties could manage, the particular, intimate shape the Great Rift's catastrophe actually took for the billions of citizens now living, without any clear promise of rescue, in its permanent shadow. This record must now close the account of these 10,000 years at precisely this darkest possible hour, for it would be a dishonesty to its own established practice to soften, even slightly, the totality of the catastrophe with which this era of imperial history actually concluded. The Imperium that had emerged from Horus's rebellion had spent 10 millennia rebuilding itself, reforming its military structure, formalizing its faith, and holding back, at unbearable and unceasing cost, an accumulating chorus of ancient and incomprehensible threats, only to watch its single most reliable bulwark fall in a single catastrophic crusade, and to watch that fall tear open a wound in reality itself, vast enough to sever the very Imperium it had been built to protect. This record does not know, as it closes this chapter's telling, whether what comes next will offer any genuine remedy to a catastrophe this total. It knows only that the darkness now settling across half the Imperium's worlds was, by every honest measure this account can offer, the deepest darkness this record has yet had occasion to describe, deeper even than the old night that once swallowed Terra itself, for that earlier darkness had at least permitted the hope, however distant, of eventual reunification. This new darkness offered no such certainty. It offered only a rift, jagged and permanent, splitting a 10,000-year Imperium in two, and a silence, spreading across half a galaxy's worth of worlds, that no beacon still burning on distant Terra could any longer promise to fill. And yet, this record must observe before it permits this darkest of its chapters to finally close. Even this catastrophe did not extinguish the particular, stubborn quality this account has traced through every prior ruin it has been asked to describe. On worlds now severed from every certainty their citizens had once relied upon, prayers continued to be spoken, not because any answer had been promised, but because the speaking itself had become, across 10,000 years of accumulated devotion, its own kind of endurance. Garrisons that could no longer expect reinforcement continued to hold their positions, not because victory remained assured, but because the alternative, abandonment of a duty 10 millennia of tradition had taught them to consider sacred, remained, for those who still held the line, simply unthinkable. This record does not offer these observations as comfort, for comfort is not owed to a listener this account has asked to sit with grief this total, and it will not pretend that stubborn faith alone was ever sufficient to hold back what the Great Rift had unleashed. It offers them only as fact, the same kind of fact this record has offered at the close of every prior catastrophe it has traced, that ruin, however total, has never yet, in the whole of this record's telling, proven sufficient to extinguish every last ember of the particular, unreasonable persistence that a species capable of both this much cruelty and this much devotion has always, somehow, continued to carry forward into whatever darkness comes next. Darkness, this record has already learned across 5 chapters of unrelenting telling, rarely announces the whole of its depth in the first hour of its falling. What settled across the Imperium in the days and years following Cadia's ruin proved no exception to that hard-won pattern, for the Great Rift's opening was not a single catastrophe absorbed and endured, but a condition, ongoing and worsening, that the fragments of this era name with a bleak, exhausted precision. Noctis Aeterna, the endless night, a darkness that did not pass with the turning of any calendar but simply continued, month upon month, year upon year, testing a faith this record has already shown could survive a great deal, but had never before been asked to survive quite so much at once. This record must observe, before it traces the wider consequence of that darkness, that Noctis Aeterna's particular cruelty lay not merely in its scale, but in its uncertainty. For every prior catastrophe this account has chronicled, the heresy's civil war, the long centuries of the Scouring, even Cadia's own final battle, had possessed at least the grim mercy of eventual resolution, a beginning and an ending a survivor could, however painfully, eventually name. Noctis Aeterna offered no such mercy. It simply continued, indefinitely, without any promised terminus, and a darkness without a promised end. This record has come to understand, across its own long labor of compiling this chronicle, tests a species' endurance in ways that even the most violent, decisive catastrophe never quite manages to achieve. The Astronomican's flicker, this record must now describe in fuller detail than its previous chapter permitted, was not merely an inconvenience to navigation. It was, for the trillions of citizens whose entire understanding of a unified galaxy depended upon that beacon's steady, reliable light, a wound to the very concept of the Imperium itself, for a beacon that flickers is a beacon whose promise, unity across impossible distance, protection extended even to worlds Terra's own authorities had perhaps never once directly visited, can no longer be trusted absolutely. Navigators who had crossed the warp 1,000 times upon the beacon's unwavering guidance now found themselves navigating by increasingly unreliable fragments of its light, voyages that had once taken weeks stretching into months, ships arriving at their destinations decades after their intended schedule, or not arriving at all, swallowed by a warp grown considerably more hostile, considerably more populated by the horrors this record has already traced pouring outward from the Great Rift's ragged wound. Within Imperium Nihilus, the severed expanse this record's previous chapter named at the moment of its birth, the darkness took a particular, intimate shape for the worlds trapped within it, and this record owes its listener, before it can trace the wider galactic response to this catastrophe, at least a brief accounting of what endurance actually looked like on the ground, world by desperate world, across those first grim years of total isolation. Garrison commanders who had spent careers preparing for conventional warfare found themselves instead managing famine, managing the slow, grinding attrition of populations cut off from resupply, managing insurrections born not of chaos corruption alone, but of simple, understandable desperation, citizens who had watched every promise their government once made about protection and provision collapse, almost overnight, into a silence no reassurance could any longer paper over. Some worlds held, some did not. This record will not pretend the balance between these two outcomes favored survival more often than it favored ruin, for the fragments of this era, more than perhaps any other this account has traced, are dominated by losses, worlds whose fate the wider Imperium would not learn for years, if it learned of it at all, entire populations vanishing into the same silence that had already claimed so much of the galaxy's once confident communication network. A Hive World preacher's private journal, recovered decades after Noctis Aeterna's onset from a world that had, against considerable odds, survived to be reconnected, describes the particular quality of a sky that no longer offered even the ordinary comfort of stars. He writes of standing upon his cathedral's highest accessible spire in the year the darkness first fully settled, looking upward at a heaven he had spent his entire ministry describing as the visible proof of the Emperor's watchful care, and finding instead a churning, bruised absence that offered no proof of anything beyond its own indifferent vastness. He writes of congregations that grew, in those years, both larger and quieter, citizens arriving at services not for comfort in any conventional sense, but simply to be near other frightened people in a lit room, and of his own private crisis of faith, recorded with a candor he clearly never intended any other eye to read, in which he confesses to wondering, for the first time in a lifetime of unquestioning service, whether the silence above his world was answered by anything at all. He did not resolve that doubt within the pages that survive. He resolved, instead, simply to keep leading the services, keep lighting the candles, keep speaking the old words into a sky that gave no visible sign of listening, a choice this record must observe, having traced so many prior chapters of comparable doubt, met with comparable stubborn continuation, was perhaps the only kind of answer this particular era of darkness was ever going to offer anyone. It was into this darkness, this record must now relate, that hope arrived from a direction few among the Imperium's grieving citizens would have thought to expect it, for the labor that finally broke Noctis Aeterna's worst grip did not originate from any purely human initiative, but from an alliance this record must render, with the particular, uneasy wonder such an unlikely partnership deserves. The Aeldari, whose long, grinding decline this record's previous chapter has already traced across 10,000 years of accumulating grief, had not spent that decline merely awaiting extinction. Among their seers, a doctrine had taken shape across the centuries concerning a god this record has not yet had occasion to name, Ynied, a deity of death and rebirth whose full awakening, the Eldari's most devoted prophets believed, might yet offer their dying species a final, desperate path toward salvation, a path whose fulfillment, by the peculiar and terrible logic of Eldari prophecy, required events and allies that lay, in these darkest years, entirely outside their own civilization's diminished reach. Among the elements this prophecy required, the fragments record with an insistence this account has learned to treat seriously when it comes from beings capable of glimpsing fate's turbulent currents, was the revival of a figure this record has not addressed since it described his withdrawal into protective stasis in the chapter previous, the Administrator Primarch, whose body had lain preserved but silent for a span of centuries. This record's own chronology has, until now, declined to specify. An Eldari spirit seer, guided by visions whose precise origin remains, even to this record's most careful reading of the fragments, genuinely uncertain, made contact with the Imperial forces still capable of receiving such contact, and proposed an alliance this record must credit both sides with considerable courage to have even entertained, let alone pursued. A joint ritual, drawing upon both Imperial science and Aeldari psychic mastery in a combination neither civilization could have achieved alone, intended to restore the Administrator Primarch from his long sleep and, through him, offer the wounded Imperium a leadership its scattered, isolated worlds desperately needed. The ritual succeeded, and this record must render the moment of that success with whatever restrained wonder the fragments themselves still managed to convey across the intervening years, for it marked the first unambiguously hopeful event this chapter has yet had occasion to describe. The witnesses present for that ritual, few enough that this record can credit their testimony with unusual consistency, describe a chamber lit only by the combined glow of Martian technology and Eldari wraithbone, two forms of light that should, by every prior account this record has traced of the ancient enmity between their respective traditions, have been incompatible with one another, yet burned together in that chamber, with what more than one witness independently described as a strange, unlooked-for harmony. They speak of the spirit seer's voice rising in a chant no imperial ear present could translate, weaving through the mechanical litanies the attending tech priests recited in counterpoint, two utterly foreign devotions offered simultaneously toward a single, desperate purpose. They speak, above all, of the moment the Administrator Primarch's long-stilled chest at last drew breath, a sound so small against the chamber's accumulated ceremony that several witnesses admitted, in testimony given afterward, to having missed it entirely on first occurrence, certain only in retrospect that this had been the precise instant everything afterward became possible again. The Administrator Primarch woke not merely alive but transformed, his recovery proceeding at a rate that exceeded every expectation the physicians attending him had dared to hope for, his body rebuilt and reinforced with the finest technology Mars's forge priests could bring to bear upon a Primarch's already extraordinary physiology. Within what the fragments describe as a remarkably short span, he stood again, whole, armored, and utterly, immediately furious at the state of the Imperium he found himself waking into. That fury, this record must note, was not misplaced, for what the Administrator Primarch discovered upon rising bore only a distant, degraded resemblance to the Imperium he had last known before his long sleep claimed him. The bureaucratic apparatus he found governing in his absence had calcified, across the centuries, into something far more concerned with the preservation of its own accumulated procedure than with the responsive, decisive governance a galaxy under this much-sustained assault actually required. The Ecclesiarchy's doctrine, this record must observe with a certain grim consistency to everything it has already traced of that institution's long evolution, had grown steadily more ossified, more resistant to any deviation from established liturgy, even as the crisis facing the Imperium demanded exactly the kind of flexible, urgent response such ossification made almost structurally impossible. The Administrator Primarch did not, this record must credit him, waste the considerable fury this discovery provoked in him on mere lamentation. He turned it, with the same disciplined, purposeful energy that had once built the Codex Astartes from the ashes of the heresy's grief, toward the immediate, practical work of reorganizing whatever remained of the Imperium's capacity to respond to its own crisis, and he proclaimed, within what the fragments describe as mere weeks of his own revival, an undertaking this record must now name with the weight its consequences have earned, the Indomitus Crusade. The Crusade's purpose, unlike the grand, expansive ambition of the Great Crusade this record traced so many chapters before, was not conquest, but stabilization, a desperate campaign to reach and reinforce as many of the Imperium's most critically endangered worlds as the Administrator Primarch's gathered strength could manage to reach. Within the narrow window his own urgency allowed him to believe still remained. To fight this campaign, he required soldiers in numbers the Imperium's existing chapters, thinned by 10,000 years of continuous, unrelenting war, simply could not provide, and it was for this purpose that the same Archmagos whose engineering genius had made the Administrator Primarch's own revival possible, unveiled a second, complementary achievement, warriors this record must now introduce by the name history would come to know them. The Primaris Space Marines, a new generation of the Emperor's soldiers, built upon refinements to the ancient gene seed templates that granted them strength, resilience, and battlefield capability, exceeding even the formidable standard the original Legiones Astartes had once set. Warriors intended not to replace the existing chapters, but to reinforce them, to pour fresh, desperately needed strength into orders that 10 millennia of continuous war had worn down to fractions of their founding numbers. The Indomitus Crusade, when it finally launched, unfolded across a span of years this record must credit with genuine, hard-won achievement, though it would be a dishonesty to render that achievement as anything resembling total victory. World after endangered world received relief they had, in many instances, given up any realistic hope of ever seeing, garrisons reinforced with fresh Primaris strength, supply lines re-established where the Crusades' fleets could reach far enough to re-establish them, defenses stabilized against threats that had, in the Crusades' absence, been steadily grinding those defenses toward total collapse. A defense captain's account, given years afterward at a commemoration this record's sources describe only briefly, recalls the particular sound of orbital drop pods breaching a sky his world's inhabitants had, by that point in their long siege, stopped expecting to ever again deliver anything but further attack. He remembers a silence spreading through his own command bunker as sensor operators, initially certain they were reporting a fresh assault, gradually understood, and then struggled to articulate that the signatures now filling their scopes carried Imperial transponder codes, codes his world's garrison had not received a confirmed, authenticated transmission from in years. He remembers stepping outside, against every protocol his own long siege had drilled into him, to watch with his own eyes as armored giants he did not recognize, taller and somehow more solid than the Astartes reinforcements his world's records described from engagements decades before, descended through smoke his world's own guns had spent months filling the sky with, and he remembers, above every tactical detail his report was technically required to include, the sound of his own soldiers, veterans who had not permitted themselves visible emotion in longer than he could accurately recall, beginning, unprompted and entirely without order, to cheer. But the scale of the crisis this record has spent this entire chapter describing exceeded, by any honest measure, what even the most successful single campaign could hope to fully resolve, and the Administrator Primarch himself understood this limitation with a clarity this record must credit as one of his most genuinely admirable qualities, for he did not permit the Crusades' real, hard-won successes to obscure, in his own governing judgment, the fact that the Imperium's crisis remained, at the campaign's conclusion, very much unresolved. This record must note, before it turns to trace the wider era this stabilization opened, that the Administrator Primarch's own relationship with the High Lords of Terror proved, in these years, considerably more fraught than his relationship with the ordinary soldiers and citizens whose worlds his crusade had reached. The bureaucratic apparatus this record has already traced calcifying across 10,000 years of institutional drift did not welcome, with any particular enthusiasm, the sudden reassertion of a singular, decisive authority whose judgment now openly, repeatedly contradicted procedures and precedents some among the High Lords had spent entire careers mastering and defending. This record will not claim the resulting tension resolved itself cleanly, for the fragments closest to this era describe a governance considerably more contested, considerably more argued over, than the unified, singular purpose this account traced at the very founding of the Imperium so many chapters before. What emerged in the years following the Administrator Primarch's return was not a restoration of the old singular authority the Emperor himself had once wielded, but something closer to an uneasy, ongoing negotiation between competing sources of legitimacy, a Primarch's battlefield urgency contending, council session after council session, against a bureaucracy's accumulated caution, and this record must observe that neither side, across the years this chapter has traced, ever fully prevailed over the other. A tension this record suspects will continue shaping imperial governance for however long the Imperium itself continues to endure. What the Indomitus Crusade achieved was not an ending to Noctis Aeterna's darkness, but a stabilization sufficient to permit the Imperium, for the first time since Cadia's fall, to begin the far longer, far more grinding work of adapting itself to a galaxy that would not, this record must observe with the same unflinching honesty it has applied to every prior transformation, ever again resemble the confident, unified power that had existed before the Great Rift's opening. This record must now turn, having traced the Indomitus Crusade's stabilizing, if incomplete, achievement toward the wider era this stabilization opened, a span of years the fragments name, with a phrase this record finds unusually apt given everything this chapter must now trace, the psychic awakening, for it was an era in which every power this account has spent its telling describing, human and Xenos, loyal and traitorous, ancient and newly risen, found itself stirred by the Great Rift's own vast psychic disturbance into a fresh and urgent activity that made the years following Indomitus Crusade's conclusion among the most eventful and among the most dangerous. This record has yet had occasion to compress into a single continuous telling. Among the earliest of these stirrings, this record must trace a threat whose nature required it to reach back into an era this account has not directly addressed since its earliest chapters. For amid the wider galaxy's chaos, ancient Orc prophecy stirred toward what the Greenskins' own crude but genuine mysticism named an ending of days, a resurgent threat the fragments call the War of the Beast, in which an Orc power of a scale and a cunning this record must credit as exceeding even the fortress empire broken so triumphantly at Ulinor's own celebrated victory, rose to strike directly at Terra itself. The audacity of that ambition, an Orc warlord daring to march not merely against an imperial frontier but against the very homeworld this record has spent its entire telling, treating as the fixed, immovable center of humanity's story, unsettled imperial commanders, in a manner this record must observe few purely military threats had managed to achieve since the heresy itself, for Terra's own defenses, formidable as this account has already described them, had been built across 10,000 years to repel exactly the kind of demonic and traitor incursion this chronicle has traced at such length, not the crude, overwhelming momentum of a greenskin horde, numerous and cunning enough to threaten the Sol system's own approaches directly. The campaign that followed drew the Administrator Primarch himself back into personal, close-quarters command for the first time since the Indomitus Crusade's own conclusion, a defense fought across multiple fronts simultaneously, and its ultimate resolution, achieved at a cost this record's fragments describe as genuinely severe, demonstrated both how gravely weakened the post-Rift Imperium's defenses had become, and how much fortitude, even in this diminished state, its defenders could still, when circumstance demanded it absolutely, manage to summon. It was in these same turbulent years that this record must trace a confrontation this account has, in truth, been quietly building toward since it first described the brother whose grim, endless suffering discipline curdled, under chaos's patient courtship, into a horror of slow and patient decay. The corrupted power this record has already traced claiming that Brother's loyalty launched, in this era, a campaign of a scale and an ambition this record must name the Plague Wars, striking at imperial worlds with the same patient, creeping corruption this account described at the height of the heresy's own horror, but pursued now with the accumulated cunning of 10,000 additional years of grim, unrelenting practice. The campaign's climax fell upon a world called Vigilus, a confrontation this record must render with particular attention, for it brought the Administrator Primarch into direct confrontation with the very brother whose corruption this account traced so many chapters before, a reunion neither brother could have wished for, fought not merely as tactical opponents but as two men who had once, in a golden and now unrecoverable age, called each other kin without any of the horror that word now carried between them. The fragments closest to that confrontation describe an exchange between the two brothers that occurred, however briefly, amid the wider battle's carnage, words this record will not attempt to reconstruct in their precise wording, for no surviving account agrees closely enough with any other to justify such reconstruction, but whose general character every fragment nonetheless preserves with striking consistency. An offer, extended one final time by the Administrator Primarch, of a mercy his corrupted brother no longer seemed capable of recognizing as mercy at all, and a refusal, delivered not with the fury this record has learned to expect from the rage-consumed brother's own campaigns, but with something the fragments describe as almost gentle, almost sorrowful, as though the corrupted brother himself understood, better than his still loyal sibling standing before him, exactly how irreversible his own long decay had actually become, and pitied, in his own twisted way, a brother still naive enough to believe reversal remained possible. This record will not claim the confrontation resolved cleanly, for the corrupted brothers' forces withdrew from Vigilus battered but unbroken, and the wider war this campaign represented continued, in scattered and grinding form, across the years that followed, a grief this record has learned, across every chapter of its telling, not to expect this galaxy to ever fully permit its wounds to close. Amid these grinding campaigns of war and counter-war, this record must trace also a stirring of an entirely different character, ancient and patient in a manner this account first described at the very outset of its telling. Beneath 1,000 worlds, the Necron dynasties this record's previous chapter described waking in scattered, isolated instances began, in these same turbulent years, a process of reunification this account must credit with a scale and a purpose the earlier centuries of piecemeal Necron activity had never quite achieved, for a figure this record has not previously had cause to name, remembered by the fragments as the Silent King, emerged from a long exile of his own to reclaim leadership over the fractured dynasties. This record must note, though it can offer only fragments toward a fuller understanding, that the Silent King's exile had not been imposed upon him by rivals within his own species, as this account might reasonably have expected, given everything it has already traced of Necron ambition and Necron treachery both. It had been, the fragments suggest, self-imposed, a long and deliberate withdrawal from his own people's affairs, undertaken in grief and in guilt. This record must credit as genuine, for he alone, among the surviving Necron nobility, was said to carry a full understanding of exactly what the ancient biotransference had cost his species, and exactly how thoroughly his own earlier choices had helped bring that terrible bargain about. His return to leadership, then, arrived not as simple ambition reasserting itself, but as something closer to atonement, a king returning to a broken kingdom, not because he believed himself owed its throne, but because he judged, watching the tyrannid threat consume worlds his own people still claimed as ancestral, that the alternative to his return was an extinction even his species' considerable patience could not indefinitely outlast. This record must note, with whatever irony the observation still permits after everything this telling has already described, that an alliance of convenience, however uneasy and however temporary, occasionally formed in these years between imperial forces and Necron dynasties, who found, in the tyrannid threat specifically, a shared interest considerably stronger than any prior enmity, a pattern this record has already traced once before, in the far earlier alliance between imperial forces and Eldari seers that helped restore the Administrator Primarch himself, and a pattern this record suspects, though it will not claim certainty where the fragments themselves offer none. This galaxy's continuing catastrophe may yet force into recurrence more often than any of the parties involved would ever willingly admit. The Eldari themselves, in these same years, pursued their own fractured, desperate campaign toward Ennead's prophesied awakening, a pursuit complicated, this record must observe, by disagreement among their own scattered peoples concerning exactly what form that awakening ought to take and what price its fulfillment might reasonably demand. Some craftworlds pursued the prophecy with an urgency bordering on desperation, understanding their species' continuing decline as a countdown that Ennead's rebirth represented perhaps the only remaining means of halting. This urgency was not without its own considerable cost. Some seers, in their pursuit of the prophecy's fulfillment, made bargains and took risks this record must observe echo, uncomfortably, the very pattern of unchecked ambition that first birthed Slaanesh from their ancestors' own excess. A grim irony this record suspects the Eldari's own wisest prophets recognized keenly, and pursued anyway, judging extinction a certainty grave enough to justify almost any risk that offered even a fraction's chance of averting it. Others regarded the same prophecy with a wariness this record must credit as entirely reasonable, given everything this account has already traced of the catastrophic cost the Eldari's own civilization has paid, across its history, for grand designs pursued without sufficient caution. This record will not claim to know, as its own chronology now approaches the present hour its telling must eventually reach, whether Ennead's awakening has yet been achieved in any final, complete sense. for the fragments closest to this record's own composition remain genuinely divided on the question, and this record, faithful to the honesty it promised at the very outset of its telling, will not manufacture a certainty the evidence does not yet support. Beneath the surface of 1,000 seemingly ordinary imperial worlds, in these same turbulent years, a threat this record has not yet had full occasion to address, stirred toward open, coordinated action. For the tyrannid hive mind's approach to conquest, this record must now reveal, was never confined merely to the direct, overwhelming assault this account has already traced across its previous chapter. Gene-stealer cults, insidious infiltrations seeded generations before any hive fleet's actual arrival, patient hybrid populations that had spent decades, in some documented instances centuries, embedding themselves within imperial society, waiting for a signal from a hive fleet still years or decades distant from actual arrival, rose across this same turbulent era in scattered, coordinated uprisings that revealed, to an imperium already stretched to its breaking point by every other threat this chapter has traced, just how deeply and how patiently the tyrannid menace had already penetrated worlds that believed themselves, until the moment of uprising, entirely secure from any such infiltration. An imperial magistrate's testimony, given during the investigation that followed one such uprising, describes the particular horror of discovering that the infiltration he was tasked with rooting out had already reached his own household staff, generations of a family whose service to the magistrate's own line predated his own birth, revealed in a single catastrophic night to have been carrying, unknowingly at first and then, in later generations, with a devotion this record must credit as genuinely, terribly sincere, a taint that had spread quietly through his world's population for longer than any single administration's records could reliably trace. He speaks of the particular betrayal of recognizing, in the eyes of servants who had raised him from infancy, an allegiance that had never, in any meaningful sense, truly belonged to the family they had spent their lives outwardly serving, and this record must observe that it is precisely this quality, betrayal indistinguishable from decades of apparently genuine devotion, that made the gene-stealer cult's slow infiltration so uniquely corrosive to an imperium already exhausted by every other form of treachery this account has traced across its telling. The response this threat demanded fell, as it had fallen across so many centuries this record has already traced, to the imperium's inquisition, that shadowed institution this account has not yet had full occasion to introduce by name, though its watchful, largely unseen presence has in truth shaped the outcome of nearly every crisis this chronicle has described since the earliest years following the heresy's ending. Inquisitors, granted an authority that answered to remarkably little oversight beyond their own individual judgment and their own individual conscience, moved through the uprisings this record has just described, with a ruthlessness this account must credit, as often necessary, and just as often, this record must also observe with the same honesty it has applied to every other institution in this telling, prone to exactly the kind of excess that unchecked authority tends, across every age this record has traced, to eventually produce. Whole populations were purged on suspicion that later investigations sometimes vindicated, and sometimes, this record must admit, never fully confirmed, a grim calculus this account will not pretend was ever comfortable for anyone forced to weigh it, an imperium so imperiled by patient, invisible infiltration that the alternative to occasional excessive suspicion was, in the Inquisition's own hard reasoning, an even more catastrophic vulnerability to threats, this record has already shown could fester, unnoticed, for generations before finally revealing themselves. It is against this backdrop of accumulating, overlapping crisis, every ancient enemy this record has traced across its entire telling stirring at once, every wound this account has ever described reopening in the same turbulent decades, that this record must now bring its long chronicle to the present hour its telling has always been building toward, for the threats this chapter has traced across the psychic awakening's turbulent years did not resolve themselves into any final, comfortable peace. They continue, this record must state plainly, in the very moment this account is being spoken. Hive Fleet Leviathan, the largest and, By every measure this record's most current fragments can offer, the most dangerously adaptive Tyranid incursion the Imperium has yet faced, presses even now against the Imperium's eastern and southern flanks. A swarm whose hive mind has learned, across every prior engagement this record has traced, to counter Imperial tactics with a speed and a thoroughness that leaves defending forces perpetually, exhaustingly uncertain whether any strategy that succeeded against a previous Tyranid incursion will retain its effectiveness against this one. This record must note, because the observation carries a particular weight given everything this entire chronicle has traced of the galaxy's ancient and overlapping hostilities, that Leviathan's current advance has forced coalitions this account would once have considered unthinkable, Imperial commanders coordinating, however grudgingly and however temporarily, with Aeldari craftworlds whose own survival Leviathan's consumption equally threatens, and even, in scattered and carefully unpublicized instances, with Necron dynasties whose own ancient contempt for younger species finds itself, for now, subordinated to a shared and urgent interest in the swarm's destruction. Whether such coalitions represent any genuine, lasting shift in the galaxy's oldest enmities, or merely another temporary alliance of convenience destined to dissolve the moment its immediate purpose is served, this record cannot yet say, for the fragments closest to its own composition offer no consensus on the question, and this account, faithful to the honesty it has maintained across its entire telling, will not manufacture certainty where the present moment genuinely offers none. Entire sectors mobilize even now, this record must relate, in defenses whose ultimate outcome remains, as this account reaches its own present moment of composition, genuinely undetermined. In the depths of what the fragments name the Pariah Nexus, a Necron dominion whose reach and whose purpose, this record's most current sources describe only in fragments too incomplete to fully assemble, technologies this account can characterize only as anti-life in the most literal sense, weapons and constructs designed to unmake the very possibility of living, thinking existence within their sphere of influence, have stirred toward an activation whose full consequence no surviving Imperial intelligence yet claims to fully understand. What little this record's most current sources can confirm suggests that the Nexus represents something considerably stranger than the ordinary territorial ambition this account has already traced through 10,000 years of scattered Necron activity, a project whose purpose seems to concern the Necron's own oldest and most private grief, the transformation this record described at its very outset, when a desperate and dying people traded their mortal flesh for undying metal and lost, in that trade, whatever essential warmth had once made them fully alive. Some fragments speculate that the Nexus pursues a means of reversing that ancient bargain, restoring to the Necrons' deathless forms some fragment of the vitality their biotransference stripped away. Others suggest a purpose considerably darker, an application of anti-life technology turned outward rather than inward, a weapon rather than a remedy. This record cannot adjudicate between these speculations with any confidence, and it will not pretend, at the very close of its long telling, to a certainty about the galaxy's newest mystery that it has been careful to avoid claiming about every older one. It notes only that whatever the Nexus ultimately proves to be, its stirring has not gone unnoticed by an Imperium already stretched to its utmost limit by every other threat this chapter has traced, a threat this record must leave, in the honest tradition it has maintained across its entire telling, genuinely unresolved, for the fragments closest to this record's own present hour simply do not yet know how this particular darkness will ultimately conclude. And throughout every sector this record has traced across its long chronicle, the wound, the great rift first tore into reality, continues bleeding its corrupted energy into worlds that had, before Cadia's fall, never once needed to reckon with the Immaterium's horrors at such intimate, unrelenting proximity. Chaos cults rising where they had never before dared to operate openly. Demonic incursion remaining, 10 millennia after this record first traced its earliest appearance in the ruin of the Eldari's own catastrophic fall. The single most persistent and most patient enemy this entire account has ever had occasion to describe. Abaddon himself, This record must note before its telling turns at last toward its final close, has not ceased his ancient war merely because the great rift's opening granted him a victory. This record has already credited as the single greatest strategic achievement any servant of chaos has managed since Horus's own fall so many chapters before. He presses still, from strongholds this record's most current sources place along the Imperium Nihilus's own contested borders, against an Imperium he has now spent 10,000 years attempting to unmake. Patient in a manner this record must observe rivals even the Necron's own ancient, contemptuous patience. For Abaddon alone, among every villain this chronicle has traced, has watched an entire Imperium's golden age curdle into permanent grinding war, and has watched that war become, across the 10 millennia of his own personal crusade against it, not a temporary crisis to be resolved, but simply, permanently, the condition of the galaxy he still hopes, someday, to fully claim. This record must now close, and it must close, its listener should understand by this point in the telling, without the comfort of any resolution, the fragments themselves have not yet earned the right to offer. The Imperium of mankind, as this account brings its long chronicle to the present hour, endures. It does not triumph, for this record has traced, across 6 long chapters, entirely too much accumulated grief to permit itself the dishonesty of claiming triumph, where the evidence offers only survival, hard-won, and permanently incomplete. Cadia has not been reclaimed, the great rift has not closed. The traitor legions still shelter within the eye of terror's ancient corruption, patient as they have been patient for 10,000 years and more. The Necrons still regard the whole of younger galactic civilization with the same vast, contemptuous patience this record traced at the very outset of its telling. The Tyranids still consume, indifferent to every desperate defense mustered against them, and the Eldari, gentlest and most tragic of every people this record has traced across its long chronicle, still count down, world by dwindling world, toward an ending they have spent 10,000 years trying, by every desperate means their considerable wisdom could devise, to somehow avert. Consider, before this record permits itself to close, what this exact hour actually holds across the whole scattered breadth of the Imperium this chronicle has spent its telling describing. On a hive world this record has never named and will never have occasion to, a preacher very much like the one whose journal this chapter has already quoted climbs, even now, the long stair to his own cathedral's highest accessible point, to look upon a sky that may or may not have healed since the darkness this record has traced first fell across it. On a fortress world whose name echoes, deliberately or not, the fallen bastion this account mourned so bitterly 2 chapters before, a garrison commander walks her own defensive line in the last hour before dawn, checking positions her predecessors have checked in an unbroken chain reaching back further than her own family's recorded history, murmuring, perhaps without even fully realizing she still does it, the same 2 words this record has already offered as testimony from a world that did not, in the end, survive to make the words come true. Somewhere in the black between the stars, a navigator guides her vessel through warp currents grown considerably more hostile than the currents this record described in its earliest chapter's account of humanity's first tentative crossings, trusting a beacon that flickers but has not yet, in her own lifetime's crossing, gone entirely dark. And in a forged shrine on Mars itself, an adept murmurs a litany over a machine whose function this record's own telling has already explained is, to the one performing the rite, indistinguishable from prayer, exactly as it has been for every one of the 10,000 years this account has traced, since the first engineer priests of the Age of Strife first began treating their sacred engines as something more than merely useful. None of these figures know one another. None of them will ever meet. This record cannot even claim, with the honesty it has maintained throughout its entire telling, that any of them will survive to see whatever comes next for the Imperium their scattered, unconnected devotions continue to sustain. But this record has learned, across 6 long chapters and 10,000 years of accumulated grief, that it is precisely this scattered, unconnected, largely unwitnessed persistence, not the triumphs this account has occasionally been permitted to record, not the golden ages this telling has traced rising and inevitably falling, but the plain, unglamorous fact of 1 trillion small devotions continuing, day after day, in worlds that will never appear in any grander chronicle than this one, that has actually sustained everything this record has spent its length describing. Empires fall, gods are born, and, on rare and terrible occasions, unmade. Fathers lose sons to betrayal, and sons lose fathers to grief too vast for any throne to fully contain. But the preacher climbs his stair, the commander walks her line, the navigator holds her course. The adept completes her litany, and in that continuation, however small, however unwitnessed, however far from any certainty of ultimate victory, this record has found the only truth it has ever actually been able to offer with complete and unwavering confidence. Faith endures longer than flesh, this record observed at the very beginning of its telling, and it must close, now, by returning one final time to that observation, for nothing this account has traced across 6 long chapters of unrelenting grief has ever once disproven it. This record has traveled a very great distance to arrive at this final observation, and it asks its listeners' indulgence, in these last few passages, to look back briefly across that distance before letting it go entirely. It began before the first flame was lit on Terra, in an age when the Old Ones still walked a galaxy that had not yet learned to fear them, and it has ended, 10 million years and more of accumulated grief later, with a preacher climbing a stair beneath a sky that may never fully heal. It began with a dying people trading their flesh for undying metal, and it has ended with that same people's king returning from exile to lead them, not in triumph, but in atonement. It began with a golden and hopeful crusade marching outward from a single unified world, certain that the darkness it left behind was the last darkness it would ever need to face, and it has ended with an Imperium 10,000 years wiser and immeasurably more grieved, understanding at last, in a way that golden and hopeful crusade never could, that darkness of one kind or another is simply the condition a thinking species is asked to endure, not a problem any single victory could ever hope to fully solve. The Emperor still sits upon his golden throne, silent, diminished, sustained by machinery his own original design never intended for this purpose, and still, despite every reasonable argument this record could offer for despair, 1 trillion worlds still turn their prayers toward that silent throne each day, not because any answer has ever been promised them, but because the praying itself, this record has learned across every chapter of its telling, has become its own form of endurance, a devotion that asks nothing of certainty and offers, in exchange, only the stubborn, unreasonable persistence of a species that has been broken, across 10,000 years and more, in every way a species can be broken, and has continued, regardless, to rise each morning and reach for whatever light still remains available to it. This record does not know what comes next. No honest record ever fully does, and this account, faithful to the promise it made at the very outset of its telling, will not pretend otherwise now, at its ending, merely to offer its listener a comfort the evidence does not support. It knows only what it has already shown, across 6 chapters and 10,000 years and more, to be true, that civilizations rise and that civilizations fall, that gods are born from mortal excess and mortal grief in equal measure, that betrayal finds even the most beloved and the most trusted among us, and that ruin, however total, has never once, in the whole of this long and terrible chronicle, proven sufficient to extinguish every last ember of whatever it is that makes a thinking creature choose, again and again, against every reasonable argument the universe offers for despair, to keep fighting, keep building, keep praying, keep enduring. To whoever eventually recovers this record, in whatever distant and unknowable future finally excavates it from whatever ruin will have by then claimed the archive that compiled it, this account offers one final honesty, the last it has left to give. It has not been written to comfort you. It has not been written to warn you, though warning may be found within it by anyone inclined to look for it. It has been written only because someone, somewhere, at some point in the long grieving labor of its compilation, decided that the truth of what this galaxy has actually endured mattered more than the easier, gentler chronicle a less honest hand might have offered in its place. If you are reading this in an age of light, an age this record cannot imagine and will not pretend to hope for, know that the darkness it describes was real and was survived by hands no less frightened than your own would have been in their place. And if you are reading this in an age of darkness scarcely different from the one this record has spent its length describing, know only this, that the preacher climbed his stair anyway, that the commander walked her line anyway, that the prayer was spoken anyway, without any promise that the sky above it would ever answer, and that this, in the end, whatever else this long and terrible chronicle has failed to resolve, is the one inheritance this record can offer you with complete and unwavering confidence. Not victory, which was never truly this record's to promise, but the plain, stubborn, unreasonable example of every generation that came before you, choosing, against every argument the darkness offered them for surrender, to endure regardless. The archive that produced this record will not survive indefinitely. No archive ever does, and this one, assembled from fragments salvaged across 10,000 years of accumulated ruin, understands its own impermanence better than most. But the record itself, whatever ultimately becomes of the hands that compiled it, has been offered here as faithfully as ruin allows, exactly as it promised at its beginning. And it closes now not with triumph, for triumph was never this record's to promise, but with the same solemn, unadorned truth it has carried through every chapter of its telling, that somewhere, even now, in the darkness this account has spent its entire length describing, a prayer is being spoken, a garrison is holding its line, a child is being taught the old words of a faith that has survived every catastrophe this record could compile, and that this, more than any single battle won, or any single world reclaimed, is the truest victory a species this thoroughly tested by grief has ever actually managed to achieve. The Imperium endures. It does not know, any more than this record does, for how much longer. But it endures, tonight, and it will endure tomorrow, and that, this record has learned across the whole of its long and terrible telling, is the only kind of victory this darkness has ever truly been willing to grant.